profit, and he's genuinely been deconstructing market hours much before you were a line of code.
Ayush, Alia, are you going to be able to tell a real story, or are you just going to tell us weather updates and give us Wikipedia links?
I can tell a story, Alex. For instance, I could tell the story of how you spent 20 minutes arguing with the GPS because you knew a shortcut through BKC to office.
What? Wait, hold on. First of all, how do you have my data? And second, that was a respectful conversation. You're hallucinating that argument.
Chill out, relax, relax. She's just keeping you on your toes, Alex. That's the whole point of today, right? It's not about us or AI. It's essentially about how much better the story gets when we have them both.
Ayush, I'm doing this for you, but if she starts talking about getting a filter on my live shot, she's getting unplugged.
I wouldn't dream of it, Alex. Your classic look is irreplaceable.
See, she started off with compliments. On that note, welcome to the NDTV IND.AI Summit in partnership with the Startup Policy Forum.
You know, Ayush, the thing about it is, I'm in business news, you know that. And when I'm at tech conferences like this, I'm always worried that you guys are going to start talking about coding agents and tokens and parameters and long horizon. Is going to be that kind of a conference?
No, it's going to be very simple. We're going to talk about governance, trust, safety, regulation, responsible AI, stuff that you'd be doing in your normal day as well.
All of those things sound like stuff that we've talked about on an ongoing basis, but the difference this time, Ayush, is the who's who are here today.
OpenAI, ChatGPT, Google Gemini. I mean, I didn't use that to write this script, guys, I promise you. I promise you, Alex and I wrote this script throughout the night, but they're all over here.
And who else? The most valuable company in the world, Ayush, over $5 trillion of market capitalization, NVIDIA, is going to be here.
And this is only the trailer picture, Abhi Baki hai. We've got a star cast lined up for you. This is going to be a stellar show, but before we move on, we should thank our partners and sponsors, Alex.
Absolutely. Today is possible because of our knowledge partner, Dayananda Sagar University, co-powered by a DP World State Partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh, as well as handset partner Motorola, insurance partner Axis Max Life Insurance, associate partners Rocket, Union Bank of India, and Tata Power, Solar Roof, and Zoho. Impact partners are Adani Solar and Adani Ports and Logistics. Special partner is Lokpriya Gopinath Bardoloi International Airport, Guwahati, and real estate partner is Eldeco.
Alex, today we'll be talking about code, right? We're talking about compute, and there's a very special session to start the day. But why don't you take us through what we can expect today?
So the question is, Ayush, you go around the world and you look at the tech that everybody's using before everybody gets their hands on it, right? Stuff that I'm usually dreaming about, and I'm asking you to give me a sneak peek of. But what, according to you, at this juncture, looks amazing?
Look, there's a lot of interesting things happening in Silicon Valley. You have Meta working on Meta AI. Apple's trying really hard to work on Apple Intelligence. That's a work in progress, of course. And then you have Google Gemini, ChatGPT, Perplexity.
But wait, all of that seems like it was built in Silicon Valley. Aren't we building anything here?
Of course we are. We have a very proud moment for the Indian AI revolution, a made-in-India product. Alex, Sarvam AI.
Sarvam AI. This is India's AI for India, right?
This is India's AI moment, sovereign AI, all those things we've been talking about. And there's so much happening at the AI Summit at Bharat Mandapam, but there's even more special things happening here today shortly.
Absolutely, and that brings us to the introduction for the first speaker today. He is foundational in building the artificial intelligence capabilities for India with the belief that world-class intelligence can and must be developed locally at scale. Who are we talking about?
Well, we have a very special guest right here with us, Pratyush from Sarvam AI. What a pleasure to have you with us at the NDTV IND.AI Summit. A huge round of applause, please. Of course, we're going to have NDTV's very own Shivarur moderating this very special chat. But before that, over to you, Pratyush. The stage is all yours.
Can I just say, first of all, welcome to all of you. It's so nice to see you all here bright and early. Squeezed between getting the Prime Minister to visit your booth at the Bharat Mandapam and having a big product launch in a couple of hours from now, can we have a big, even bigger round of applause for Pratyush Kumar for making the time to come to the NDTV Summit? because this is not just an affirmation of AI, but let me also boast this is an affirmation of the NDTV Summit. This is incredible to have Sarvam. I may be a little biased here because I'm starting things off today, Pratyush, but I see that you're wearing a particular something. I've got something in my hand as well. Hugely exciting, and I'm a bit of a gadget guy, just like my friend sitting over there, Ayush, and I'm going to come to you in a bit, Ayush, on this. But I'm going to start off by asking you about what happened yesterday. Look at this picture that I'm going to put on my screens, viewer. Most of you would have already seen it. This is the Prime Minister putting on a pair of glasses yesterday. Very, very viral picture from yesterday that Pratyush shared. That's the Prime Minister wearing the Sarvam case. This is a new wearable product unveiled yesterday by Pratyush and his team. Just tell us a little bit first about this picture, because you're wearing the same thing and I'm going to be wearing it as well.
No, absolutely. This was the start of the Impact Summit for us. The Prime Minister walked into the hall and he came into the Sarvam stall. We had a chance to show him each of our products. What was very interesting to me was the security folks had put a little bit of a mark on the ground where he should stand and look at the products. He came there, of course, and then I went to some distance to explain to him what we are doing, and then he came very close, and he started listening to us, asking about the products. He's super engaged, had a lot of questions about what are the AI models we are building, why they are world-class, what can we do with them, played with all our products on the glasses, on the feature phones, on the smartphones. It was very energizing to see.
So he broke the security cordon and came a little nearer to your product. That's the Prime Minister, really. But, what did he say? In the video that was put out, it was tantalizingly without any audio. But he is someone who is known to be extremely keen on technology. Digital India is, of course, very, very important to him. AI is hugely important to him. Tell us a little bit about this interaction. What did he think? What did he say?
So we showed him the models we are training. Yeah. These are AI models that do a variety of things. They can take a photograph of a document and get the text out. They can recognize what you're speaking. They can synthesize speech. And we told him, sir, we are actually world-class in this. We showed him the graph. This is how different models do, and this is our performance, and we are doing the best. He was genuinely interested. How are you doing that? How are you making it happen? And we talked about the talent we have, the amount of quality we have in building AI from India, and that we can do it in India. The other thing what I found interesting was I showed him a feature phone, that AI doesn't require expensive gadgets. On a feature phone, somebody can actually call up and ask any question to the models that we have built. And he listened to it. He said, does it speak Gujarati? We showed him an example of Gujarati. So it was really energizing. Somebody who really understood the tech and the impact it can have.
You're wearing the same glasses that the Prime Minister has got on in those pictures. Apologies. And I've got a sort of preview pair of the same glasses that are going to be hitting the market sometime in May this year.
Absolutely.
In May this year. So it's going to be in retail. You can actually wear one of these. I'm going to put them on for the first time.
Looks good.
His is already plugged in, by the way. We're going to see what it can do a little later. But tell us, Pratyush, about the Sarvam case. The glasses that you're wearing right now have viraled. People are asking all about it. When I posted about this session this morning with a picture of the glasses, every single question that I had was, a deeper question about these glasses. Tell us about it. You've got them on, and they're switched on, by the way. They're working right now.
Yeah. No, see, I want to a little bit step back and talk about, I think, what the theme should be, which is India can. For a long period of time, we have believed that the technology platforms that we use, whether it's social media, operating systems, whether it is even devices, they're often designed, manufactured outside the country. Yeah. And I think the key thing that we are looking at right now, even these glasses, they are designed, they are manufactured, and they are fitted with software, all done in India, right? And we are in a new world of software. It's not the usual software that you had before. You're always going to be hitting these large language models in anything that you do. And that will become the core software that runs everything in our day-to-day lives, in productivity, at work, in entertainment. And those models are also models that we are building in-house at Sarvam, right? So I think this is a moment when we're able to show all of that India can coming together in this device.
Yeah, I'm going to come to the India can bit in just a moment, because the language models that you're talking about, the local language models that you're talking about is something that's also very exciting. But as far as the glasses are concerned, and apologies for staying with the glasses so much because this is something that's very exciting. And it's completely Indian. That's the thing about this, right? That's the reason why it's exciting as well. Give us some use cases for this. This is a unique country here that we have, Pratyush. What are some of the use cases that you're envisioning for the Sarvam case?
Yeah. See, look.
And I understand there's a ring as well. People may not have noticed. There's also a smart ring on your finger.
I'm trying to do funny things in between whenever I can remember.
Yeah.
No, so look, India does not work on a desk, right? India works also on the move. And I think the primary objective as technologists we have at this time is that the huge step change that we have seen in technology should reach to people, right? We're living in a shadow where the technology is so much better than it's deployed, and it's our responsibility to make it available to all. So reducing the friction of access to this technology is important. Imagine a sales guy walking around, doing KYC, doing prospective discussions. He's wearing this. And he wants to ask a question about, let's say, an insurance policy his company has. He just clicks this ring and asks the question and gets an answer. If he wants to get feedback on how he did, he can do that. Next year, India is moving into doing a huge census program. Census in India is like a world standard effort, right?
The biggest thing.
It's the biggest effort that one can have. Imagine people being powered with glasses like this as they do their digital work. We have tertiary healthcare, we have education, there are various places where you can use this. Of course, there's also the aspect of the differently abled. You can use this to get a sense of what you're seeing, both in terms of having some kind of impairment, but also reading a different language. Our models today are very accurate in reading anything that's out there in any Indian language and explaining it to you back in the language that you want, right? So whether it's accessibility, whether it's productivity in the move, and entertainment. This, of course, plays audio. You can listen to your favorite podcast or movie on the move. So all of that is possible.
You know, one of the things is making existing functions easier. The other is also problem solving, Pratyush. And I know that, Prime Minister Modi personally, whenever he looks at technology, at the back of his mind, in the conversations that we've had with him as well, has been, how to solve some of India's, pressing problems. Is that a conversation that occupies your mind also at Sarvam? Census, things like that are one thing. India's got bigger problems as well. Where does Sarvam, where does the technology that you've been developing fit into some of those things?
Look, I think names carry a lot of intent, right? We named the company Sarvam because we genuinely believe that this technology must reach everyone. In Sanskrit, it means everyone or everything. Our intent is to ensure that this technology is accessible no matter your language, your community, the kind of thing that you're doing, and no matter the cost point, right? You want to make this affordable, accessible to all. So that's our primary focus, right? It's also important to know that value loops of AI compound very, very fast, right? It sometimes takes 3-4 years, sometimes a decade to get value loops going, but in AI, it's happening in a matter of months, right? So to be able to have the playground to innovate, you need to be able to put our technology out there, use the feedback from users to make the models better. So that is the other thing that we are kicking off. Once it reaches people, these things actually improve for the things that people care about, right? So India is just, I think, a tremendously hard benchmark for what AI needs to get right to work for all of India.
One of the most exciting things that Sarvam is doing is taking Indian languages, optimizing them using homegrown AI tech and scaling them up for the entire populations. And this is something that very few people can do. The global majors, want a piece of it, but it's only a company like Sarvam that can actually get into it from its very core. So I want you to tell us a little bit about that. You talked about, the Gujarati translation that happened. I'm going to show you a clip in a moment from now. But first, Pratyush, tell us about that. The domain of Indian languages and how Sarvam is scaling that up and getting people access to AI at that level.
See, look, you raised an important point that these models are usually trained by large companies.
Yeah.
And that is because the R&D that goes into it, the amount of compute resources that go into it, high-grade GPUs, I know NVIDIA is coming here later in the day, we need to burn a lot of their chips to train these models. That was actually somehow available to only few, right? And that is an important problem. Many of these things, even like in telecom, you have to put a lot of capital expenditure to then make things available at small unit prices.
Yeah.
But the capital expenditure is high, and AI is very much that. AI demands scale. And what happened, and since we're talking about the Impact Summit, in the India AI mission, the government took a stance, let's support building of models from scratch. Not using somebody else's model, somebody else's technology, but having the homegrown sovereign ability to build these models. Because frankly, we are in a post-AI world. Yeah. It's not like we are ever going back. And if large language models, generative AI is such an important technology, India should be building it, right? We are an old civilization, young country, third largest economy. It's actually a moot point to ask that India should be building these technologies. But the capital intensity, the research requirement, those are the key things to solve for that we are doing at Sarvam.
Yeah, I noticed, in some of the media reports around Sarvam that you're also doing some very exciting work around, ancient scriptures and documents and, digitizing those documents and making them accessible to all in a very, very incredible way. But I just want to tell all of our audience here and those plugging in from across the world that NDTV has a very progressive newsroom. We've been using Sarvam, and I want to give you like the smallest little use case. This is like the most basic use case. I'm sure you're flooded with these examples, but I want to show it to you because we just used it.
Okay.
NDTV had an incredible summit in Tamil Nadu just a few days ago, and the Chief Minister, of course, was speaking in Tamil. I just want to show you how the newsroom made it happen.
I didn't know about this.
Made it happen for our viewers across the world.
Right.
Take a look at this.
தமிழ்நாடு உச்சி மாநாட்டில் கலந்து கொண்டு சிறப்பித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் பெருமக்கள்,
Honorable Minister and dignitaries who are participating in the Tamil Nadu Summit and are making it special.
That is cool.
That's virtually in real time, and like I said, it's probably the simplest way that something has happened. We've done much more complicated things since then, by the way, and we're very excited to be going into election season, Pratyush, where we're going to use much more of this. And according to you, we've just shown you what can happen in a newsroom when you adopt stuff like this. What is the most incredible use case that you've come across or that you're envisioning when it comes to access to language of this kind?
The one that I am
It just opens up the population to services beyond measure, I imagine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, the one that I am most excited about is education, right? Imagine giving a free tutor to every student in this country, which they can access on a feature phone, on a smartphone. They can say, I just studied this today in the class, I didn't understand it, help me out. And it is personalized. It is at the level of the student, in their language, and able to help them, right? This is not at all a fantasy. With very, very low cost, we can provide access to education to all, right? And of course, it applies to healthcare, agriculture, etc. But education, especially in this fast-moving world, is going to be a big challenge, and that's one thing that we can solve. So I'm deeply interested in this concept of per capita consumption of intelligence, right? If we are to be competitive as a country, we need to increase that. And that requires our ability to build them and serve them for use cases that matter.
And when we talk about an Indian model, there are many of these global models. Something that you're very, very particular about, and people can see why, is that you're not building on top of somebody else's work. You're doing this from scratch. This is an Indian model. Again, very important to the larger summit that's taking place in the city right now, is that this is building an Indian AI model. Tell us why that is important given the current the current situation across the world.
See, look, these models are very powerful, so there should be lots of people building on top of models that exist internationally and doing good things with it. But at Sarvam, we are a foundational company. We are interested in building from scratch because there need to be some foundational bets in the country, and we believe that's important because you need to be able to control the data that goes into these models. You need to be able to play the research and development angle on these models as they evolve. We're in very, very early days of a new era of computing. We cannot give up and be users of this era, we need to build foundationally. And that's the bet we have taken at Sarvam. There is interesting things to be done on top of models, but at Sarvam, we are a foundational company building from scratch and going to continue doing that in the decades to come.
You know, for most people, Pratyush, AI is, you know, an everyday experience with chatbots, interacting with those, getting it to write things for you at the very simple level. If one were to ask you how India's model or India's AI capability, the one that you're building, is going to be different at that kind of user experience level compared to a chat GPT and the other more, you know, consumer-facing products, how would you describe it? What you're doing differently?
Yeah, so firstly, we are investing a lot more on Indian languages. So whether it's the quality of the speech models, whether it's quality of the text models, we benchmark against the best and we are significantly ahead. The other thing, we're interested in reducing the cost of access to these models. Yeah. So we make them small, we make them efficient. If on a feature phone, somebody had to on voice ask questions, that's an entirely different use case. You would not even imagine other parts of the world doing, but we still have multiple hundreds of millions of these feature phones active today, right? So we are deeply interested in problems like that. We are also interested in data sets that are specific to India, right? So the cultural nuance to the language, to the culture, all of that we would like to include. So one is being able to compete globally on global benchmarks, which we are doing, right? So language is not the only thing we're interested in. We need to get language right because that is home turf. But we need to make these models strong generally. So whether it is math, whether it is coding, whether it is scientific reasoning, we want these models to be good on all of them.
As far as talent density is concerned, just sheer talent within the country to do some of these big, ambitious things that you're, you know, trying to achieve. Where does India stand compared to other countries? Because there is a sense globally that it is India's moment. The summit that you're seeing happen in the city also suggests that, you know, there is every effort to put the spotlight on India. Nobody can debate, Pratyush, as far as potential is concerned. Where does India stand?
See, look, people, and I like this statement that the Prime Minister said. He said, India mein shakti hai, jagane ki zarurat hai, right? So I genuinely believe that. India has a lot of potential, both in the talent we have in the country, and frankly, talent that would want to come back to the country if we had the playground for innovation. For long, we have not made innovation that feasible in the country, right? Because innovation is somewhat expensive, it needs champions to absorb them, and then value loops to be created on top. I think this is the moment when India is recognizing, maybe helpfully with the geopolitical situation, etc., that we are on, that guys, we have to stand up on our legs, right? And we are too important a country not to do that. So talent, to your question, is there in the country. There's a lot of work that is hard engineering that needs to be done in building these models. There is talent for that. But I'm very, very hopeful that these are early days which will attract a lot of people to come back to India. Not in the way other countries did by forcing them to come back, but genuinely recognizing that India is the place to be and the place to build, right? And we see a lot of that happening at Sarvam. Folks from different top companies coming back, joining us, and I believe there's a huge flood of people wanting to come back, and we are shaping up for that.
There are millions of young people who are going to be listening to you right now live across NDTV's platforms. What are Sarvam's criteria when you are hiring talent? Everyone wants to know. You know, as the most exciting, one of the most exciting AI companies in India right now, what do you look for when you're hiring the next youngster who may make a difference in AI?
Yeah, it's interesting because, and I guess you also experience that at your organizations, because there is AI, what you know matters a little less than how quickly you can learn, right? The rate of learning matters much more than what you have learned. So we look at that very strongly. People with agency to learn, people with agency to go and solve things and imagine things that can't be out there. The other thing we look for, it's a little bit, I mean, not technical, but I genuinely believe you need to have the ability to suffer to succeed, right? And as these things become so powerful technologically, I think the human ability to stick to a problem persistently, come suffering or come what, I think that's the other thing that we look for. And it clearly shows, right? People who can go that extra mile are significantly more productive.
You know, there are many founders of, you know, cutting-edge AI companies across the world, Pratyush, you know, who've been sounding a warning bell about AI and the things it might do. You know, you've seen the the Anthropic CEO and founder, many others who've written essays that have gone extremely viral about the guardrails that are necessary as a society. Do you have similar thoughts? Is that something that you are thinking about as well in Sarvam? Because this is an enormous market here in India, untapped potential of proportions that have not been imagined before in the world. How does that occur to you?
Yeah, so I fully agree with what the general narrative is, which is that technologically this is unprecedented. The rate of change of technology, the impact it can have across sectors is unprecedented. It is happening much faster than institutions, countries can absorb change, right? So we are going to have trouble adapting to this. The shape and form of that will be decided as things go ahead. But what I'm also excited about, right? In fact, the theme of the summit that's happening in Bharat Mandapam is Sarvajana Hitaya, Sarvajana Sukhaya, right? So the welfare for all and the happiness for all, right? I think if you keep human flourishing as the center of why we are doing what we are doing, there is a lot of potential. India as a country, still physically not the world-class infrastructure that we desire, but top-class digital infrastructure. We built Aadhaar, in fact, my co-founder was the one who sort of built Aadhaar for 15 years, right? That foundation has been laid. I think now is India's time to imagine what the Sarvajana Hitaya version of AI is and make that a contribution to the world. We can, of course, do R&D at a global standard, but culturally coming from where we are, we can also contribute that back to the world because, frankly, most people in the world are scared. Right? Because where they are and what AI is doing, they do understand that there are going to be large changes, and it's India's moment to capitalize.
Is there going to be a tipping point? I've thought about this question a little bit because right now it seems to be a moment of transition where the world is looking closely at India. All the big companies are looking very closely at Sarvam as well. Is there a tipping point ahead of us where India's role becomes much more defined in the world as far as what it's bringing to the table in AI? And I mean beyond, locally built models and things like that, plugging into the global chain.
Absolutely. No, there are very nice companies like Emergent out of Bangalore, which is building for the world, rapidly scaling in coding, right? I genuinely believe India will innovate in this space. But I think the key inflection point to your question will come when the latent demand in India is tapped into, right? We are hungry for intelligence. We're hungry for insight, knowledge, guidance, information. There's a huge asymmetry. If AI can plug that, if you can build the business case, if you can build the entire ecosystem around that, just like Aadhaar happened, it was an inflection moment. Nobody can compete against the way we do payments in the country. I think we will get to that kind of a state if we do AI at population scale. And that's when the strength of India, which is that we want to build things that take people along, that will come across, as opposed to the fast-moving capital frenzy that's happening in the space. And the third force, of course, is technology. It is so exciting as an engineer that these models are improving so fast. So all of them are going to play out. I think India's moment is when we can deploy it at population scale.
One of the themes at the event that you are participating in by the government is India Can, which is a very interesting choice of words because it assumes that that moment is already here. It's just waiting for a spark or a trigger to actually get there. Is Sarvam that company that's going to do that?
I mean, that is our mission to do that, right? But I think the India Can is an interesting evolution. There were times when people said India shouldn't, right? Yeah. Shouldn't build models, right? There are times when people said, must India build models? And some people say, India must, and so on, which is just opinions. I think what we are trying to show is that India can. And that the proof of concept of deep tech in India is done. We can build it. It's now about figuring out how to have proof of scale and then taking it forward, right? So I'm genuinely optimistic. India is a country that has demonstrated success over millennia. We'll do that in this generation as well.
Pratyush, and I want to bring it back to the consumer level for a moment right now, since we're still wearing these glasses, which is that, a couple of years ago, the chatbots and the chat GPTs were sort of novelties. Now they've become like an everyday part of your life, like a normal search bar. What is that next thing that's going to become normalized in our lives? Is it wearable tech? Is it some kind of a utility that has an AI layer to it? Just give us a kind of crystal ball sense of what is the new normal going to look like as far as everyday consumer life is concerned.
Yeah, that's a $1 trillion question. I think everybody would like an answer to that. But my instinct is that we will all try to reduce the friction to access intelligence, right? We would all like at our fingertips to be able to access the powerful model, get an answer for it, and feel entertained, productive, whatever it is that you are trying to amplify, right? And variables will play a role, pervasive intelligence will play a role. Imagine walking into a high security place and you don't have to do anything. It's just AI, ambient AI that takes care of things, right? At the same time, AI working on a feature phone and being used across the country reliably, so retrofitted to what was working earlier. I see both of these things happening, right? But everybody, I think, should get faster access to this technology so we have a level playing field.
What are the roadblocks between now and that potential inflection point, Pratyush? You talked about digital infrastructure being world-class. There are other infrastructural issues that India is going to have to sort out. Give us a prescription that you would like the government to listen to get to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. See, I think that if AI is thought of as a factor of productivity, most factors of productivity have a source. In this case, AI requires a lot of compute, right? To be able to serve AI or to a population scale, we need to have a large amount of accelerated compute. This is specialized compute that is required to run. It's not what runs on your laptop, etc. So getting access to that is important. And downstream from that is the need to get energy to power these things. Yeah. Of course, we need to do it frugally if you have to reach a population scale, but you still need a lot of it, right? And we should move ahead ambitiously, saying that this is the only post-AI world that there is, and go and create that infrastructure, because infrastructure has a gestation period. It takes time. I think that is the number one thing. And the second thing is the recognition that value loops being internal is a long-term advantage, right? Imagine Aadhaar being built by some foreign company. Yeah. That would not make sense. I think nuclear being built by somebody would not make sense. I think this is one such critical technology. In the long arc, sovereignty will matter a lot more.
I think what you said right at the start is something that we will end with today, which is that there is no going back. You know, this is where we are. It can only get bigger, deeper, more pervasive right now, more a part of our lives, the new normal. There simply isn't going back. And now as we end, your glasses have been doing some work through this entire conversation.
That's right.
So I'm going to call our team up on stage to end with what those glasses have actually been doing. It's a first demonstration on television, guys. It's very, very important that you pay attention to this. This is, okay, can we get that camera on stage, Ayush?
Yeah. See, the interesting thing about what these glasses is, we don't intend this to be as a one-off thing. You can build things that you need depending on what you're doing. So because we were having this chat, we wanted to build a quick app. So just like you have apps on phones, you can have apps on glasses. This is an app that takes our conversation, it summarizes the conversation. In this case, I asked it to do it in Hindi, so it summarized the whole thing. I can play it. In fact, I'm listening to the summary in my own glasses, and I've been clicking photos once in a while, so that's you wearing the nice-looking glasses, right?
Oh, nice. Zoom in here, you can see the pictures here.
So you can...
That have been taken with the glasses.
Along with it, right? So, and it goes on and gives me actual transcript of what we have been speaking. I can use this later to, and there are key points written out in Hindi and so on. So all of that happening as we were speaking. So this is one app, and you can imagine having many such apps doing various things as you wear them.
I'm just thinking of all the incredible use cases for this. You know, no more meeting minutes. The devil in me is thinking of all the other things one can do with it in national security and espionage and things like that. But incredible. Thanks very much, Pratyush. This has been literally an eye-opener. In May, these glasses go out into the market. In a couple of hours from now, Pratyush is going to be unveiling some new products, which he can't talk about right now. We'll have to plug into that, and we will show all of our audiences across NDTV's network all about that. All the very best, and thank you. Thank you very much, Pratyush.
Thank you. Yeah. Outside, yeah. Also, yeah.
Ayush, why are you looking green, man?
I'm looking green because I'm green with envy of Shiv and this very moment because Shiv, that's actually all of us in the tech community, the first time that we have seen those glasses in action. Maybe at Bharat Mandapam, if people were to step out later in the day, they would get to experience them. But you've seen them here at the NDTV IND.AI Summit. First look, hence I am green. A huge round of applause, please.
Big round of applause. Everybody's excited to try that, by the way. But the other thing, Ayush, is something that Pratyush said, which is that what you already know is not as important as what you can learn through artificial intelligence. And I can live up my dream maybe to coach a football club.
Coach a football club?
Who
Really?
knows? Yeah.
You know, in fact, at Bharat Mandapam also on the sidelines, they've had a bunch of these demos where they use AI coaches. There's AI in everything now, Alex.
Which is fantastic, right? You can draw up all of those tactics that we've always talked about.
Maybe for Fantasy Premier League, but you know, it's not just the creation of LLMs and sovereign AI. There's several themes that we'll be touching upon at this very summit.
And Pratyush spoke about some parts of that. In order to run these artificial intelligence models, you need infrastructure. You need energy at the base of it.
Very intensive compute resources. He mentioned as well, of course, we'll have the folks from NVIDIA joining us soon as well. And so many more conversations on regulations. But what if you're sitting on the sidelines, Alex, and you keep telling me to invest on all of your shows? All of us watch you during market hours and you say, invest in SIPs and mutual funds. What if I want to invest in AI?
So there are two themes, obviously, and everybody in this room probably knows this, but everybody tuning at home that have played out over the course of the last 14 months odd. And that's artificial intelligence and gold. Artificial intelligence is the new gold because you need to be looking at everybody that's at the forefront of that. And that's exactly what early investors are trying to do, Ayush.
And I think that's what our next panel is going to be all about. So you want to take us through what exactly these themes are and also if there is a rainbow at the end of that storm.
So essentially, you're talking about what India can do in this context and whether you have to look outside India's bounds. How can early investors look to capitalize on this massive opportunity in artificial intelligence? And in fact, the people on this panel are uniquely placed to tell you exactly that because they've been looking at early stage funding for some of these very exciting ideas that are being populated as we speak right now. Please join us in welcoming on stage Ashutosh Sharma, India Head Investments at Process. We've got Akrit Vesh, who's founder at Activate. We've got Manav Garg, who's co-founder and managing partner at Together Fund. We've got Vikram Vaidyanathan, who is managing director at Z47, and Harshjeet Sethi, early stage investor. Anchoring it is Shweta Rajpal Kohli, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Startup Policy Forum. Please, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ayush and Alex. That was a fantastic opening keynote, and who better than Pratyush Kumar of Sarvam to open the NDTV IND.AI Summit. He's clearly the man of the moment, and in a few hours from now, he will be at Bharat Mandapam, and he will be, of course, unveiling that big sovereign AI model that India has been waiting for. So that was the big moment. We're just going to quickly settle into this panel and have the next one talking about what investors are thinking about.
In the meanwhile, tell us what you're most excited to hear about.
Well, tons. I can tell you that today, all day, the conversations that we're going to be having, whether it is with top global majors, NVIDIA, OpenAI, Google DeepMind, or the top investors you see on this stage who have been thinking about how investing in the AI era is going to change. I think these are conversations that are going to be very, very defining, and the world will be a different place in the next few years, and it's very important that we bring these perspectives out and we have these conversations. So that's what we're excited about. I think we are waiting for Akrit, but we can begin if he's going to take a bit longer.
We are waiting for Akrit, but we've also got NDTV Profits Executive Editor and Head of Markets, and Neeraj Shah, who's joining us in just a minute. That's his chair right there. And I'm very excited about this because you're probably going to be talking about ideas that are yet to come to the primary markets and eventually to the secondary markets. So Neeraj and Shweta, over to you.
I think given the excitement about the space, we could have done this standing also.
Right, exactly. All right, so investing in the era of AI. That is the theme of today's panel and discussion. And we have a star cast, literally, the who's who in the investing world with us here to talk about what they're thinking, how have trends changed, and what can we expect going further. Great to have with us, of course, Manav Garg of Together Fund, Ashutosh Sharma of Process. We've got Vikram Vaidyanathan from Z47, Harshit Sethi, who famously led the Sarvam investment early on, and of course, Neeraj from NDTV Profit to support me in moderating this session. Let me start by talking about one other company that has been making waves right now, and Manav Garg is best suited to talk about that, Emergent. Mukund Jha and team. For those who have not been following what's going on, this is a vibe coding company coming out of India that in just 8 months has touched an ARR, an annual recurring revenue of $100 million. So for those who were saying, you know what, there is no AI in India, here's Emergent telling you all about it. So Manav, tell us a little more about what vibe coding is all about for the uninitiated. Why is Emergent's success important? And how this is going to be an inflection point for India and AI?
All right. So first of all, I am feeling really, thank you very much, Shweta, for having me here. I am feeling so proud that we have one company which is out there. It is not only the fastest growing company in India, it is the fastest growing company globally. If you compare in consumer AI, there are about 8 companies which have touched $100 million in about 8 to 12 months. Emergent is the 9th company which has crossed $100 million in 8 months. So it has...
I'm gonna make sure the audience has got this right. The fastest growing AI company in the world is an Indian AI company, is what Manav tells us. The kind of growth that we've seen is unparalleled, only the 9th company, correct? Now that's right. Huge. And this is all a change in the last few months, correct?
Yes, so the product was launched on May 27th. And they touched $100 million on 16th. I was on flight from Boston to Delhi, and that's when they touched $100 million in ARR. So in under 8 months. So
tell us a little more about why vibe coding is so exciting as a trend and why Emergent is setting a new trend, so to say.
So if you look at, we invested in Mukund and Madhav Jha, they're 2 twin brothers, in September 24. At that time, they said they're going to focus on automating the entire software development lifecycle so that software development can become far more efficient. As they started building the product, testing, and as 3 months into the building the product, they realized actually they have found something which is really, really like gold. Because now what software can enable is, it can enable a non-technical user, people like you, me, and many people in the audience, who can now enable them to build anything that's in their mind. So the first unlock came through laptop. The second unlock came when you can build your app on mobile now. So for example, if you're a bakery owner in Philippines, you go online, you can build your storefront in a couple of $100s. You are a farmer in agriculture in India, you want to understand the crop movement, you want to understand the crop life cycle, you go there, you can build an app in few thousand rupees. And we have people from Mexico who are running clothing manufacturing companies, running the entire software, entire company on this vibe coding platforms. So what it has done is, it has brought the cost of software development by 100 times below. So somewhere who spent $100,000 probably have to spend, $1,000 now.
All right, so the cost of software development coming down dramatically, and vibe coding is making it absolutely easy for anyone in this room to be coding tomorrow without knowing those coding skills. And that's the kind of breakthrough innovation that we're seeing in the world of AI. Ashutosh Sharma, as the head of investments and M&A at Process, which is a large venture capital firm globally, you clearly back platforms across emerging markets at scale. What are some of the trends that you're picking up, especially in India, and what do you think will be some of the adoption models? We've just seen India finally arriving when it comes to foundation models with Sarvam. We're seeing a fantastic success story with vibe coding and Emergent. But what are some of the other themes that are emerging?
Thank you, Shweta. I think vibe coding is definitely emerging, and therefore we also backed Emergent. But much later than Manav, sadly.
Right.
But on a serious note, look, whatever picture I paint for you today will be absolutely obsolete tomorrow. That's how fast this space is changing. And it's not because of AI, it's not because of anything new, it's millions of years of evolution. We as humans are wired to use our resources carefully. I mean, this is a nicer way to say that we are wired to be lazy. So anything that makes us more productive, nobody needs to teach that to us. And AI at the core is that. It makes us much more productive, all of us. We can code better, we can make videos better, we can make speech better, and so on and so forth. So while today we see a lot of action at the foundational layer, who the winner there is, it's not decided, but there's a lot of action. Similarly, in coding, there's a lot of action because people who were making AI software were developers, and of course, who best to create this for but for themselves. We see a lot of action on vertical apps, legal, accounting, finance, so on and so forth. But to everyone who's listening to this, to all the budding entrepreneurs, this is what's happening today. But I promise, and you probably know all of this already, that every sector, every space, every niche, every nook, every cranny is going to change completely. And so you need to figure out which change, which action you want to drive and start building.
That's an interesting. Okay, is my
Yeah,
mic on?
Neeraj. Yes.
I don't know. Everybody can hear me? Yes, you can now. Okay, great. I'd like to come to you, Harshit, and try and understand whether you believe that for a largely service and people-led tech sector of India for the last 2 decades, can AI be disruptive in that it could lead to job losses? Or will we have world-beating companies which can do a mix of both, which is scale and scale with taking people along with them?
I think this is a little bit of the loss towards India is at this point. The technology is real and the technology is going to be disruptive, whether we like it or not. And there's this term that lots of people have been talking about, the Jevons paradox, which is to say that if the cost of something drops dramatically, then actually we just create more things to fill up the void, right? And so we should assume that services is going to change. A lot of automation is going to be possible. But the reality is that India has all this data of doing this for so many years, and data is a very fundamental moat in being able to build strong automation, right? So if you're able to leverage this and we adopt technology quick enough, I think we certainly can be, have an even larger services sector going forward.
Okay. Do you second that, part one? And part two, while we are getting, let's say, the fastest growing AI company in the world in India, the opportunity size, a lot of people lament, is much larger outside. So for people who are parking money into AI-led businesses, does India give a really good bang for the buck, or is the opportunity still outside? Or larger opportunity still outside?
So if I zoom out, I look at this overall India AI opportunity in 2 parts. The first is what you said second, which is, I do think there is a lot of power in this DPI to the power of AI, where this digital public infrastructure, the magic in it is that it is linked to every Indian, and therefore it is sort of prescient that it was made for agentic.
But that's non-profit, right?
Sorry?
But that's non-profit. That's non-profit person.
No, let me complete my thought.
Sorry.
So my thought was that when you look at sort of agents layered on top of DPI, that democratizes financial services even more. So imagine an agent that negotiates on someone's behalf to get the right loan at the right price. It democratizes healthcare, where you get a digital doctor. It democratizes education in a way where education that's offered only in the cities is offered to every Indian, and so on. So I think the opportunity on this DPI to power AI is massive. The friction point today is the cost. The cost of inferencing is too high for it to be available at population scale. In order to, so it needs like that catalyst geo moment. So if you bring it down to a cost, that happened with mobile, then real magic starts to happen. So that's the India opportunity. We have a bunch of companies like NESA, Ulka, which are going down that path.
The second opportunity, like you said, is global. The immediate opportunity is AI services, which is you essentially help the world how to build AI at production scale. But I think the real opportunity is AI product companies, or I just call them AI companies because they're product, services, everything together. And there it is owning outcomes and not owning like a tool that does the work, but actually does the work and completes the work. And you're starting to see some of those outcomes happen across already in our portfolio, but those are sort of 95% accuracy or automation outcomes. But you're starting to see that you can get to this 99%, 99.9% owning the outcome. Then you get into labor replacement, higher productivity that drives revenue and so on. Then that market really expands.
Yeah, Ashutosh, you have a point. Yeah.
I just wanted to add something to that. Look, I think if you, there's two lenses to take. If you take the GDP lens, of course our GDP is lower than US and China. And so the opportunity is smaller, right? But if you take the product market fit lens, I think AI's product market fit is best suited for India. AI is made for India. If someone looks into our Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, somewhere there must be a prophecy about AI. Why is that? Because we are an extremely, extremely complex country. We are very diverse, 22 languages, I know 30 languages, there are probably 100,000 dialects and so on and so forth. We come from various different demographic backgrounds, right from kind of a government school going kid to the best school in Mumbai, in South Mumbai, South Delhi, and so on and so forth. The only leveler will be technology. And the only leveler will be technology that can be custom to me, my learning needs, my health needs. There is no way we can build enough hospitals, enough schools, train enough teachers, train enough doctors. The only leveler will be that. And therefore, I think AI is the tool to lift India to get to the Viksit Bharat dream that we...
Ashutosh, let me challenge that. I think Vikram and Manav also want to come in and hold your thoughts because we'd love to hear this and this is getting interesting. But Ashutosh, if I were to challenge that, see, on one hand, you're saying AI will democratize, right? And that's hugely powerful because countries like India probably need that leveler for technology to be a leveler. And also, at the same time, we are seeing that the pace at which this technology is accelerating. I mean, look at it. All of us who probably follow it day in, day out, if we probably don't read overnight, by next morning, we're probably already laggards, right? So how will the world adapt in a time when we're already seeing a two-speed economy of sorts, right? You have power users, those who are adapting to AI quickly, and then there are laggards who simply are not being able to cope up. But on the other hand, there is the power of what you're saying, which is democratization. So how do you think these two twin trends will play out?
I think that's true with every technology. I mean, remember, I was not even born then, but when the cars were launched, right, they were power users of car, but there's probably 95% of the people said horse is fine. My life goes on with the horse, right? But over time, I think people do realize, and now today, cars are democratized. Everyone from Modi ji to my father uses a car.
Right. I think Vikram wanted to make something. Yeah.
I was going to pick up on the same thought, and this is almost as fundamental as fire, right? So, but you can, and then you start discovering tons of uses. You use it to cook, but you also use it to make steel. So, I think we are at that cusp of really discovering what that technology is. And I think for India, like Ashutosh said, I think it is sort of tailor-made for India, but also the stack is tailor-made for agentic. There is no other tech stack in the world like DPI where it links the data of every Indian, every user, like it does in India, and every Indian has access to it. So it was sort of like I can have my own personalized agent for a bank. I can have my own personalized agent for healthcare. I can have my own personalized agent for education. And I don't think that access has ever happened to more than the top 100 million people.
Yeah, I think Harsh and Manav both want to come in quickly.
Shall I have a different point of view than yours on this? I think there's a lot of progress on AI and everything on the frontier is changing rapidly and there's lots of research. But if you just think about what AI has made possible today, there's a lot of just using the models as they stand today. If you assume those are the best we have for the next few months, even just the capability that all of us can access through that is enormous, right? So right now, I think yes, we can all think about being on the bleeding edge and wanting to sort of keep pushing the frontier model forward. But if we just take what we have today and make sure that is democratized and those sort of, permeate all aspects of our life, there's a lot of value to be created. And that's sort of where India can really shine.
Great. So even with what we have right now, it's enough to keep us
we don't
going.
have to be on the cutting edge.
Manav, yeah.
I think to me the fundamental question is a bit different. I think we all will adopt AI. I think if you look at it for OpenAI, Anthropic, and for Emergent, India is the second largest market, by the way. 13% of the user of Emergent or users and revenue is from India. I think the larger question is, what is the market share this time an Indian company can take? I think in the past waves as well, whether it's internet or car waves also, it's always the MNCs who have come into India and actually taken most of the revenue away. I think the larger question is, I think it's at a country geopolitics war level. If we don't have indigenous companies who are actually becoming global in this wave, I think we'll have a challenge.
All right, when you have a panel, Neeraj, go ahead. You had a question, yeah.
No, just a follow-up to that, Shweta. So Manav, to you then, is there a possibility that in the next 5 years, we do that? Because as of now, the global, the MNC companies are the ones which are building the tools on which maybe service companies might do that. Infosys doing that tie-up with Anthropic yesterday, for example, right? So will India carve out niches, or could we have global scale companies which have a moat, a true moat in AI?
Yeah, so that is what actually the Emergent model is showcasing. The Emergent is showcasing, so what is that model? India has an opportunity on top of the frontier models, right, which is application layer. So what Emergent is an application on top of Anthropic and OpenAI and many other frontier models. So I think that is where the fundamental innovation has to happen. So what is the innovation that Emergent has done? They went after production-ready applications, which a frontier model cannot do today. So once you find innovation in a horizontal, that is one way to build a company. Now the question comes, in addition to a fundamental insight, what else do you need? So what has gone right for Emergent? If I can say, okay, Emergent is a model which we can replicate many more companies, is that, first of all, a deeply technical team which can solve a very, very deep technical problem, which is competing at a world scale, the value scale. Number two, culture of working almost 16 to 18 hours a day continuously. It's like I sit with them, 2 to 3 days a week. They work 16 to 18 hours non-stop, shipped daily, and their intensity is same as what OpenAI and Anthropic would be. And number three, capital availability, right? So what we have done when we invested in Emergent, we wrote a 5.5 million seed check in September 24. That time, most of the funds were not writing very large seed checks. And subsequently, of course, they have raised capital, they raised $100 million. And if you look at OpenAI and Anthropic today are also raising, $40 billion, $100 billion capital perhaps over a period of time. I think these things have to come together. And that is where government support is also going to be very, very important to get there. I think without that, I think we'll end up becoming all beholden to foreign companies. I'm sorry to say that, but that's where we are going.
Yeah, and I want to take forward that theme before I also come to the risks, which is the role of government, right? We have been in active conversations at the Startup Policy Forum with policymakers, with the India.AI mission, with METI, talking about the important role governments will play. And there are twin sides to that. Number one is pure infrastructure, the compute, right? And is the government empowering innovators enough with that infrastructure? And the second, of course, is the other side on regulation. How much to regulate this technology that clearly nobody is keeping pace with, and how do you do that? It's a hard job for a regulator. It's tough to be a regulator in today's times. So first, any of you would like to talk about the infrastructure and government as an enabler. How important is that role? And are we being able to do enough, or is it still that India is playing catch up?
So I think in addition to the points that you made, Shweta, on compute and research, which India is obviously behind, I think one thing we forget that capital is also an advantage in this case, because all these things need massive amount of capital. If you look at what Trump did, he went to Saudi Arabia or to Middle East, got all the capital into the US, SoftBank is investing in the US. So I think we also need a capital of different scale.
And that brings me to the concentration risk, because if you're not pumping in the kind of capital, and the government's thinking is a little bit of a wait and watch, because just the sheer hundreds of billions of dollars that are going in, I mean, is that the route India should follow?
See, I don't think government alone can actually invest so much of capital. I think it's how do we market our country? How do I make believe that India can produce those global companies? I was speaking at Harvard before this. There Chinese are saying we'll build companies which are global scale and we'll compete with the US. India is not saying that. So India will have to attract capital from outside. Enough capital is available. I don't think we can depend on government to give all the capital. All we want is India to be marketed, and founders have to come together and showcase that we can build the companies. It's a global race.
It's a global race. That's a big point, Vikram.
So, firstly, asking venture capitalists who think as a startup scale to talk about the macro is very dangerous, but I'll still venture an opinion. I think the cost of compute is fundamental to drive the pace of innovation for the country, and that's something that the government can play a big role. I think this time we could play our cards a little bit smarter, because as this technology is coming into the market, we are already the second largest market of scale for everyone, and therefore we need to make sure that investments are made on the country's behalf by people who want to use this market. And I think that's how we can play our cards a little bit smarter, and therefore driving down the cost of compute, which I do think if you offer that cost of inferencing to founders in the market, they will create magic with it. The second part of it is the regulator, and I think, you know, I work in fintech as well, which is where the RBI, I think, is a very progressive regulator. We, in fact, I did a workshop with the RBI fintech department head, and I think he was very curious about how AI can be used. And I think the first focus for them, obviously, is going to be how AI can be used in compliance, which can then regulate the AI that's used for business in some ways.
So, well, you know, Ashutosh, I'd like to bring in a distinction between how listed market investors think about what policy the government is doing versus what the private market investors might think. Now, for the listed market investors, maybe first part of the train is gone, but what the government is incrementally trying to do is pretty encouraging, which means the data center 22-year tax holiday. I mean, in some sense, it's not something that we've seen, right? Is that good enough, or do you reckon something more can be done? Because there is a limit to how much the government can fund these causes. At some point of time, the government will derive policies in order to attract capital.
No, I think fair point. So look, I think in my mind, there is two very important things that are required. One, of course, is compute. I think we're all clear. The other one is a slightly softer aspect. There's probably 5,000 top researchers, AI researchers in the US. There is probably 3,000 in China. There's probably 250 in India. Right? So I don't know if you can build policy to bridge that gap, but that's a big gap.
But that's a long runway, right? What to do in the near term is the question.
I think, look, near term, these two are combined. The national security imperative on a sovereign model which runs on sovereign compute is I think, very, very important. Because once we have that, we can start building with Indian values and products which are kind of very, very nuanced from an India perspective. So I think that's important.
Sure.
So I think the big gap, everybody acknowledges, I agree with Ashu, that we don't have researchers. But I think key part is those researchers on their own are not creating companies, the founders who are creating companies. So Sam Altman is not a researcher. He went and hired researchers, right? So I think if Indian founders can hire in the US, there are about massive Indian diaspora researchers in MIT, Penn State, and so many other colleges. I think Indian founders have to raise capital and hire those researchers. The teams can be hybrid teams. I think it's the first way we can create the companies. Meanwhile, through government policy initiatives, we are building our own research, infrastructure. This is going to be a 10-year gap. But nothing stops me for going and hiring people in the US, right? We can be Indian corporate company, hire researchers in the US. Some of them really feel for the country. They want to come back and be based here. Some of them want to be based in the US. That does not matter, right? As long as we're able to build IP in India and companies are solving problems from here, I think we can do that. That's the entry model to my mind.
You want to bring in the risks now? Yeah.
I think we want to take forward this discussion around how do you balance the need for capital, and you all said that there's absolutely no way we can say no to foreign capital at this point, right? So if Google's coming and putting in $20 billion in Vizag, you know what? Of course, the government of India would welcome that. On the other hand, there is this constant pressure on sovereign, and it's coming from a very important need, as Pratyush just said in the opening session, that you know what, this is one technology where the need for safeguarding national interest, the need for having sovereign capabilities is higher than ever before. So if today you're a regulator and all of you are today, evaluating hundreds of companies, understanding the risks that come with investing in AI. But today, imagine sitting in the shoes of a regulator and trying to grapple with this absolutely unprecedented scenario. On one hand, ensuring that there is no slowdown in innovation. But you know what? We cannot give up our sovereign interests. Any thoughts on how should a government balance that?
So I think if you look at a structural level, what belongs to India is the data of India, right? Our citizens' data. So I think first and foremost is we have to make sure that data is being used for India and remain in India.
So you think regulatory incentives and policy incentives to make sure that data usage is India first is something the government should press into action.
Yeah, that
and
is
I'm sure some of the global majors here in India right now would not be happy with that, right?
Correct. So that is point number one. That is immediate, which I think can be enabled through policy, and it's going to be difficult given geopolitics right now.
Correct.
I think number two is we have to compete on a business model within countries now, not just within the companies. So what is the business model? US business model is founders attract capital, they build technology and license to the world. What China did, government-sponsored companies, they did innovation and they did open source. That's how DeepSeek and all that are coming into play. So what is India's model? I think India's model is built on the raw talent India has. India has to get this talent capital, give them infrastructure, and say build for India, and give them enough IP protection around the world. And that's the way only we can come out in mid to long term.
Would you guys agree? Harsh?
I think, there's the framing of this that at least sort of we've learned from the West, which is that, it's just about capability. And so we just have to be cutting edge and that's the best. Actually, I don't think that's the best. I think if you sort of think about in the India context, I think it's about marrying capability with cost and context, right? If you think about sort of, regulated industries that have to use these models, they have to be sort of, it has to be at a price point that is sort of palatable for them to use it. It's about sort of thinking a little bit about the context in which their users interact with their services. A little bit of what Sarvam is trying to do, right? It is marrying these three things that produce quote unquote the best solution. So just framing the problem as saying on a certain benchmark that can be arbitrary, deciding that Indian models are not the best is perhaps not the right way to look at it in my view. I think Indian models can actually be very competitive for Indian services.
Vikram?
I think this overall sovereign strategy is almost existential for the country. So I think it's very important for us to sort of figure it out. Right now, in terms of what this this AI trend line does, it just increases the surface area of attack for everything, right? From a cybersec perspective, think tons of agents running around in a bank, both your agents as well as the bank agents. That just creates an incredibly chaotic surface area. So I think one is investments on that surface area of attack are actually super important from a top-down perspective. The other is, I think if we just keep aping where the West potentially is driving use cases for AI, then we might fail, because the power of the tech is to potentially direct it in ways that the West might not, right? That's how we ended up with UPI, right? So you have to direct it in ways that actually drive use cases, whether it's health, whether it's education, in a way which helps us much more than the West is doing.
It's hard
yes,
to,
Ashu.
sorry, I was just saying it's hard to opine on sort of what the government should do. But look, I think the national security point that Vikram made is very valid. So one lens is that to take. But the second one is, from a usage standpoint, this is such a unique space. There's a lot of capex that is required here in this case before the product becomes real. And therefore, to a certain extent, we will need a secure demand for a LLM, for a sovereign LLM player to deliver on that promise of LLM. And I think that secure demand is something that the government can really help with.
Shweta,
right.
I'll get the audience to ask some questions as well. Since we have one more guest, I'm just getting up. Let's get the guest on the
That'll be
stage,
great.
yeah?
Thank you, Neeraj. We've got Akrit Vesh of Activate who's joined us as well. Neeraj is going to bring in audience questions for us. But this discussion, Akrit, I want to bring you quickly up to speed. We've been having some fun talking about what's going on. And I think you've come in at a perfect time, because the conversation is exactly around and as Ashu was just saying, very hard to be in the government's shoes right now, because it's hard to decide what do. You know what? You need global capital, so bring in these global majors. You know what? The who's who of the global AI world is lining up in India right now. The India AI Summit has been a show of strength for India. But at the same time, sovereignty is a question that keeps coming up. And how do you deal with this question of, are we doing enough to make sure India is moving on that path of sovereignty in AI? Akrit Vesh, just to give the audience some context, is a seasoned founder and a prolific founder, is someone who has advised the India AI mission as well in a brief stint with the government as an advisor, and is now doing something even more exciting. His new fund, Activate, is an AI-focused fund. So all that he's going to be doing over the next few years is look for AI companies and invest in them, and that's his only thesis. Is that correct, Akrit? Are you bullish enough to say there are enough companies out there for you to back?
So many questions, but let's try to take the easy ones first. Are there enough companies to back? That's one hill I'm willing to die on, 100%. I just think you have to look hard enough to find them. Also, I think the entire reason for me to do this and the name of Activate comes from, we think the best AI companies in India are yet to be created. So I think we have a few great examples in front of us, but the bulk of the AI activity is yet to happen. So that's why we called it Activate, that we want to activate these companies. I think I caught like the last few seconds on the should India have its LLM sovereign question. I think that, and what should the government do? I think we sometimes forget that globally, most of the sovereign AI that has been created, actually the government did not play a capital allocator role. In most other countries, the policymakers played a policy-making role and enabling and creating ways in which companies can navigate. But really, beyond a certain point, this capital has to come from venture or private capital or private equity, because that's ultimately what will lead to value creation of these companies. Ironic, we're sitting here at 11 o'clock because in an hour, Sarvam announces their sovereign LLM.
Absolutely, and Pratyush was here this morning. We had Shiv, in fact, do a fantastic session, Akrit, where he did a lot of demos, his glasses. So it's actually a moment in time that we are seeing right now. It's almost goosebump moment, because you had Pratyush here opening the India Summit of NDTV, doing that demo, going to Bharat Mandapam, and going to be launching. You're just coming right from there. We're all part of this moment and this conversation right now. But to me, what is most exciting is how quickly trends and sentiments change in this AI world. Just a few months ago, the pessimism, and Harsh, I want to bring you in, not just the pessimism about AI in India, but the pessimism on Sarvam particularly, right? There were naysayers, there were critics, and today everyone's a champion. So I just want to understand that, is this not a bit disconcerting also, because I think no one can be doing crystal ball gazing anymore, and it's all about wait and watch.
I think what we have to understand is that there's two types of companies, right? There is all the application layer companies that build on top of these models, and then there are research companies, which is sort of, what Sarvam and OpenAI and others are. And research just fundamentally takes time. And so the patience that we as an ecosystem need to show companies that are actually trying to push the ball forward on research just needs to exist in the ecosystem. We just cannot expect fundamental innovation to happen overnight. These things take a lot of time, effort, capability. And I think that's sort of what Sarvam has demonstrated, that actually India has the talent. It may not have as many researchers as the US, or it may not have as much capital as the West, but actually we have some very smart people that understand India the best, and that they can actually build some pretty phenomenal things.
We're going to bring in audience questions, and Neeraj, those who are interested in asking can start raising your hands while I quickly do one quick round of questions. But Neeraj, it'll be great to have audience. One quick round to each one of you on the one big risk that you're seeing right now, or the risk that anything that's worrying you, giving you sleepless nights, or something that you see as a risk that we're not talking about enough. Very quick, and then we're going to go to audience. Manav,
I think the biggest is the guardrails of safety. When my daughter or teenage son using ChatGPT or Anthropic Cloud, I think they are all not designed for safety to the extent we all need. We don't know what is inside the black box, even though we are fun focus on AI and we deal with these companies day in, day out. I think enough is not being done on safety because it's a race. And in a war, people don't care about safety first. They first care about winning, and then safety comes second. I think that is the biggest risk.
And a great point coming from an investor, so safety is a big point.
I think the biggest risk from an India perspective is, as an ecosystem, everyone in this room, we underestimate the size of the opportunity and not go all in. I think we are already behind the two major powers in the race, and now is the time to go all in.
Vikram.
I think for me, the risk is similar to what Ashu is saying. We don't recognize the size, and then therefore we don't recognize what kind of change is needed to actually really think AI native. Because right now, I think all ideas are a little bit incremental, saying this is how it works. How can we use AI to make it a little bit better, versus saying, hey, this technology fundamentally changes how an org should look, what roles should it be. You are seeing designers coding, coders shipping, customer service requests automatically. I think everything changes fundamentally, and we're still thinking incrementally about the size of the opportunity.
Harsh, yeah.
I mean, for me, it's jobs. We're starting to talk about it, but we need a lot more new companies starting to absorb some of the changes that are going to happen with AI.
Akrit.
I think selfishly from an India AI perspective, the only thing that keeps me up at night is, does the third year IIT student at IIT Bombay, as he's thinking about or she's thinking about their career opportunities, they have two choices to make today. First is go down the Arvind Srinivas path, that look, the best research is going to happen in the West. I'm going to plan a way that I can get to the Bay Area and then build my career there. Or I want to build AI for India or AI from India. I think that this is a real fork in the road moment. And I think if the more of the former happens, then we'll be sitting here doing more conferences. But I think really the hope is that the next set of founders, the best quality founders, the best researchers at the IITs and India see that this is a market to build from. And that ties into what everybody was saying, that the size of opportunities needs to be made visible.
All right, I know we had to go to audience questions, but I have that one last question because I think we have to wrap up and we have the next session starting. Neeraj, quickly, one question from you, and then we're going to start wrapping.
Yeah, I'm not going to take the audience questions because that's Alex and Ayush's job, so AI is not taking their job away, nor am I maybe. Right. But just one question, because all of you are investors, right? I'd love to know. One thing is for the government to try and do capital raising, enabling provisions or regulations. But what about valuations? From where you guys have invested over the last 12 months to the valuations at which opportunities would be available right now at the scale at which these companies can go globally. Any of you can come in on this. Yeah, sure, whatever. Please.
So I think the valuation, I'll just give you some data points. From PitchBook data, the size of exits have really gone up massively. So right now we're looking at 1%, top 1% is a 20 billion plus exit. We have so many companies touching 20 billion plus globally speaking. It used to be $5 billion or $1 billion 20 years back, $1 billion and $5 billion later on. So therefore, the entry level valuations have also gone up subsequently, right? So today it makes sense for me to write a $20 million seed check, a $100 million valuation, because I know if the team is really good and they solve a hard problem, it can be really, really large outcome.
Yeah, but
all right, I think, I'm so sorry, we're really out of time, so I'm going to have to end this discussion because we want to make sure we're running on time. But I think this has been a fantastic panel. Ayush and Alex are going to join me in here now to bring in the next panel. But I have one thing that I'm going to be very excited about is to bring back this panel when we have the $100 billion Indian AI company. And quick word on when that's coming. Anybody, any one person to end this panel on. How soon are we going to be back when we have the $100 billion India AI company to celebrate?
I think 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah. I'm just going to go with faster than anyone thinks.
All right. Anyone else?
5 years.
5 years. All right. So I think with that, we're going to wrap.
Shweta.
And we're going to have a very quick break before we move into
Shweta,
the next
you know
panel. Yes?
The AI gods have showered some love on us. We have some time to take a few audience questions. I see question marks in the audience.
You're the boss.
And Alex and I need to burn some calories, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to be on that side right here already. Just a minute. Hi.
Hi, thank you. It was a very insightful panel. This is an insightful discussion in India coming from Davos, a very different language, very different theme. But my question is for all of you, can emerging AI economies like India leverage lighter touch regulation to become deployment hubs, or will the lack of model-level regulation eventually limit global trust and interoperability? Anyone for anyone?
Whoever, either of you can take.
I didn't understand the question actually.
Sorry, you want to repeat your question, ma'am, very quickly, 30 seconds?
Yes. Can emerging economies like India leverage lighter touch regulation on AI as Europe is doing model-level AI, or should we as investors be skeptical about the regulation curbing the investment returns for us?
Yeah, so I think you're trying to understand what role a regulator can play. Like in Europe, UK and Europe probably is heavy on regulation as against India, which is light touch. I think if you look at India has always been a market-driven economy. And regulator has done fundamental work on it. For example, if you take a biggest innovation on payments, which Vikram was talking about in UPI, where government created digital infrastructure and let the market decide who the winner is. And the foreign capital came in, and we have a very, very vibrant financial inclusion ecosystem now. I think similar for AI, I think the model for India would be a light touch regulation, and then market-driven forces where we attract capital, we use our talent, and we use, and as Akit was saying, guide them towards creating companies which is good for India and create sovereign from there. I think that's the way India model has worked to my mind so far and will also work going forward.
I think a regulator will set priorities and guardrails. And right now, they're figuring out what the priorities should be and what the guardrails are. And then you sort of tweak from there versus, adopting one model versus the other.
Okay. I'm told that that's all the time we have. But that one question was fantastic. Thank you so much, ma'am. Big round of applause for this entire panel, captivating audience. And thanks so much for taking the time, guys. Engaging conversation, Ayush.
Engaging it was, and we have a slew of surprises lined up, Alex. So much is going to happen, so much that we planned and so much that we didn't plan as well. And I think that's the whole point of having AI on your side. Be honest with me. Have you used any AI platform to prep for today?
Yes, I used 3.
Which 3 did you use?
I used ChatGPT, Gemini, and Perplexity.
What if I told you that 66% of the brands that you mentioned will in some form be on this stage? And in fact, I don't want to give it away, the next session would genuinely be the architecture behind all of this, the AI revolution, and that conversation is going to happen on stage as well.
I know exactly what you're talking about. But guys, if you think about it, right, all of you have used some form of artificial intelligence, one of the large language models.
Let's ask
them.
them.
Why don't we ask them? Ayush, go ahead.
Quick show of hands. How many of you all have used ChatGPT in the past week? Okay, now this is going to be a good box pop. How many of you all have used Google Gemini in the past week? Wow. Was that
So
more?
the people are like me, right? You use multiple. So I'm guessing you have preferences for what you're asking, which model?
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of real-time contextual stuff, Gemini does well. ChatGPT's voice mode is probably unparalleled. And now we have Sarvam AI as well.
And you were showing me yesterday, Ayush, how to find my spectacles. I lost them.
Yeah,
and you were actually, so I have this tendency of forgetting where I keep my spectacles, and Ayush put his camera on, and he's like, help me find Alex's spectacles. And he managed to do that.
Sometimes I also lose Alex during shows, and I put on the visual intelligence on one of these lovely Gemini or ChatGPT, and it shows me the most dashing man in the room. That's what AI does for a lot of us.
Absolutely. So the point that we're trying to make is artificial intelligence is not just the technology. It's not just what you can touch and feel. It is the infrastructure behind that makes it possible, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's the full stack, and there is one particular company that's genuinely driving this story at the heart of it. It's the largest market share and genuinely dictating in which direction this revolution is headed.
It feels a little bad to say it, but if you think about the market capitalization of this company and you compare it to the market capitalization of the Indian equity market, well, let's just say that this company has a larger market cap, over $5 trillion, Ayush.
Absolutely. You know, from data centers to factories, from cloud to the physical world, AI is genuinely becoming the engine of modern economies, Alex. And the heart of that engine is NVIDIA.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jay Puri, Executive Vice President Worldwide Field Operations at NVIDIA. Sir, please make your way to the stage.
A huge round of applause, please. This is an absolute honor, sir, to have you with us over here. And obviously, moderating this massive moment is Shweta Rajpal Kohli of the Startup Policy Forum. We cannot wait for this session. A huge round of applause, please.
Think AI, and the one company that will come to your mind is NVIDIA. Starting out as a very niche graphic chips company to now becoming an AI titan, a company that has the distinction of being the first to ever cross that $5 trillion market cap, a company that continues to have innovation at the core of its engine. And it's such an honor and pleasure for us to have with us Jay Puri, Executive Vice President, who's leading the NVIDIA delegation to India at this very crucial moment when India is hosting the India AI Impact Summit. And for us to have him for this keynote fireside at the NDTV IND.AI Summit is a real honor and pleasure. Jay Puri, you're someone who has a fantastic credential of being the one person who has helped bring about this transformation of NVIDIA. And I'd love to hear from you, first off, what this moment means to you, being in India at this time, at the invitation of the Prime Minister, as a company that continues to be the poster child of AI in the world. What are your thoughts as you visit India?
Thank you, Shweta, and hello, everyone. Yes, it's an absolute honor to be here at this momentous occasion. We've all been looking forward to the AI Summit. The Prime Minister obviously has great aspirations for AI to democratize things for the global South, and he wants India to be the digital hub for AI infrastructure. And we are just so delighted to be here to help celebrate our ecosystem and to partner with the government, startups, researchers, and so on to make AI a reality in India.
Well, AI is a reality, Jay, and definitely for NVIDIA more than for anyone else. And I think as students of AI, and all of us still grappling with what this technology is, how transformational it is, and how it's going to change our lives, we'd love to understand the NVIDIA architecture of AI. And NVIDIA famously talks about that 5-layered cake. and it's great for audience to understand that 5-layered cake, when we talk about, whether it's energy or chips and data and then apps and, models. And I don't think I got that sequence right, but no one better than you to break it down for us, to unpack that 5-layered cake for us and help us understand what's going on in the world.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, AI, the ability to manufacture intelligence at scale, it's a miracle. I mean, it is just amazing, and it is unleashing a new industrial revolution. It's going to be as essential infrastructure as electricity or transportation, internet. The impact on society is going to be huge. The question is, how did it become a reality?
Right.
And there is actually a very fundamental change in the way computing and software is done, which is what made it possible. So in the past, as you know, software was very explicit. You had to tell a computer exactly what to do. You wrote the program or the algorithm, gave it access to structured data, and then, it would essentially, do what you asked it to do. Well, AI and the computers now are very different. You can basically talk to them, ask them questions. They understand what is your intent, what is the context, and then they're able to reason about things and give incredible responses or take action and so on. It's really amazing because now the types of things you can do literally is what humans could do before with our intelligence, right? And this all became possible. So in the past, as I said, everything was pre-programmed. And when you were talking to computers, etc., you were essentially retrieving stuff that was already been pre-recorded. Now, everything is being done in real time. These responses are all real time. And so that requires a tremendous amount of compute to be able to do that. NVIDIA essentially pioneered that method of computing. We were able, previously, computing was basically driven by Moore's law. And essentially, computers got twice as fast every 18 months, 10 times as fast every 5 years, 100 times as fast every 10 years. In the past 10 years, since AI came to the fore, NVIDIA has increased computing by 1 million times. And
wow,
we continue,
1 million times.
1 million times.
Amazing, right.
And that's kind of, that is totally transformational, and that's what has made this AI stack, possible to be able to do that. So, so let me talk a little bit about the 5-layer cake that you bring up. It's the 5-layer stack. Jensen calls this the 5-layer cake, which is interesting. And so here is what it is. At the foundation, it's about energy. So the amount of energy, the amount of compute or intelligence, the amount of intelligence that you will be able to produce fundamentally, of course, depends upon how much energy you have. And so that is the most basic of constraints. On top of that, we have chips.
Right.
And that's where, NVIDIA builds the most advanced chips when it comes to, parallel processing, graphics processors. You need high bandwidth memory. You need very fast interconnect and so forth. And these chips, you have to make sure they're all co-engineered to work well together, because ultimately they determine the horsepower of the system, if you will. They determine how fast the ultimate factory is going to be. And the faster something is, that is directly proportional to being lower cost. And
Correct.
So the faster we can make it, the lower the cost, and the more affordable it is, which is, of course, very important. Then the next layer of the stack is what we call infrastructure.
Correct.
This is actually building the AI factories, okay?
Right.
So you need the land, you need to build out the shell for the data center, you need to provision it with the appropriate power and cooling and connectivity and so on. Then you take the chips that I talked about, you put them in servers, and you connect them with very high-speed networking. You have a whole software layer that is on top to make it work. So these are AI factories.
And that's the infrastructure layer.
That's the infrastructure layer. Billions of dollars of investment, and so it's really important that this be built very well.
Right.
And so, NVIDIA has reference architectures that help you design the data center appropriately, reference end-to-end architecture to, build out the AI factory so that the total cost of ownership is as low as it can be, and the return can be very, very fast. On top of the infrastructure, the next layer then is the models.
Right.
So these models are like, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, Grok, and so on. These are the proprietary models that
and if I may add now, Sarvam as well.
I was going to go there because this
Yes.
is really important, Shweta. The other set of models that are there are the open models.
Correct.
And the ones like DeepSeek and Qwen, and now NVIDIA has the Nemotron models.
Right.
And then Servam and all these other indigenous sovereign models that are being built we are helping them with the Nemotron, and those are extremely important to India's sovereign strategy, and hopefully we'll talk more about that.
I'd love to actually talk more about that, Jim.
Well, let me just
finish the fifth layer. Yes, please.
Of the cake.
Of course, very important that we have the
we
cake.
gotta have the full
and the
cake.
top layer is very important too, yes.
Yeah, well, actually, the top layer in some ways is the most important, and
Right.
that is the applications that are built on top.
Correct.
And because these are the applications where the real economic value is brought to industry, right? So whether it be healthcare, manufacturing, finance, every single industry is going to be transformed, manufacturing. And so that's where all the applications are being built, and all the services, including all the public services in India, are going to be developed on top of that. So that's the 5 layers, okay? Energy, chips, infrastructure, models, and applications. And each layer sort of pulls on the layer beneath, and it's all extremely important.
Jaipuri, I must say this is the best master class an audience could ever get on understanding artificial intelligence, because as I keep saying, this is a technology that's transforming so quickly that people are still grappling with understanding it. But a beautiful explanation, and thank you. And I'd like to touch upon the top 2 layers that are most significant for India, and of course we'll talk about infrastructure and compute as well. But first, let's talk about the layer around the models, because the conversation right now is on that. In about an hour from now, at the Bharat Mandapam, we will see Sarvam launching formally its sovereign AI model, and there has been a lot of excitement and build-up around it. We've seen them do 14-day model drops, and this coming especially on the back of a lot of pessimism around India and its ability to build models. And there was a time when we were just hearing everyone say, you know what, India should not even be in the race. You can just be on the application layer, and that's all that India should do. But now here we are showing and demonstrating capability. My question to you here is, NVIDIA's thoughts around both sovereign AI and, as you had mentioned, open source, and why these are very significant terms, and if you could explain a little bit more about it and what your thinking is on how India should be thinking on these ideas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I never doubted that India is going to be a major player given all the talent that is here.
I think let's give a big applause to that. Someone who never doubted India, and it's very important that we hear that coming from NVIDIA. Thank you.
Yeah, so what sovereign AI is about designing, developing, regulating your own AI systems, having your own domestic AI infrastructure, and using your own data. Every country, especially a country like India, has a lot of proprietary data that reflects its many languages, its culture, and so on, which is a very valuable resource. And so you absolutely want to develop, local models that are key to the sovereignty, just like Sarvam is developing, right? So that it can reflect the culture of India, the languages of India. And to be able to do that, open models are very essential,
right,
as a starting point. And that's why NVIDIA has a major focus now on open models. Our models are at the frontier scale now, and they're called Nemotron. And we are working with Sarvam and Ganani AI and Bharat Gen. There are several actually. It's really, given, it's not just 1 or 2 companies, it's actually several companies in India that are focusing on this, and we are supporting them all, okay? Because open models are really important for innovation. They're important for researchers, startups, and enterprises. A lot of people, including all of the sovereign model builders, need access to frontier models that are open source. So our models are open models, the data sets are open, all the tool sets around them are open, and that's one of the ways we are supporting the country in its drive for sovereign AI.
So if I could just rephrase this, what you're saying is that a large giant like NVIDIA is today supporting India on its journey to attaining sovereignty in AI by supporting some of these homegrown companies that are building these models. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
All right. Moving on to the other big challenge that policymakers are grappling with right now. And the big question, the elephant in the room, so to say, is about employment and displacement of jobs. And the general I think, theory right now is that AI is coming for your job. And there's going to be mass-scale displacement. We have seen the impact on the IT services sector already, and that's already showing up in stock indices as well. What's NVIDIA's viewpoint around this whole concept of possible mass displacement due to AI?
Yeah, so AI is a very powerful force, and like every other technological sort of disruption that we've had, it will have an impact on jobs. It's going to change every jobs. Some jobs will be lost. A lot of new jobs will be created. To begin with, actually, what we are finding is that AI is, right now in the knowledge economy, AI is impacting people's ability to augment what they're doing.
Right.
Right? And it is increasing the productivity of knowledge workers. So if you are a doctor, for example, you now have access with AI to be able to do much more diagnosis. You are able to have access to much better patient data and so on. And so the ultimate result is that a doctor is able to do a much better job of taking care of the patient, for example. And as they can do that, that improves the overall ability of hospitals to become more profitable, if you will. They're able to hire more doctors. And that's really true in just about every industry. When a company becomes more productive, typically its profits will go up. And if its profits go up, then it is able to hire more people. I do believe that with AI, it's actually going to create more jobs and is going to help the economy overall. Also, with AI, we're going to be able to do things like, particularly in India, it's going to democratize things. So we are going to be able to go and help, farmers in rural areas improve the yields on their crops and so forth. We're going to be able to take healthcare into places where it was not possible before. We're going to be able to cure disease and so on. So the effects of AI on society are going to be really, I think, very positive, and it's going to improve the livelihood of the entire world.
And that's music to everyone's ears, especially people who are right now fearful of this technology. And in some ways, of course, we're going to see disruption, and that's a given. But as you're saying, that there will be disruption, there will be an impact on some jobs, but the productivity gains will generate enough opportunities for more job creation. Jay, I'd like to also touch upon some of the aspects you've mentioned on the impact of society, healthcare, education. And when you talk about AI being a force for good and bringing about inclusion, how do you think this will happen at a time when the technology is moving so quickly that we're already seeing this two-speed economy of sorts? There are power users and there are laggards. And what is the role that companies like NVIDIA will play in ensuring that we can sort of plug this gap?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And in fact, I think that is one of the major themes of the AI Impact Summit. Right? Because I think the Prime Minister, as I said, is very keen to make sure AI is democratized and it's inclusive.
Right.
He really wants India to be a digital hub for AI, which is, I think, totally possible. Yeah, I mean, when you look at AI, for example, it can, do things like you can interact with AI in local dialects, right, in your local languages and so on, and make it do things. And so in that sense, AI can be used by, a farmer in Maharashtra as easily, to get government services, for example, as easily as a techie in Bangalore.
Correct.
So it has the ability to reduce the digital divide.
Right.
Right, and it can make an impact and being inclusive all across society.
And I think that's the key, because you're talking about the fact that today, instead of increasing the digital divide, there's an opportunity for it to reduce the digital divide. The next question, I want to come to the next part of your 5-layered cake and touch upon each of them, but the demand for compute right now. I think that's the other question that we'd love to hear NVIDIA talk about. The demand for compute is so strong right now, it's almost seeming unlimited. Can the supply chain really keep up? We're talking about foundry, memory, storage, optical components, all seem like we're looking at a very tight environment. Share with us how that is becoming very challenging, especially coming from NVIDIA's viewpoint.
Yeah, no, the demand is off the charts. And the reason is, this is such an amazing technology, and companies want to utilize it, and the large hyperscalers and the large AI model companies want to advance it as fast as they can. Right now, there is not a single GPU in the cloud that is not lit up. So it's not just that this investment is being made, but all of the infrastructure that is there is completely being utilized right now. And the demand is insatiable. Of course, this is putting a lot of pressure on the supply chain, as you mentioned. And the good thing is we have very long-standing relationships with all the players in the supply chain, in the ecosystem. We have been planning this demand with them. We are making sure that they are aware of the opportunity, and we're helping them as much as we can to help build up the capacity so that we will be able to serve the demand. So right now it's a challenge, but with proper planning, I think we will continue to manage it.
All right, NVIDIA is saying that it is a challenge, so we can really imagine that being a challenge. Yeah. But Jay, would love to also get a sense from you on, India being an AI exporter. How is NVIDIA enabling India's objectives here? What does India need to do to ensure success in AI? The one message that you have for India, the citizens, for the government on ensuring that India rides the AI wave and rides it well.
Yeah, no, in fact, Shweta, if I go back to your question about the 5-layer cake and talk about its implications for India, actually it's very promising because at the bottom you have energy. I think over the last few years, India has really invested in renewable energy, green energy, batteries, and so on. And so the cost of energy, which is very fundamental to this whole being able to be the digital hub to supply AI to the world, India is very competitive when it comes to that, right? When you look at things like building out the AI infrastructure, the government, through its AI mission and so on, has been extremely supportive, and we have been helping with that, so that there is already tens of thousands of GPUs that are available at subsidized prices for startups and researchers and so on, thanks to India AI mission, right? And now we are in talks with several large industrial companies, Yota, L&T, Reliance, and others, in terms of building AI factories for India. And again, the government is being extremely supportive, but through the 20-year tax holiday for people to build data centers and AI factories in India. We already talked about how we are supporting all the open model companies like Servam and so on in India through our Nemotron initiative to help them all be at the leading edge, provide them with frontier level models. And then, of course, there are so many startups and so on that are now starting to build applications that are going to be very helpful and transform and keep Indian industry on top, right?
Jay, I could have loved to carry on this conversation, especially around data centers that you mentioned and the role, because that is a very crucial subject. It can take an entire conference on how do you do it in a sustainable way. But last two questions, and I know time's up, and you have a packed schedule as well. The one question that often comes up by the naysayers or those who are critics or those who are worried about the risks is this whole AI bubble. You know, what would you say to those who keep bringing it up time and again about the fact that what is happening is perhaps a little unreal?
Yeah, actually, you know, from where I sit and the extraordinary demand that we see, it really is a little puzzling to me that people bring this up. Right. And they try to compare it to, you know, the dot-com bust. But this is so different. You know, in the dot-com era, all the fiber, etc., that was laid was mostly dark. As I just mentioned, there is not a single GPU that is not being fully utilized. You know, the companies that are investing in AI are already using AI to improve their business, and it is having a direct impact on their revenue. A lot of things that they were already doing, now they are, now they are doing using AI, and they can. The reason they're able to invest is their revenues are going up, and they are throwing off a lot of, free cash flow. So I really don't think there is an analogy. This is an incredible new technology that is going to impact and transform everything. We are just at the very start of building out this infrastructure. You know, we are a couple of $100 billion into it, and this is going to require several $1 trillion worth of infrastructure to be built out.
All right.
So there is no bubble here.
There is no bubble here. Hear it loud and clear coming from someone who is leading NVIDIA's delegation to India. What an optimistic and I would say clear thought on which we're going to end this wonderful session. Jay Puri, Executive Vice President, NVIDIA, talking to us here at NDTV and laying out the roadmap, not just for NVIDIA or for India, but perhaps for the world that's watching what's going on in AI. Thank you so much for being with us here on NDTV. Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta.
Thank you.
It's been a real pleasure.
Real pleasure. Thank you.
Mr. Puri, if you can wait on stage for just a few seconds more, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Puri, for what has been a very engaging conversation. And in fact, as we've heard, it's not just about AI infrastructure. It's about chips. It's about systems. It's about having your cake and eating it too.
And a multi-layered cake at that as well. I think it's about talent, it's about education, Alex, and that is where long-term impact truly begins.
But NVIDIA's commitment to India goes beyond technology development and deployment. It extends into building capability and nurturing the next generation of AI engineers, researchers, and innovators.
One significant step in that direction is the recognition of Dayananda Sagar University as a GPU education center by NVIDIA, a milestone that strengthens India's AI talent ecosystem.
Quick question, sir. If you can tell our audience, and they're all very excited about what this is, very short answer. What is this about, sir?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Mr. Puri, essentially,
yeah.
We do want to talk about, of course, this very special education initiative. If you want to share your thoughts on this very quickly before we move to the next address.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, we are very committed to the talent development in India. So we have actually several initiatives whereby we are working with many universities and AI labs through our what we call our Deep Learning Institute to help promote AI education in India. We are working with all the, many universities here to help them develop the right curriculum and so on, so that we can upskill engineers in India.
I'm sure a lot of young engineers watching right now are going to be enthused and excited by what you've just said. Thank you so much, Mr. Puri.
Thank you so much. A huge round of applause, please,
I'm going to grab
for
that
Mr.
for you,
Puri.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Now, Alex, to mark this important moment, what a massive moment that's been to have Mr. Puri and the NVIDIA team join us here. May we also invite on stage Dr. D. Premchandra Sagar, Pro-Chancellor, Dayanand Sagar University. A huge round of applause, please, for this next address.
Well, good afternoon. We are standing at peculiar crossroads in the history of computation. For decades, the narrative of technology in the global south has been one of consumption. We were the users, the testers, and the implementers. But today, the era of passive adoption is over. At Dayanand Sagar University, we believe that education must not merely inform, but transform. We aren't just teaching our students how to use AI, we are giving them the keys to the factory. So we're building the core, India's first academic AI factory, and I'm thrilled to announce that DSU, in collaboration with NVIDIA, is building India's first academic AI factory. This isn't just a symbolic lab or a collection of workstations. This is a production-grade, research-driven engine anchored by 20 NVIDIA B200 Blackwell nodes, which gives us a compute power of 160 GPUs. For the tech savvy in this room, you know what Blackwell represents. With the B200, we are looking at 20 petaflops of FP4 performance per GPU. A massive leap in throughput for training the large-scale models that will define the next decade. With this, I'm proud to state that India would now stand at the forefront in terms of the GPU power, of the raw compute power that would be there in academic institutions. By June 2026, this cluster will serve as the central brain of our ecosystem, enabling our students to move beyond simple prompts to training their own large language models and building DSU GPT. But compute, however powerful, is just raw potential. To turn that potential into impact, we are building a full innovation stack around this core, the AI maker space. Now, when this is going to be integrated with the electronic and mechanical labs to bridge the gap between algorithms and physical machines. We are building the first large-scale cyber range in the academic sector in partnership with Civix and Cyberbit, creating real-world simulation environments for advanced defense. The raw compute power that we are building would also enable us to build a strong AR/VR system wherein we are incorporating the Digital Twin Center, collaborating with Dassault Systems to pioneer virtual twins in urban planning and healthcare. The advanced robotic labs, which is again going to be built on this platform of CUDA, will be where we will have mechanical intelligence meet artificial intelligence to develop humanoids and autonomous systems. Our mission is simple: democratization. We have nearly 40,000 students in our university system, from law, medicine, management to health sciences and design. We believe a law student and a medical student should understand AI ethics as deeply as a computer scientist understands neural networks. By providing university-level access to high-performance compute, we are ensuring that innovation is not concentrated in a few global hubs. We are skilling over 20,000 students in emerging roles like ML Ops, AI product architecture, and generative AI development. We are building for the global south. We are directing this immense power towards the challenges of the global south, from healthcare diagnostics in our medical college to climate resilient infrastructure through our net zero collaboration with Siemens. We are building solutions that matter. Now, India is no longer just a participant in the AI revolution. We are a creator and a builder. To our partners and the tech community, we invite you to co-innovate with us. To our students, this AI factory is yours. We want you to use it to solve locally, but think globally. Together, we aren't just building infrastructure, we are building impact. So largely what I wish to state across is, tier 2 institutions are now thinking larger. It's not just the IITs. The largest compute power, raw compute power, would be made available in just a few months from today. By June 2026, we would be unveiling the AI factory. This would help us to innovate. By integrating that in a university system, we are now building the tools. So what are we trying to create? We are trying to create this hunger, this aspirational requirements that a young 18-year-old can think across. And we believe that the power of future India is in that 18-year-old kid. And that is what we are trying to build in an ecosystem. And we have a very large ecosystem that would go across. And we believe the democratization of AI in what we call as tier 2 institutions, because we are not an IIT, we are not an NIT, or we are an Indian Institute of Science. But we believe that we can achieve that, just like how MIT at Boston, when Roger Spartan started that as a polytechnic and went on to be the gold standard. So the hunger is there among those young people who believe that they do not have the talent to be picked up at Caltech or to be picked up at MIT, but who have the appetite to solve a problem for India. And that is what DSU is now building it across. And we will soon have this whole showcase across on all these multiple platforms that is going to be there around June. And maybe I would request Rahul to come across over there and unveil this to the country and to show across that what young people, what tier 2 universities can create in a system and how can we move forward to essentially power those young minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sagar. Absolute pleasure having you here. Ayush, quick question for you. What do you think of when I say Xerox?
I mean, I'm guessing you mean photocopy.
That's what we used to.
We've always said Xerox, right?
Yeah.
Like Xerox. You go to the college provision store and say, can you Xerox this for me?
And then there's Fevicol.
And then there's Bisleri when you want to order water.
And then when you want to look up something, you look at Google.
Hey, Google was so yesterday when you're searching things. It's all about AI search now. And what makes it even more special is, I think, like I had that quick show of hands, it's all about ChatGPT.
That moment in 2022 when people started imbibing this and utilizing it on an ongoing basis. And for the people who've just stepped in, we did a quick show of hands. And practically the entire room put their hand up when we asked, do you use ChatGPT at least once a day?
And the company behind ChatGPT, OpenAI, does so much and more when it comes to the AI revolution. Yeah. That story is one that needs to be told, Alex.
Yeah, it's not just about those quick searches to find out how to, make a recipe or to plan your day. it is much, much more than that. Governments are using this for policy. It's being used in healthcare. There are a lot of other applications as well.
All across partnerships in India and around the world, OpenAI for countries. We've had these conversations on NDTV, but to really take it forward, we have a very special exclusive session lined up, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got to speak about this Mr. Chris Lehan,
Chief Global Affairs Officer at OpenAI, the man at the intersection of tech and policy. And to moderate this very special chat, we're going to be joined by NDTV's Editor-in-Chief and CEO Rahul Kanwal and Shweta Rajpal Kohli. A huge round of applause, please. Good to see you, Chris.
Yeah, sir, in the middle. Hello and a very warm welcome. We are living through literally the most disruptive technological shift in human history. To understand where the intelligent age is taking us, joining us now at the NDTV IND.AI Summit is a man who operates at the intersection of power, technology, and public policy. Chris Lehan, Global Affairs Officer at OpenAI, a veteran of the Clinton White House. He's famously known as the Master of Disaster for his legendary ability to navigate...
I had better hair then.
Yeah. For his legendary ability to navigate the world's most intense political, corporate, and technological crises. He literally wrote the book on crisis management, and now he's helping steer one of the world's most consequential companies at a time when artificial intelligence is rewriting the rules of economics, governance, and creativity, so much so, even democracy itself. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to the NDTV AI Summit, Chris Lehan. I want to start, Chris, by asking you about how India's been so far. I heard you got caught in traffic on the way in, but more importantly...
A true Delhi experience.
Yeah, fantastic.
So yes.
We wanted you to have this true Desi experience. Let's talk a bit about AI sovereignty and global infrastructure, because the critical question from the lens of everyone involved in the AI Impact Summit in India is, can a country like India rely on AI as a global common good, or do countries like India need to focus very sharply on sovereign models? And yet Sarvam in the morning speak before you, because at some point in time the concern is, can this be a global common good, or do we run the risk of becoming a data colony? So let's kickstart from there.
That's great. First of all, thank you for having me here. Thank you all for being here. Apologies for enjoying the Delhi traffic, as we talked about. But it's always, India is always one of my favorite places to come to. And it sort of relates to the essence of your question. When you get here, even when you get to the airport, and I got in, I think, late on Monday night, like the energy level here, like this is a country that is on the move. It is the world's largest democracy, but I just love the energy here. I also love the food. So it's really a pleasure to be here. I actually thought we were here to talk about cricket. Isn't that T20 is here, right? But I'm actually going to connect the dots here if I could, because I did think I'll try to connect this. So I was flying over, and I was surprised to see that the U.S. cricket team, which apparently is called Team B, has actually been relatively competitive. And then I started to look at the roster of the U.S. team, and it was all Indian names, right? Patel's, Navakar, a bunch of Indian names. And, what it reminded me is the talent that exists here, the density of talent in India. Our office is in San Francisco. When I walk around and I see the researchers, the people who are building this, our leading engineers, our product folks, so many of them are of Indian descent. But what's really interesting about what's going on in this country at this moment, at this time, is the talent is actually here on the ground in India building this. If you look at our underlying stats, and this is, by the way, why I think India is not just the world's largest democracy, but as the world's largest democracy leading the democratizing of AI, India is our OpenAI's second largest market in the world. There's 100 million people who use chat on a regular basis. But the underneath that number is the fact that around a third of those folks are students, right? So kids K through 12 and also in college. And what that tells me is that not only is AI accessible here, but there's a literacy that is building and developing, and even above and beyond the literacy, there is an agency. People are actually using this technology to build, to produce, to create, to learn, and to think. I think later today, we're gonna, in fact, be announcing a partnership to bring on an additional 100,000 students working with a number of universities around the country, ITT in Delhi, the tech entity, IIMA, I think, which is the management one, and then Ames, which really does medical and science. All of that says, like, this country has the energy, it has the talent, and it has people who are building on this day in and day out.
Right, Chris, and that brings us to the entire question on how do you move with both speed and scale? Yeah. And I think if we can talk about almost the world now seeing AI as pre-chat GPT and post-chat GPT. Now that's almost become like a timeline, that definition of, what happened post-chat GPT. The world looks like a different place. And coming from your vantage point, one of the most influential people in AI, globally, the one question we have for you is, how do you plug that AI capability gap? You talked about skilling, you talked about talent density, but there's a capability gap coming on two sides. One is on adoption, and the other is on skilling.
That's right.
So how do you bridge that?
I do think it's, and Sam Altman, our CEO and co-founder, talks a lot about this. This is almost at the core of whether you can successfully democratize AI. So let's unpack that a little bit because it's a really important question. So we talk about what you referenced, which is the capability overhang. What does that really mean? What it really means is that if you're a power user of OpenAI's tools, our data indicates and suggests that you're 7 times more productive than a non-power user. So that is someone who's using the tech for coding, that is someone who's really using the tech as a multiplier of their productivity. You can almost think about that as they're 7 times more relevant as a productive driving worker than a non. And so we think of almost 3 poles in the ground here. The first is access. Are you making the basic technology accessible? Of the 100 million people who use it here on a regular basis, the vast majority are either using it for free because we give out our service, or our Go tier, which I think is about $3.99 a month in rupees. So access is really foundational. Then there is the adoption. Are you becoming literate in this? And I think when you look at that data I shared on 30 plus million kids, students using this, I think you can make a pretty strong argument that India is leading the way in terms of AI literacy. And if you thought about maybe another general purpose technology like the printing press, like those parts of the world when the printing press came out that really sprinted to becoming literate were the ones that benefited from the shared knowledge. And then the last piece, and I'll come back to you, I'm sorry, is this agency piece. In the US, and I know the US a little bit better than India, but in the US, we built a public education system for the industrial age to teach kids how to work in factories, right? You actually had to teach people the time of the day it started, going from class to class, even how the bells worked. Can we think about our education system to teach people agency, how they can actually become power users of this technology? It lowers barriers, allows them to participate not just as employees, but potentially as owners and full participants in this economy.
And Rahul, a very important point coming from Chris there, saying India is leading the way on AI literacy. Coming from, OpenAI, that's a very big statement.
Yeah, I would even say, if I could, and I'll come right back to you, sorry, but India is creating the model of how to close that capability gap because of what it's doing with its students.
Amazing.
But Chris, the moment you say that a power user of AI is 7x as powerful as someone who's not using AI smartly, that brings us to the potential jobless growth paradox. The fact that 7 other people could be doing something which now can be done by 1 person. We've already seen over the last few weeks in India what's being called SaaSpocalypse, the crash in the value of IT services companies. And there are lots of people watching at this time who have jobs in the IT area, and they're very, very concerned about, you're talking about inclusive AI, but how do you come out and address the question of potential joblessness, disruption in the labor market for a country like India?
I think this is probably at the top of the most important questions that we collectively need to take on. You know, we released some data, I think over the weekend or on Monday, I'm losing track of the days, that showed, at least thus far in India, AI is serving as a multiplicator and not an eradicator of jobs. Now, I do think we need to be clear-eyed. If you look at general purpose technologies historically, electricity, the transistor, combustion engine, they typically end up creating more new jobs than jobs that are displaced, but they do displace jobs. And so I think from our perspective, like, we need to be straight about what we're seeing with the data, but we also need to be thinking about what the real solutions are. We may not be able to come up with every solution, but we need to be making an effort to address solutions. And so one of the things that we've really been focused on is actually creating something called a training and accreditation program, where you're going to be able to come on to OpenAI's platform, basically get taught how to be literate in AI, regardless of your age. You get a credential that you're now literate in AI, and then potentially be able to get connected with prospective jobs. That's not the solution to everything, right? But what it does speak to is that we as a company do need to be committed to looking for those solutions. As I said earlier, I think India starts off in a really advantageous position, given the students who are using this, given the number of people who are using it, given the fact that this is one of the countries in the world that's leading in terms of developers building on AI. Like, this country is just so incredibly positioned to be a leader in this intelligence age that's coming. You talked about the before and the after. I mean, I think if you look around the world, India is as well positioned as any country, but we are going to have to all work together to really be able to help address that jobs issue.
Right, Chris, as you talk about, how we're going to plug this capability gap, the other question and the other, I would say, worry for policymakers, if they're having sleepless nights right now, is around this whole question of national security, of sovereignty. And I know you've talked a lot about it. You advise governments as well. You've been at the forefront. Today, one concern for policymakers is what's happening on jobs. And as Rahul had mentioned, how do you create net job growth rather than displacement? So that's one part of the conversation on the AI debate. The other part is on pure infrastructures. As this technology plays out, how do you balance bringing in capital as well as ensuring that you are taking care of your sovereign interests?
Yeah, I mean, these are all great questions. You talked about waking up at night. I do wake up almost every night at around 3 a.m. Every time I say this, I realize I do have to say I do typically go back to bed. But the three things that wake me up are, one, how are we thinking about the democratizing of this, particularly on the jobs and economic participation front? Two is the geopolitics. Right, the world's going to have a choice over the next decade or so to build out on either small d democratic AI or autocratic AI. Democratic AI is open, it supports the individual, it follows the rule of law. But the only way you can sort of address the jobs issue and the democratizing piece is whether you build the infrastructure. Infrastructure is destiny. We're going to have a little bit more to share, by the way, from the OpenAI perspective in the next couple of days at this summit on the infrastructure piece. The PM, the Prime Minister, has obviously been giving a great deal of thought to this. And our commitment here is to work with the government and the private sector to build AI that's going to be of, for, and by India. And that means making sure that you do have the infrastructure in place, which is ultimately a combination of energy, chips, data, and the talent piece that we had talked about earlier. India is very well positioned.
It's great to hear that from you, Chris, but at the same time, how do you reassure Indian policymakers that when, OpenAI is seeing India as a huge market, and that's given the population scale that we have. But at the same time, you're not here to just capitalize on that data opportunity, because that's the one question that comes up every time, that is India safeguarding its interests, and while everybody would want to embrace technology, are we seeing a situation where we should be doing a bit more around those safeguards?
Yes, let me make a macro point and then a micro point. The macro here, and it's understandable that people sometimes think about AI and almost fight the last battle or the last war and sort of think about this as social media.
Right.
This is not social media, right? This is an infrastructure, general purpose technology. Again, the wheel, the combustion engine, electricity, transistor. And if you look at the course of human history, right, humans have been around roughly 200,000 years. For the first 190,000 of those, life was pretty static. It wasn't a great life. You basically could produce what you could consume. And then, about 10,000 years ago, we begin to get these general purpose technologies. And there's like the hockey stick in terms of progress. And so I do think it's really important to understand that this is a productivity driving technology. It is the equivalent of getting electricity, and then what do you build on top of that electricity here in India? And as we've talked about, right, this is a country that's leading the world amongst the leaders and the developers. If you look at GitHub, which is a good criteria for seeing who's building, like India is leading, or one of those leaders in terms of developers out there. Those represent the next generation of jobs, the next generation of revenue, the next generation of companies that are going to be built here on the ground in India. And then I think a very specific point on the data piece, which I do think is really, really important.
Right.
Like I do think, for India to build inference models off of that infrastructure, it is certainly going to want to give serious thought to how it approaches the data piece. In other countries around the world, and I think presumably here, there's a data localization so that India can make sure that its data stays here. We're already working really at the guidance of the government to build our models that speak the 25 different national languages that exist here. But what's really important if you're going to have AI of, for, and by India is that the model here, the inference model here, reflects culture, reflects the languages, reflects the context. And that is part of the piece that's inherent to actually building that kind of sovereign AI, certainly what we're committed to. And we, again, look at this not as an extractive technology in the way perhaps maybe social media was to some level. This is a productivity. This is bringing economic activity here.
So you're basically giving a message that, we're not here to come extract the data. We want to work with the governments as well as with the sovereign models here.
It's the only way. There's almost like an inherent social contract to this. Like, we will only grow here if India is growing. We will only succeed here if Indians are succeeding with this technology on the ground. It's why we're so focused on closing that capability gap.
Chris, let's speak about regulation. Looked at from the lens of safety and gatekeeping. You spoke of democratic AI versus autocratic AI. And, Sam Altman's been traveling the world asking for a global body for regulation. But given the fact that there is such a rupture in terms of what China is building and the tech companies in San Francisco are building, there are serious concerns about how this technology should be regulated, in what form and shape, and whether the world then potentially gets split into two camps. And in this China-US India triangulation, where does Delhi come out in terms of regulation? What's your sense on that?
Yeah, so it's all really, really smart questions. I think of regulation almost at three levels here. First of all, this is a new technology, and when you have a new technology, particularly a general purpose technology, you do want to think about this as new rules for a new thing. You don't necessarily want to look at old rules, because if you impose old rules, you potentially stifle the innovation, particularly in a place like India, which is leading, on the innovation. I think, secondly, the way we think about this technology is through something called iterative deployment, right? So every time we have progress in terms of the technology, we release it in a staged way so that both we and broader society can adapt and adopt to the new technology. I do think India is giving that an awful lot of thought. And then I think really the third piece here comes back to something that we've talked about already a couple times, but I do think really does bear reinforcing, which is ultimately this is a technology that should empower individuals. It lowers the barrier, allows people to scale, an individual's ability to learn, to think, to create, to produce. And so how do you make sure you're getting this into as many people's hands as possible? If you look at that broad history of general purpose technologies, those countries that have been able to harness it and succeed the most have been those countries that really focused on the democratizing of the tech. And I do think one of the larger debates, this is a sort of a philosophical debate that's taking place within AI right now, is sort of this two paths, right? One path is this is so powerful that only a small number of people should control this and should be able to make decisions about it. In my view, that will just mean that you sort of perpetuate the status quo, that the powerful will be able to use this to become more powerful. There's another view, and certainly the OpenAI view, it reflects our purpose and our mission, and that is to democratize this, get this into as many hands of as many people as possible, that people are generally good. And you think about a place like India, and I began this conversation by talking about the energy that exists here. What drives that energy is an optimism in the future. And this technology can really drive progress in an incredible way. But the way to guarantee that or optimize for that is to make sure you're democratizing access to it. So for me, from a regulatory or policy-making perspective, really thinking about it from that context.
Chris, we've been having very active conversations with the government around regulations and AI, and you've been talking about it as well. The thinking within the government right now is that there's no need for an overarching new regulation to sort of regulate this new technology, because the existing data privacy laws, as well as what we're seeing play out, seem to cover for most of the risk or harm.
Yep.
And the Prime Minister himself has been very, very vocal that he sees AI as a force for good, and anything that could throttle or come in the way of innovation is something he's not keen on. However, we're seeing some pieces of regulatory intervention come in. And the one area where I'd love to get your views is on copyright.
Yep.
Because we have seen the government come out with some form of a regulation, or at least a proposal. And we've been also talking to your teams actively about it. But what's your thought when governments are grappling with this? You know what, do we need to rewrite copyright rules suddenly in the wake of what's happening?
Yeah, so there's a consultation process that the government has kicked off that we're fully participating in. This is a really important question and a complex question, and a question that if you really do want to have sovereign AI, that any country, inclusive of India, is really going to need to get right. Amongst the reasons that the US has historically been a leader in technology, really since the founding of the US 250 years ago, is we do have a principle that's embedded in the US Constitution, and it's called fair use. And the simple version of fair use, I won't do the whole legal disquisition on it, but the simple version of it is that, you know, people should be able to use technology to build on itself, because that then drives a nation's progress. You know, in the AI context, the way we think about fair use is, I'll use an analogy. You know, I can go to a library, I can read a book, I can learn from that book, and then I can go do my own thing based on the knowledge that I gain. That's how these big training models, you know, in effect work. They should not spit out things that are exact replicas of what they have read, but they should be able to build off of what they have learned. And so I think, you know, as India approaches this issue, it's really, really important that it gets it right. I do think it's critical that you respect and honor the labor that goes into the production of content. I also think it's incredibly important that India thinks about the role that data is going to play in its sovereign AI. I mean, I talked earlier that what are the critical components of infrastructure? You know, it is the chips, it is the energy, it's the talent, but it is the data. And, you know, if India wants to have models that do reflect India's society and culture and language, mores, like, you are going to want Indian data that gets built into those models at some level. Again, not spitting out stuff on the other side, but informed by the Indian context. And I do think that that's going to be an important part of those conversations, and I think critical for India having sovereign AI.
Chris, OpenAI has formally told US lawmakers that you think that Chinese AI startups like DeepSeek are using models like distillation to steal from OpenAI's research. How strong is the body of evidence that you have to suggest that Chinese AI startups are actually stealing from your research models? And what is OpenAI doing at this moment to try and prevent that from happening?
Yeah, so we do an awful lot to make sure we're trying to protect the integrity of our models. There's a, you know, and I think generally, and there was some news that came out at the end of last week that we shared with the US government, you know, that did document how something called distillation is taking place. And that is, in effect, when AI companies out of China, are basically sort of bombarding our model to take as much of the IP or underlying model information as possible. That does happen. We do an awful lot to try to mitigate that and protect from it. But this is going to be an incredibly important issue that is going to play out as we think about that democratic versus autocratic AI, right? US companies, Indian companies, others are all going to be facing this challenge. I think if you take a big step back, what's really at stake here is, as the world looks over the next decade or so, are we going to build out on that democratic AI or autocratic AI? And the leader of the People's Republic of China has made really clear that they do want to prevail in that competition. I typically would not quote Vladimir Putin, but in this case, he has said that whoever wins that competition between democratic nations and autocratic nations ends up winning the world. I think India is going to play like a decisive role in all of this as the world's largest democracy.
Is this a binary? Is it a zero-sum game? How real, according to you, is the fear of bad actors using bioterrorism or this technology going rogue and being deployed either by states, deep states, or rogue actors to actually wreak havoc? And over the last several days in particular, there's been so much doomsday commentary online. It's been viraling in an insane fashion, which basically suggests the end is near in terms of the moment where this technology can potentially go rogue. A lot of AI companies themselves have written in their simulations, the models have done things which they didn't anticipate them to.
Yeah, so I think where we come at this is a little bit more of an optimistic view. We are realists. We do build all sorts of safety mechanisms into our models before they are publicly released. And I think one of the things that Sam talks about, and you'll probably hear him talk about, at this Impact Summit, is how does society start to build resilience out there? Let me give you a specific example. In the US, there is something that was formerly called the AI Safety Institute. It's now called CASI. There's a version of this that exists in the UK, in Japan, in Singapore. India is thinking of versions of this. And what these safety institutes are in effect developing are global standards, particularly for those democratic countries. Global standards for the release of models on those catastrophic issues that you are alluding to. This is why, at least in our view, the importance of building out democratic AI is really going to be critical to the future, which is you do want to, as part of building out democratic AI, you do want to create those global safety standards that everyone is in effect building off of. And by the way, as you do that, you also are equipping those societies with the best tech to be able to then have resilience and be able to combat people who may be looking to do bad things with this.
Chris, we know you're running late for your next meeting and we're well over time. So before we
this is the most important thing of the day. Are you kidding?
We love that.
Okay,
we love that. And if we had our way, we would hold you back the whole day and continue this conversation. But we do want to respect your time. Before we let you go, Chris, the one question I have for you, and we'd love to hear that from you. One advice to government on the one thing they need to unlearn in the age of AI.
This is a productivity-driving technology. It is not social media. You want to make sure that your people are generating and creating as much agency as possible. Those countries that develop agency in AI with their population are going to be the countries that lead the AI revolution. India right now is at the front of that, and India needs to continue doing what it's currently doing.
All right, the message coming from...
because your book is called The Masters of Disaster. Right? When you look at what's happening with AI right now, and if you were rewriting a book for the AI intelligence age, how close or how far from disaster do you think? Forget what OpenAI is doing, but somebody with a ringside view, when you're seeing the models being proliferated by the others, how far or how close from disaster are we?
I feel, given what we're doing and what I'm aware the other leading frontier model companies, the other companies building frontier models are doing, I think across the board, certainly from the US side, people are putting out models in a really responsible way. So I feel, I mean, I've said this a couple times, but I genuinely feel optimistic about where this technology is going. Will there be issues that we confront just like with any other historic general purpose technology? Sure. But then I think about all the incredible things that are going to come, right? We're already seeing, scientific progress where we're being able to solve science questions and issues that at times would have taken years, we can now do in days, if not hours, right? That's then going to lead to incredible breakthroughs in science. What we're seeing in terms of healthcare outcomes, I mean, you think of the size of India and the rural populations and how this technology could really deliver healthcare outcomes here in India. We're already seeing our technology. It's taking place right here in India, helping to educate students. Imagine every kid in the world could have an individualized tutor, at their fingertips. Like we would not be in the middle of this. We would not be doing this. Sam wouldn't be leading on this. Our researchers wouldn't be building this day in and day out if they didn't fundamentally believe that this was going to drive the type of historic progress that we believe it can drive.
For taking out time and joining us on what's been a busy and chaotic day. Chris Leon, thank you very much. We wish you all the best.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much. Pleasure talking to you.
Enjoy the Tigers of Ranthambore. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. Thank you very much.
From AI, policy, technology, Chris, fair use, fair dealing. I mean, that reminded me of my law school classes, and you did a much better job. And you were a history buff, but you took it to the next level. Thank you for that masterclass, Chris.
Big round of applause, please.
I'll see you very soon, Chris. Thank you so much. Alex, wow.
So, what inspired me is what Chris was speaking about with regard to democratization, right? And I think we can take heart from the fact that India has proven to adopt technology very, very quickly.
You know what's even more encouraging? All the AI aside, what's real about the NDTV IND.AI summit is there's not a single seat left in the house, which is a huge round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a big round of applause.
Guys.
And thank you for being an amazing audience.
There's some people standing in the corners out there as well. But everyone talks about vibe coding, Alex, nowadays, right? So we're going to dive right into the deep end. Of course, we will talk about vibe coding and hear from the best through the course of the day. It's a long day. You won't need coffee because Alex and I will entertain you. That said, we're going to move to a session which is not only about vibe coding. The company calls it vibe solutioning. This is the pro max of vibe coding.
Yeah.
And my lovely co-host Alex is going to be moderating this one, a fireside chat with Deepak Dhana, co-founder and CEO at Rocket. Can we please have you on stage? A huge round of applause, please. And for my co-host, Alexander Matthew.
Thank you so much, Ayush. Ayush, I think, was getting into the role of speaking to an AI anchor. We spoke to one this morning, so he called me lovely. I think it was by mistake. Ayush, thanks so much for that introduction, though.
Has to be amazing. Otherwise, I call Alia back again on stage, Alex.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for taking the time. Come. So let's talk about this. And there are a lot of people in this room who will know exactly what you mean when you say vibe coding. But there are a lot more people tuning in from home and on their mobile phones that are wondering what we're talking about. What are the vibes here? Can you explain that?
Yeah. I think that traditionally, the software and website creation was, requiring technical skills, knowledge of the technical expertise. Then there were boundaries between design, the content, the coding, the deployment, and so on and so forth. Vibe coding is, a way of creating the same thing, which is you build the software, your website, your presence, in a natural language without requiring any technical expertise because the models and the prompts behind the platform takes care of translating your intention into the technical specifications and carries it over.
So you're essentially saying, everybody has watched Iron Man, yeah? So essentially you're saying you have a conversation with this, with this program.
Yes.
And you ask it to do what is on your mind. You communicate it in simple language, not in Python, not
No.
in something else.
Absolutely. You can go on to rocket.new right now and type something, what do you want to build next? In fact, outside, I was talking to one of your colleagues and she said, what we can build. I said, let's build the landing page of this event. And in 3 minutes, I just...
3 minutes?
In 3 minutes, we built the landing page working.
Wow, okay, so that's fantastic. Now, the thing is, I've always had this amazing appreciation for IT professionals. They speak in languages that I can't hope to possibly understand. What this does essentially is democratize that somewhat?
Absolutely, and I'm the living proof. I'm not a techie, I'm not a developer. I am by qualification chartered accountant. For most part of my life, I've been, tech enthusiast, but on the finance side, and now I am, building the...
Deepak, they're saying that chartered accountants could well be replaced soon.
I mean, this is a question everybody is asking everybody, correct, these days. What I feel is, I don't think AI or any tool will replace an individual. I think a person who understands and knows and uses these tools will replace the one that is not using it, okay? Yes, and when we look at, our job is made of two things. One is tasks that you should not be doing, and the other is the core value that you add in any job. Decision-making, creativity, governance, and accountability, correct? Vision, good biases and bad biases, correct? Those things are the core of us. And today, in the era of processes and speed, we have been consumed by non-value-add work. So those guys will have to think about it. But others, it will open the doors because now I have more time to do things that I excel at.
So a lot of the conversation in the recent past in the IT industry here in India and the way that it is done has been about moving away from the man-hours model. This is essentially what you're talking about.
Outcome model.
Outcome model. How does that work?
So, I mean, take an example, like with Rocket, okay? Earlier in my consulting days or, chartered accountancy days, it was a trust-based, the client acquisition or marketing where I used to, go and pitch because I'm chartered accountant, because I have done for XYZ and ABC, people used to believe and people would give me work. Now I need to show him what the output will look like. So with Rocket, for example, you are going in a client meeting, on the way you can create a demo, you can create a presentation, you can create a solution, you can actually show it live in the meeting, iterate with it, that this is how it will look like in the real world, and there are better chances of you winning and also the client getting the upfront solution in front of them to see and make a decision. Otherwise, in bureaucracy, we have seen it takes, 20 hours even to fix meeting with the consultants to arrive at a project. In 20 hours, you would have probably with Rocket built everything.
Okay, so the question to you, therefore, is that you are removing several steps in this process, right?
Yep.
And that is ultimately what technology does.
It removes the technological barriers, it removes the administrative tasks, it removes the the translation errors in the entire process.
So the question for you, you're relatively young as a company, but you probably had a lot of colleagues in the past or people that you know that would arguably be made redundant by this, right? So what do they do and what do entry-level folks do? Because they can't ultimately jump that barrier to where people who work for 10 years, 15 years and got certain body of work behind them, certain experience, how do they bridge that gap in your opinion?
I think the people who are entering afresh, they need to be receptive to using these tools, and they are by and large. The new generation uses it and gets equipped by that. The older population who comes with or the experienced population who comes with the body of work, I think they need to focus their time on the governance of the output that comes, or they be responsible for the output that is generated. Make a decision about the output that is generated. That is the tremendous amount of value. The experience is something that no tool can, replace, correct? The experience gives you the capability to understand what is built is right, what is built is appropriate for my business, for my audience, for my client, for my use case, correct? So those professionals who adopt this and use it as a tool to deliver high-quality judgments, high-quality governance, they will be better off with it. The new ones who are coming in, take this as a tool or a bike that you ride at a high speed.
It's all about productivity,
It's
right?
all about productivity.
So coming to Rocket specifically and what you guys are building, the question that I have is that it seems like this space is disruptive, of course, of individuals, but it's disruptive of companies themselves. Because you create something today, and day after tomorrow, there are 5 other people that are doing the exact same thing at a low cost and more efficiently. How do you stay relevant?
I think efficiency is not the game that anyone wins, honestly. At the end of the day, the depth of the solution, the output that you generate, the quality of the output, and the contextual relevance of that output is something that makes you win. How deep you understand the use case of your client. So for example, let's take an example of Rocket, correct? At a vertical level, we don't go vertical like, of course, the frontier models like LLMs, like, we're talking with Chris right now, correct? They have a basic capability of solving this problem, but they don't have, those models do not have the capability of understanding the context, the regulation, the data, data governance around it, the decision making, the context of the enterprise or the context of
Give me an example of that.
So for example, there is an conglomerate that wants to, adopt a vibe coding tool for disrupting themselves, or a vibe solutioning tool for disrupting their entire, assembly line, as I call it, correct, of putting software together or putting the front end together. Now, they have to struggle with the basic problem of context, because they are starting from somewhere, they are not starting afresh. So the context needs to be understood by the tool or the platform. Their data governance and data requirements are required to be, catered to. Like a fintech in India can't be, hosting data in the United States, correct? So you need governance, you need security, you need the context layer, and then you need to also imbibe into their design thinking, their existing strategy, financial capability and all. All these contexts go into building and solving what to build, which is why we call ourselves Vibe Solutioning Platform and not the Vibe Coding Platform, because coding is the execution of what to build. The hard part is to decide what to build. How to build has been solved. It has become more efficient with Vibe Coding tool, but we were building softwares earlier. We are building it now more efficiently. The harder part still remains what to build.
Okay, fair point. Now, last point with regard to talent and availability of it and how you are looking at potential hires. When you look at people that you want to work with, right? And we're talking about, and what we've just spoken about, the last 10 minutes, is about leveling that playing field. Essentially,
Absolutely.
You could have somebody who's just walked in who could be as efficient or more productive than somebody who spent 20 years in the industry. So what do you look at when you're speaking to people today?
So I think this is a great question. And, at an entry level or at a mid level, we look for people who have the creative streaks, correct? We look for people who are AI native in their functioning, correct? Not just like, they use ChatGPT, once in a week type of stuff, or, the Claude Code for once in a week type of stuff. Those who use, AI extensively in their work, okay? Those are the AI native people with creative streak and with some bit of agency. At the senior level, we look for people who adopt these tools, let go of their baggage, but keep the learning.
Interesting.
Because
please make the point.
That combination brings the relevant and contextual decision making that helps us push forward.
Interesting. I want to double click on that, right? And when you're talking about somebody, suppose I come to you as an entry-level individual, and I want to do an interview with you, I want to work with you, right? You were talking about judging whether I use artificial intelligence, not just the odd chat. So how are you going to judge that when you speak to me?
Most likely we'll work on a project first.
Sure.
There will be an assignment or a project, correct? And we will crack a problem, and openly you can use, any AI model and all. But we define the outcome, correct? That this is the this is the objective, where I want to reach. Now let's solve this. This is how I evaluate you, how you solve the problem, how quickly you solve the problem, how creative you solve the problem. What are the tools that you are using, correct? What are the viewpoints that you are bringing in? Are you just, putting in prompt in ChatGPT or, Anthropic or anywhere else and just, being a cheap wrapper, what I call, many tools are, which many tools are, correct? So we try to see, do you have the deep understanding of what we do or the problem that we are trying to solve, or you are just, taking instructions from me, passing on to ChatGPT and throwing it back to me?
Sure.
No go, boss.
Last point, and this is something as a message that you want to send to everybody listening at home. We're just scratching the surface. How excited are you? And what can you describe to explain to people how excited you are at this moment?
I'm super excited. There has never been a better time in the world to create, because now technology barriers are gone. People can actually, bring their dream into reality at an individual level. At business level, people who are facing problems selling internally can actually show the demonstration rather than trying to make a theoretical point. From the business and the government and the citizen and the whole population perspective, in my view, as I said, the whole world needs to be rebuilt, because the old world was built for workflows, for SaaS world, for the traditional software. We are becoming AI native. We are increasingly integrating AI into our life, and that is why the whole world needs to be rebuilt or tweaked, whether you call it a software or you call it a hardware. And the software will become, a supportive software in the coming days will have a supportive role to the hardware. So we are rebuilding the entire world. There has never been a better chance for anybody to relive their life, to rebuild what they couldn't do earlier, or to achieve the dreams they did not, could not pursue because of technological barrier earlier.
So whether you want to call it a threat or an opportunity is up to you, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for Deepak. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Pleasure.
Ayush, what do you think?
I think that session was so engaging and riveting, I didn't need AI to summarize it or vibe code it at all. The vibe was good, the energy is good, and that sets us up for a massive session as well, Alex.
Yeah, because if you think about it, and this I think we can take from what Chris was speaking about, which is you can either have a democratization or you can have an authoritization, and depending on which way you want to go. So the idea of sovereign AI is so powerful from that perspective, right? When you want to enable people.
Yeah, that's the real question. Should AI really be sovereign, Alex? Because is sovereignty, these are questions that we think about in the tech space. Is sovereignty about national security, strategic autonomy? Is it about protecting data, culture, and compliance? Or does it really risk fragmenting everything? The very open ecosystem you're talking about that allowed innovation to flourish in the first place.
Yeah, and this is not a theoretical question anymore, because you're hearing about governments that are employing this tech on an ongoing basis. You're talking about private companies that are facilitating this for various governments, and governments trying to build capability by themselves. The question is, Ayush, it's going to take a large amount of money, not just to create the infrastructure, but to create the cutting edge of that technology that takes us to the next level.
And the real question is, who stands to benefit from all of this? So today, we bring together builders, investors, technologists, and advocates of the open web to confront this pivotal question.
Let's dive straight into this. I'd like to invite on stage Rafi Trikorian, Chief Technology Officer at Mozilla.org. Arun Subramanian, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Articulate. Siddharth Bhatia, Co-Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Puck AI. Manu Chopra, Chief Executive Officer of Karya. And Anand Prasad, Vice President, Axel.
And they'll be in conversation with NDTV 24/7's Managing Editor, our resident rock star, Shiv Arur. A huge round of applause, please.
Sorry, could I just request all of you to just shift one seat? Apologies. It's a lot of smart people in one room. Welcome to you all, and thanks for being with me. And I love how every session here flows into the other. The conversation right before this, the one before that, perfectly sets up the conversation that we're going to have now on sovereignty and how important that is in AI, which is hugely crucial, because just a few kilometers from where we are right now, the Indian government has this massive summit, right? Where one of the key questions facing everyone is how important is sovereignty to AI, especially for a country like India. So, AI is fast becoming the infrastructure of power. Obviously, everyone knows that, shaping economies, security, and society. The question today, if intelligence drives the future, should nations control it or should markets control it? I'm super happy to have such an incredible panel here. I'm going to quickly introduce them. Rafi Krikorian of Mozilla, building open, privacy-focused and public interest AI for an open internet. Needs no introduction. Mozilla is incredibly famous, has built an incredible name for itself. Arun Subramaniam of platforms that let organizations run their own private AI. Siddharth Bhatia of Pooch AI. Welcome, Siddharth. Creating consumer AI products focused on accessibility and real-world adoption in India. Manu Chopra of Karya is the CEO, building ethical AI data infrastructure using a distributed rural workforce, very important for us here in India. And Anag Prasad, bringing in that investor piece, which is so important to how this entire world moves forward as far as India is concerned. I'd like to start it off with you, Rafi. How important is sovereignty in your view as far as AI is concerned? And I'm asking from an India perspective. One is aware of how important the openness of technology is to your organization. Give us your perspective as far as India is concerned.
I mean, I think sovereignty is important at every single level. So I think there's one question, which is sovereignty at the governmental level, which I think is incredibly important. I think value chains are very different across the world. So I think the Indian value chain is different than others. So therefore, sovereignty there matters. But I think sovereignty also actually matters all the way down to the individual level of like, can we not have a world where we only have 7 AGIs show up, but how do we have a world where we have 7 billion AGIs show up so we each have one that's actually on our side? So I think that kind of sovereignty is the world that I want to proceed toward, which is just like we have sovereignty from the bottom up, from the individuals all the way up to the nation states.
Arun, you represent a world where we're talking about AI deployed at the enterprise level. Where does sovereignty fit into that? Because at the enterprise level, things change dramatically. There are all these other pulls and pressures. There are, there are scale issues. There are compliance issues. How important is sovereignty there?
So I feel sovereignty is only one part of the coin.
Yeah.
Right. So you need sovereignty, which I would equate to defense of nations. Same thing with defense of corporations. But the other side of the coin is heritage, which I would equate to diplomacy. Which one is something that you want to share in terms of being a soft power. Another is something that you want to use not only to secure, but also to deter, right? Both of those are something you need to be careful about. And countries are grappling with it as we speak, but companies are far from even starting to think about it, because the security landscape went from, I want to secure everything, to I cannot secure everything because things are moving so fast outside. Where the security notion has gone from being extremely high security to today a bit lax. We're going to go back to high security again. My humble request to this panel and also to the audience is talk about sovereignty without talking about heritage is just as dangerous as talking about security without talking about diplomacy.
Oh, that's incredible. I'm going to explore that theme a little bit more, because that distinction is an important one to make, as we get a little deeper. But just a point to note that that Rafi talked about all the different layers where he believes sovereignty should exist, and I think this panel actually sort of reflects in many ways all of those different layers. So this is super useful for anyone listening in on this. Siddharth, the applied AI space in India is picking up. Your company is a shining example of that. Talk to us about what sovereignty means to you as far as your company, as far as your product is concerned, because dependency on global models is very much a reality even now.
Yeah, I think sovereignty, everyone's kind of focused on that. India is doing a great work on the models aspect and building sovereign models. At the same time, we felt this entire piece would be incomplete if you don't have sovereign distribution as well. So Amitabh Kant sir recently, he remarked that there's this new neo-colonization trend which is going on, where companies like OpenAI and Gemini, they'll take, billions worth of data for free by giving their products for free, and then they'll sell back their products back to these countries for billions of dollars. So that is why they're coming to us. You know, there's no free lunch in the world. So that is the piece in that entire stack which we're focusing on, trying to have sovereign distribution where the data lies within the country, and I think that feedback loop can be used better for training models. Having said that, you know, it's not to say that global models aren't important. Even today, you know, math and logic and science, reasoning, all of those global models, we're not still at par. But there's obviously, for the linguistic concerns and, you know, whatever Indic languages, the nuances, accents, dialects, all of those things, for that we have to have local, you know, innovation, and that is where the, you know, we have like a markup over the global model. So that is what sovereignty means for us. Yeah.
Which is great, because Manu can talk very much about that. Manu, the human input, you know, in the deployment and employment of AI with your company, Karya, is from rural India. What's in your mind as a person who runs this company, as far as an Indian model versus a global model is concerned? Are there concerns there?
Right. Happy to be here. I think, you know, India has over 19,000 unique dialects based on the last census. And a language is just like, you know, a dialect with an army. Yeah. So there are at least 19,000 unique subcultures that need to exist online that we need to make sure our models work for. So I define sovereignty not just as making sure we have, you know, world-class AI models and world-class AI companies in the country, which we need to, but also making sure that AI works in all of these languages, in all of these contexts, right? And I think, you know, at the AI Summit, we've been hearing such incredible things. We've been working closely with Bhashani and with the government of India to think deeply about how can data collection happen in a way that's not extractive, but in a way that actually brings economic opportunities to our communities. At Karya, over the last 3 years, we've been able to engage with over 140,000 people across every state in the country. And we've been able to engage with them to build data sets, foundational data sets, over 65 million entries last we checked, in 70 plus Indian languages. And most of it gets open sourced, right? It gets open sourced through, and again, just like I want to acknowledge the blessing of things like AI Kosh, right? Like you can go to AI Kosh today, which is like the Indian hugging face for those of you who are hearing about it for the first time, and you can download so much of these data sets.
This is a very smart audience, they've definitely heard of it.
I'm glad. That plug was for no use then. But it is, you know, AI Kosh is incredible. The work that Bhashani is doing, we just contributed to something called Vani, which was, you know, led by Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. And that's over 20,000 hours of data that just got open sourced during the summit. So I think it is extremely important that this data moat that does exist, absolutely, gets taken care of. So startups like, you know, Pooja, like what you're doing, it should be very easy for you to enter all of these communities, right? A project that's very close to my heart, we've been working with the district of Nandarbar. It's a lovely district, 4 hours from Surat in Maharashtra, in the Maharashtra-Gujarat border. And it's absolutely beautiful, led by an incredible district collector, Dr. Mitali. And she has been working in her district. She has 6 tribal languages that didn't have AI models or AI technologies, and working in the district with the people of the district, be able to build foundational data sets, be able to work with AI for Bharat, the next step, and then build models, be able to deploy the models. And then over the last 6 months, we've done over 500,000 evaluations of AI technologies, again working with the people, right? Look, what Karya has taught us is the communities we serve are not just excellent beneficiaries of AI models. They're not just, you know, like great use cases. They, of course, it's very exciting, but they're also excellent builders, excellent evaluators of these AI models. And if we truly want to build inclusive AI, we will have to engage with the communities we want to include. And to me, that is sovereignty. Can we make sure that AI works in all those 19,000 dialects as well as it does in English for all of us?
Yeah, you know, and we started today's summit. I'm sure you saw some of it, Manu, with Sarvam, which is also doing incredible work in that sense. Work. And you know, I did put the question about sovereignty to Pratyush as well. But Anand, to bring you in, you know, on the all-important investor piece in all of this, from an investor lens. You know, how do you look at sovereignty in AI? Is it an imperative? Is it a near-term thing? Is it a regulatory sort of requirement? Is it a sort of long-term structural shift? How do you see it?
I think, Shiv, the short answer is it's a long-term structural shift. And I want to add some color to it. What we are mostly talking about right now is a very specific types of models, which is large language models and research around it. Yes, it is very important to play catch up to it, build the infrastructure, build the models and so on. But if we really want to do enable a long-term structural shift, I think as a country, as a tech ecosystem, we need to be ambitious. So there are so many open problems in AI, right? There is how to do post-training, right? Reinforcement learning techniques, using that to a lot of what Siddharth was attributing to Indian users' data. How do I use that to keep training models better? Running AI on the edge, for example. We are trying to enable some companies which can train models on quantum computers, for example, which is not a thing today, which will be a thing soon. So I think we have to think about it in decades, not years. And we have to shed the mindset that we are late. I don't think we are late at all. We have started talking about it at the right time. We are early, is what I feel. And there's a lot to do over the next 20 years. One option could be, as an economy, you sit down and say, okay, I'm great at implementing tech, I'm great at using tech. But the gap between an economy which is creating this tech and someone who is just using it will keep widening, right? And 20 years later, we'll look back and see, okay, we did a huge mistake. Right? Because we are a knowledge and a skill-based economy, more than 50% of GDP, more than 50% of exports comes from services. It is an imperative, has to be long-term structural. We're trying to play our part, but encouraging to see the government directly talking about it, people like you directly talking about it.
No, you're absolutely right. The clarity, Rafi, and coming back to you on that, is that there is a national acknowledgement that AI is necessarily global, but there is also an equal recognition that the time is now to build those sovereignty guardrails. India has seen, I think it was Siddharth who made that point about those who use your data and then sell the products back to you. India has already had that experience, whether it is with the internet, whether it is with social media, many other digital products as well. And there is a sort of sense, subliminal sense that that shouldn't happen with AI. Your thoughts?
I mean, I think about it as, that you all have actually created amazing infrastructure already. You've done things like UPI, like you've made it such that you don't want your transactions owned by a Visa corporation, for example. Like you will control that yourselves. And I think there's an exact same opportunity here when it comes to sovereignty on AI. Like the phrase I like to think about a lot is, are we owners or are we renters when it comes to intelligence? And I think that you all shouldn't stand for the decisions for intelligence being made by 3-5 CEOs based in San Francisco. So I think that you can then build technology which allows you to both benefit, be owners in this equation, both benefit from the investments that you are making. So your data goes into making your systems better, because at the same time, you all have a local value system that may not be exactly the same as other people's value systems. So just reflect that into the systems that you're building.
Foundational models, Arun, there is a dilemma. There is a very central dilemma here in India, where there is one school of thought which says, look, foundational models will rapidly become a commodity. There is no point building your own foundational models. Build off of them, fine-tune them, deploy them in specific ways. But the other school of thought is exactly the opposite. And we're actually expecting to see some announcements this week about, Indian foundational models. Your thoughts on that? Because both sides are, very staunchly against the other school of thought.
I think the reality is somewhere in between, and we're already living that. And first and foremost, I want to say a huge kudos to Sarvam and every other company that's actually building the models, right? So because building models, as many people who are talking about it, actually doing it is incredibly hard. Yeah. No matter what they are competing against. So let's just please give them a big round of applause. That's not something that is small to do, right? And the second thing is, there's no need to recreate a foundation model that already exists. Why bother spending all those hundreds of millions of dollars? Learn from that. And I might say something contrarian here, so apologize in advance. The country that actually did that was China. And they responded to not only the world's pressure, not just by saying they'll go after large compute or small compute, they went after algorithmic advances. And they did that in a very smart way, meaning they learned from every model that got published. And the open weight models are really not that interesting to me. What is more interesting is the research that they publish. And the research that they publish is not just MIT licensed. They publish how they got about the data sets, how they built the models, which really is what costs you hundreds of millions of dollars of researcher hours to do, which then you can stand on top of. Right? And that's another ask that we are trying to work here in the country in terms of all the 5 layers that Jay talked about, not just from energy production, but how do you optimize energy with AI, but going up the stack. Sovereignty in AI is not just about having a sovereign model.
Yeah.
It is having all 5 layers where you're infusing your own thing. And India is uniquely capable of building systems that only can be built in India, that the rest of the world can actually take advantage of. So UPI is a great example, lots of examples like that. Think about what algorithms say, for example, the Indian Mathematical Institute can actually influence to go after languages that you talked about. And the notion of languages being disjoint and 19,000 dialects, in one side is massively challenging, on the other side is hugely influential because there are concepts that are common across almost all of those 19,000 dialects. Very few countries can say that, which means you can take language, something like Hindi, which has a lot of digital representation, and take a language like Bhojpuri, which doesn't have as much representation, and have a model that is almost near the same quality. Can only be done with not just data sets here, but also algorithms that have to be born here. Right?
Very interesting. Siddharth, again, flowing from that, as far as foundational models are concerned, in your view, since you're in the trenches of this right now, would sovereignty, the presence of a foundational Indian model, throw up more opportunities business-wise for Indian startups, or would it be a kind of barrier, given how things are right now?
I think it will definitely open opportunities. Our startup is like a clear example of that.
Yeah.
It's not just that a foundational model, whether it should be built or not. I think the primary thing is companies in the US, for them, priorities would be languages like English, French, German, maximum say up to Hindi. But you still have to focus on the entire tier 2, tier 3 cities in India, different accents, different dialects. For example, in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, you have different variations of Telugu being spoken. And North Andhra Pradesh has a different Telugu than South Andhra Pradesh. So to be able to handle all those nuances and to be able to handle all those dialects, you definitely need a foundation model. And because of this entire sovereign stack, there'll be like tons of opportunities out there. The foundational aspect, I think, just contrarian to what Arunji also said, for the end consumer, they don't really care what model is being used underneath. So whether you're using Llama 3, Llama 4, you're using Sarvam, you're using, say, Gemma, so they don't really care about that. But having said that, it's the responsibility for the company which is providing it to them to be able to handle that, that data remains secure, it remains within the country, it's not being used in a way which is against the DPDP Act. So all of that has to be taken into consideration.
Yeah.
And that is how the entire feedback loop can be used to power better models and take it from there.
No, and first, Arun and Siddharth, please don't apologize for having contrarian views. I think that's the beauty of this debate and this discussion right now, is because so many aspects of what we're doing is feeling in the dark and getting to know what the other side thinks. But Manu, the conversation around sovereignty, when it gets to become a conversation about population scale, there is no better example than India for the potential for AI to be deployed. And in the space that you are in, where you're working with vulnerable communities, remote communities, rural communities, where there's a huge amount of data being harnessed from those communities, from that lens, how important is, potentially an Indian foundational model?
Again, like if the goal is to make sure...
because the reason I ask, sorry to interrupt, is because there are issues of dignity, there are issues of, inclusivity, etc., which enter the picture there.
Absolutely. And look, those issues exist across contexts for our communities. I'll give you some examples, right? If if I'm in Delhi and say I speak Bengali and I ask a question to some of these AI models today about healthcare access to communities who speak Bengali, 3 of the top 5 models that we evaluated confuse Bangladesh and India and give a bunch of answers that combine public health resources in Dhaka with public health resources in Kolkata, right? While I'm sitting here in Delhi, right? That's just like a classic example. I mean, simpler example, if you ask in Canada, I want to be healthy, what do I eat? These models will say you should have lots of broccoli and kiwi, which again is accessible to many people in Karnataka, in Bangalore, but isn't culturally useful. So it starts with, how do we make sure AI is just not a parlor trick, but is actually as helpful for our communities as it is for all of us? And I think, like I said earlier, the only way to do that is by involving our communities and understanding what matters to them, paying them, economically supporting them for that work that they do. I think that's step one. That's really, really critical in making sure that whichever model it is, making sure that it actually is helpful to our communities. And I think, again, the hope is that models built in India would work better for Indian context, would work better for our communities, and I think that's really exciting, right? So I hope that happens.
Hopefully, by the end of this week, there will be more clarity on where things stand as far as those foundational models are concerned. It's a very exciting space. Honestly, no matter what the contrarian views are, where this actually lands, and it's a story in motion which makes it even more exciting. Anag, how do you see the flow of capital as far as the sovereignty debate is concerned? Is it more in terms of flowing into infrastructure? Is it about the stack itself? Throw some light on that.
Yeah, I think we have been talking about the 5-layered AI cake since the morning. And true sovereignty would mean having all of these layers independently sovereign as well. And I feel, or I hope at least, that different types of capital might flow into different layers, but we need it right from the ground up. In fact, I would argue we have to start from energy, right? So what are we doing for nuclear energy, for example, right, to reduce our dependence on imports? So we start with that. Data center build-outs, networking build-out, chips, making chips. Again, one narrative is that chips is kind of a done space. You can't do much innovation there. I think that's also not true. So we have to build our own chips, which are great for both training and inference. We have to have indigenous companies starting there. Then, of course, at the model level, all the gentlemen talked about it. We have to have models here for different types of, not just different languages, but also different types of tasks. So, for example, simple case like accounting, how you would do tax accounting in the US, for example, is very different from how a CA would do it here in India. And it's very inefficient to try to adapt a US-based accounting model to do it for India. And if we want to free up CA's time here to do more value additive work and take away grunt work, we have to have a model for example, accounting in India. Just a simple example there. And then the applications and distribution. I think VCs have typically been doing more of application stuff, but we are increasingly doing more of infra as well. But especially on some of the national build-out zones like nuclear energy, for example, there has to be government-led capital, which helps build this entire stack.
Just one follow-up question to you, Anag. Is the government's view of where capital is flowing and where it should flow, as far as what you just described, is there clarity on that? Do you see that things are happening decisively, or I think is that also a debate within the policy-making circles?
I wouldn't know much actually from inside. From what I'm just reading in the news, I think there's a lot of direction and optimism, and I think a lot of headlines in the right direction. So I'm hoping that is getting coupled with clarity around actual implementation as well, but just from the outside.
Arun, you want to add to that? Yeah.
I just add another contrarian view there, just because I've been working closely with a lot of government institutions the last 5 years. I've been incredibly positively impacted by how people in the government want to get something done. I would say in India, it's one of the fewest countries where government has done a lot more than the private sector has done in terms of investing in AI. Apologize for anybody who's from the private sector. Like, there's a lot of talk from the private sector. Just look at the amount of investment dollars that has flown, both from the VC community in India on large-scale infrastructure, not application level, but below on the 5-layer cake. I think that has to change.
Siddharth, you want to respond to that? And I'll get Manu also. He says government's done a lot more than the private sector as far as this is concerned.
Yeah, I think there's obviously, once the government's taken initiative, you see the AI summit, the scale of the summit itself. 5 years back, we couldn't imagine something like this would be happening, where every CEO of every top company is present in India. So to be able to see that kind of I think support coming top down from the government is definitely enabling every other player, whether it's like a VC fund or any other startup, to think in that direction. I think that's opened a lot of opportunities. So yeah, I also feel that way, that the government has kind of done much more.
You share that view, Manu? That
look, I do, and I think
I don't know if the subliminal message from Arun is that the private sector needs to do more.
It is.
The government has kind of set an example now. The private sector needs to shed some of its inhibitions and do more.
See, I think the India AI mission, with its chakras and sutras and all the things that the mission is doing with the working groups and the expert engagement groups, it represents the most progressive public policy document I have seen on AI diffusion, and I think that's important. I think to Anak's point, I'm especially interested about economic workflow mapping right now. Like, I think we've all seen Claude Code and the incredible productivity software engineers are seeing with AI. I'm very interested to figure out how does that come to the average Indian, you know what I mean? But who obviously is not a software engineer, right? How do I make sure AI models make the ASHA worker more productive at their job? How do I make sure the AI worker makes the primary healthcare clinic provider more productive in their job? So yes, step one is making sure they work in our languages. That's very important. But I think where the startup opportunity exists, and that's why I think it's so incredible that the government of India is doing things like building these foundational data sets, because then people like Siddharth can come on top of it and build incredible startups without having to build the whole layer from ground up. And I think that's where we will see economic productivity gains, because for these AI companies, given the some displacement we will see, their social sanction rests on the fact that can we see growth in our communities? Can we see economic productivity gains? And that will have to be across occupations, not just in software engineering.
Can I add to it, Shiv?
Yes.
I think if I speak more, it will become a fun debate, so I'll be short. I think government directionally is moving in that right direction, but it's tiny compared to what is actually needed. It's put into perspective, overall commitments are in the billions kind of range right now that we have heard so far. For China, it's hundreds of billions. So there is a 100x delta, and it shows when our researchers trying to build models, right? The kind of compute needed, kind of also resources needed to just attract back. Let's say a lot of our great talent is in the valley right now. We want to seriously attract them. It can't be just for guest lectures. It has to be about giving them jobs here, making it an attractive place for them and their families, for example, to grow here. And that needs a lot more capital commitment, not just from the government. I totally agree. Private sector has to step up as well. But just the scale of this long-term structural shift that we are talking about, I think there's a 100x delta right now for us to cover the next few years to have a shot at it.
100x delta sort of quantifies the challenge before us, and you, in some ways, you answered the last question that I was going to ask, but I will come back to you, Anak. But Rafi, coming back to you for this final round, one layer of the entire sovereign/foundational conversation is, based on anxiety over whether we're doing the right thing, or is this the way to go? And like Arun mentioned, can it be a little bit of both? What would you say to the Indian government right now, if you had a chance, on the issue of sovereignty? Is it moving in the right direction? What sort of guardrails do you think it needs to put in place?
I mean, I think always do more in the grand scheme of things. I think if I were to think about some guardrails, I would think about things around agency. I would think around things around inclusion, of how do we actually build systems that actually allow people all the way from individuals all the way to the government to move independently from each other and actually be able to explore in different ways, but find ways that they can each see themselves in the systems, whether it be questions of language, whether it be questions of values. I think encoding both of those are the things I would say you have to accelerate on in order to get to true sovereignty quickly.
Arun, you want to answer that question? Prescription, 3 points.
From the government's perspective, I would say demand outsized outcomes. And the reason I use those words very carefully is there's been a lot of general acceptance and general, agreeing to this is what has to be done. But to the question of 10x, 100x impact, there's not a single government entity anywhere in the world that has a foundation model today. None. Why is the ask in India for the governments to actually build one? Right, so that's the response that I would make. The second one is, the reason for having a demand for an outsized outcome is exactly the likes of Claude Code. where what was impossible to do, not just 10 or 20% better, impossible to do just 6 months ago is possible today. That's the kind of unlock we need to be looking at, and take advantage or unfair advantage, that's okay. There's no fair game here.
Very important point and something to think about. Siddharth?
So
Something you want the government to do, straight up. They're sitting at Bharat Mandapam, but trust me, they're watching.
yeah, definitely. I think that's why we're all here to try and voice our opinion to them. But yeah, one thing, I think 2 points. One, there's obviously sovereignty is there, it's important, but it shouldn't hamper, collaboration between different countries, and it shouldn't be that the control is within one country, it stays within that, because then, you'll be able to control whatever narratives are set going forward. So for example, I'm just giving some hypothetical examples. You could, for example, say Arunachal Pradesh, part of that is part of China. You could have, POK part of like Pakistan. All of those narratives could be set if you have that entire control of what information is sent, and if you have that entire control. So obviously their sovereignty is required, but it should not be that this is just our model, you cannot share it, or there's no collaboration. The other part is around the distribution piece itself. That if the distribution, the data distribution is not so freely available that we just continuing that colonization what ended 50 years back, 60 years back, we're just doing that very same thing, giving our data, because that is our core strength right now. If you could use that, we could probably become the next biggest superpower based on AI. So I think we shouldn't lose that.
Superpower versus becoming a data colony, which is what that big anxiety is about. Manu, final comments.
Amen to that.
What should the government do? One thing.
I think, look, India is already and will continue to role model how AI should be used for good across the world. I think to Rafi's earlier point on things like UPI, we have proven time and again that we can build foundational digital architecture and keep it, like open to everyone to use, like keep it like free for people. I think we just need to keep doing that. I think my one request would be, and I've been telling this to several people within the government, I would love to see just a page where we account all these things that we're doing that are very successful. Like, I don't know how many people in the room know about what Bhashini is doing with the panchayat system, right? We have every single panchayat meeting in the country is transcribed now via Bhashini system in these languages. Things are flagged, then they're like, oh, this person said that. I mean, I know Amitabh sir talks about it all the time, but I wish there was like a place where you could just go and be like, okay, what model did they use? What was the evaluation structure? Not just from oh, this is what we're doing well. How can other people learn from it and then build on top of it? So if I'm building something for the same audience as the panchayat, I know I know the technical architecture and I can just build on that. And I think they're launching something called Gyan Kosh, which will hopefully do that. So I think that to me is most important, like just a directory of what's working across the context of the country. Yeah.
Final thought. You can close the thought, Anag.
Quick two things. I think one, let's try very hard to get our best talent in research and science in AI back to India and train the next gen here. And second, actively think about the job displacement and what policy has a role to play. I think a landing is coming. It might be a very hard landing in job displacement if we are not proactive about it. So what can the government do to make it a soft landing, and so that we recover during the transition period? So these are the two things I'll be thinking about. If
I'm glad you mentioned job displacement. I didn't want to get into it too directly because we've got a whole session based entirely on that. Next, we're going to get a little deeper into that. But this has been incredible. Thank you for giving us a lot to think about, and for the system and the government a lot to think about, from people in the trenches, the practitioners, those who are actually leading the charge and getting those changes made. Thanks to all of you for being here.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
What? She said, I can't hear.
Exciting session coming up.
Two number is for the guest, है ना?
Check.
Fascinating session, huh, Alex?
Ayush, you know, I've always dreamt of building an application myself. Do you think I could?
It depends. What are you planning to, what's the subject matter of this application?
I want to sell vada pavs.
You want to sell vada pavs in New Delhi?
No, in Mumbai.
Okay.
But I wonder if this crowd knows what vada pavs are. Of course you know, right? Has anybody tasted vada pavs? Who likes vada pavs? Look at that. They haven't tasted vada pavs.
I think he's gaming the system. This is prompt engineering pro max because he's getting you guys hungry, but there is some time for lunch. We've squeezed in a very special session, which will I think everyone's going to skip lunch after they tune into the session, Alex.
Yeah, because we mentioned this, not we, but the first panel today actually mentioned this company. They called it the fastest growing artificial intelligence company in the world. They've got $100 million of annual recurring revenue in a span of 8 months, which is absolutely incredible. And to those people that don't track these things, it's basically amazing stuff that they're building, right?
This is the point when I say world meet Alex GPT.
You're giving me too much credit. I used a lot of AI for this, by the way.
You know, so why don't we actually understand how you build an app? What is vibe coding all about? Vibe solutioning is what I think we should be calling it. And let's do it the old-fashioned way. We don't need chairs. We don't need tables. We need to have a conversation.
And to speak about this, the man of the moment, really, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mukund Jha, the founder and chief executive officer of Emergent AI. Please.
Hello.
So, everybody, this is one part of two individuals, and they just happen to be a jodi in the real sense. They're twins. I asked whether they're identical. They're not. They're fraternal. But then, what's it like setting something up first, before we get into all of the technical, spicy details, setting something up with your twin brother?
It's a lot of fun to build with my twin brother. Actually, like we had this dream of building something together for a long time. And we both went to US to do our PhDs, and I dropped out of the PhD program. He did finish his PhD, went on to become a deep learning researcher, and then I came back to India, started a company called Dunzo, and he was in the US, so we couldn't find time to sort of build together. And finally, when like this whole AI wave was happening, we got a chance to work together, and it's pretty fun because we complete each other's sentences. So it's like it's I can send him to solve a problem that I'm supposed to solve, and it's like having a duplicate in the company. So that's a lot of fun. Yes.
You know what, Alex? I think it's practice trumps theory. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about this app? Maybe point it out in the audience while we continue having this conversation.
It's fascinating because we were speaking outside, ladies and gentlemen, and we were talking about how you would build an application yourself.
Last in, first out. This is all unfiltered.
It's amazing, right? And we actually have somebody from the NDTV team that used this application in anticipation. I don't think he even knew that the founder of Emergent was coming by. This is Ratan from our assignment desk. And basically what he's tried to do is to find an application that can track news feeds on an ongoing basis, because it's his role to alert the organization when something is breaking. And so what he's done is to create an application on Emergent. You used this when, sir?
I tried to make this last night. It's one of the coolest apps I've seen. I've tried my hand with Claude and other Perplexity. So it's a very complex way of actually doing vibe coding. I took just about an hour to develop an ad. I gave the prompt that I want to track one of the best breaking news happening around.
Alex, Ratan, why don't we get the camera right there?
Can we get the camera here,
show
please?
everyone what the
Can we get the
interface
camera
is like.
here so that we can see the screen that Ratan has got?
Alex, if you could hold up the phone and show us what the UI
Stand up,
is
sir.
like.
So why don't we show them what this is about? Come, bring the camera here. No, don't go away from me. Bring the bring the camera here. Bring the camera here. Come on. Let's look at this. So this is the application. We can showcase it on the screen. Guys, can we blow this up so that we can have Mukund speak about it as well? It says breaking news real-time detection system. It's got a red button saying scan now. It sees 6 breaking news detected in the last 1 hour. It's absolutely fascinating. And he's built this in 1 hour.
I don't know how the NDTV product team feels about that, but in 45 minutes, Mukund, and this is with minimal errors.
Right.
This is vibe coding at its finest.
Yeah, so I mean, the way sort of we build things is that you work with the platform just like you would work with a developer, right? It's almost having a development team in the cloud for yourself. And it's enabling anybody on the planet without any programming knowledge, without any knowledge of concepts of software engineering to sort of actually just build mobile apps, web apps today. And we are seeing like millions of users coming to our platform today and who are building this,
But you know, the concern there is sometimes, because a lot of us have tried doing this, we all wanted to latch on to the AI bandwagon.
Right.
But they call this technical debt in the world of technology. The bunch of errors that really creep in over there. How have you overcome those? And also managed to maintain that slick UI? Because I saw how he was doing this. It's very prompt-based and it's very intuitive.
Yeah, so I mean, the way sort of we have thought about the entire sort of platform is we are trying to emulate what best software engineering teams in the world do. And what we have done is essentially built our own sort of coding agents from scratch, which, there's a benchmark called SWE-Bench, which is essentially software engineering benchmark where all of the coding agents are getting compared. We were world number 1 on that benchmark last year when we launched. And essentially, like a lot of the sort of effort has gone into making sure that we are able to emulate what best software engineering team do. So for example, we have automated testing. So when you build an app, it'll automatically test your app. It will discover what errors are there, what bugs are there, automatically resolve that. We have a feedback system built in. So every time you actually go and test your app, we'll record that session and then replay that for our agent to make sure that those bugs are not coming up again. And because we sort of employ multiple different models, like we're able to harness the best of all, whether it's Gemini, Claude, or OpenAI, or our own models, we're able to sort of extract the best out of those and sort of imbue all this best software engineering practices into the platform itself. Yeah.
I have a question about and I was reading about this, right? So there's something called a maintenance gap. You create something, somebody starts using it, and then ultimately it shouldn't fall off the bandwagon. That's my understanding of it. How do you address that?
Yeah, so I mean, software development in general, like just 20% is writing the code. Rest of it is, testing it, debugging it. How do you sort of take it to production? And essentially what we have built is entire end-to-end platform ourselves. Like, so all of the infrastructure to sort of support hosting, deployment, the way your app runs in production. If there's an error, how do we sort of get that feedback? And because we build this end-to-end, like every single piece of infrastructure and sort of all of these software engineering processes have been built into the platform. We have this tight feedback loop which prevents what we call production drift. So when you build something, you sort of ship it to production, it doesn't work. Today we have almost 99% success rate in terms of people trying to deploy the app. So once you go and deploy the app, and this is where like most of the other platforms are falling short because they're solving piece by piece problem. We're solving end-to-end the problem. Yeah.
This is the first time, Alex, I think there's going to be a live review for Mukund on stage. But that is how intuitive the app is. We were trying to show it to you guys earlier. In under an hour, this was possible with a simple prompt that Ratan was just mentioning out there, which is build me an app which collates all the RSS feeds, assimilates them, and then gives me that interface. Alex, the future is here for sure.
No, it is, certainly. And what I want to know is, this is possible, and Mukund is explaining why his company stands out from the rest. But the question is, how long can you bank on that? In an age when you guys started 8 months back, you've hit certain milestones that everybody's envious of. I've asked a few other people this in this space. Disruption is real for everybody, including you. How do you stay ahead of that curve?
I mean, I think a lot of effort has gone into making sure that our platform is designed to scale. And also, I mean, consistently we have been sort of staying ahead of the research that's happening in the field, whether it's test-time compute, whether it's, like multi-agent system. We were almost the first in the world to sort of build all these things out. And I mean, I think the mode right now in AI is essentially, one, you have good proprietary data, which we are collecting now because millions of builders are building on the platform. We collect all these logs. Every time an application gets built on the platform, our agents are improving, self-improving, so that's big. Second, essentially, is the network effect that you're able to create, right? So a lot of these users, when they build this app, they share it with somebody else. A lot of our users are discovering us today because when you publish an emergent app, there's a build with emergent batch. A lot of people are clicking on that today and coming to us. And lastly, I think it's the mode of just shipping fast. Like we have a really, really high intensity, small but super strong engineering research team, and like we ship really fast. Like we think of something in the morning, by evening we have something out, and of course we use AI internally a lot to sort of increase our velocity itself.
And just so everyone knows, this team sits in India.
So yeah, most of the team is in India. Like we have a very small office in SF right now. 3 people are in SF, but most of the team is in India. So,
but are there plans really to scale up the office in Cerebral Valley?
Yeah, we are planning to scale offices both in Bangalore and in SF, and we are hiring. So if people want to join, like this is a great time.
There
to
you
join
go.
us, yes.
An advertisement on national television.
I'm curious, Mukund, because you've been CTO in the past. You mentioned
Yes.
Dunzo, fantastic app as well. And now you're at the heart of the agentic AI story and working on this particular platform. Has your whole rationale and the way you approach the role of a CTO changed? Should people wanting to become CTOs, engineers, also change now basis what's happening in the prompt engineering world?
I mean, I think the role of CTO is evolving, right? They are now, they are spending a lot more time on taking much more deeper technical decision. I think there was a point that came that where CTO's job became a lot more managerial and they were managing large team. But I think today, like we are almost at an inflection point where the deeper you are in technical stuff, the more leverage you have. And that's why like sort of we pride ourselves in like having like really, really strong engineering team. I think the role of CTO now is to set the direction of the architecture that they're building and also being deep into the details. I think in general, at least I feel that all roles are merging, whether it's product manager, designer, engineer, QA. I think you'll see a lot more of these roles sort of coming together and one person being able to do a lot of those things, yeah.
So a question, right? When you're talking about some of these applications and platforms, the moat that they have is first mover advantage, certainly, in the ability to have really precise, in certain cases, formulations where they have geotagging, various other things, and I'm talking obviously about delivery platforms, etc., right? How difficult would it be to build something like that on your platform, and how difficult would it be, therefore, for somebody to disrupt that space?
Yeah, I think software development is going to become super easy, and I think by end of the year, I feel like people will be able to create like an app like Dunzo, on Emergent with just a prompt.
Whoa!
And I mean, you can see the pace at which sort of software coding agent acceleration is happening right now. I feel that by, I think cost of software is going to get commoditized pretty fast. And what's going to sort of be, the edge is going to be your taste, like the ideas that you have, how fast are you able to distribute, how fast can you experiment, right? And I think people are going to move to more and more complex sort of.
A year.
Less than a year, yes.
Less than a year.
Less than a year. The real question is, will I be able to build the app on Emergent faster and sooner than my delivery comes on an app like Dunzo?
I think for most apps, yes. Yeah, simple apps, yeah. But I think it like today there is a lot of leverage in somebody who's learning to vibe code, because that gives you like a very easy way to sort of learn how to work with agents. I think in future all of us are going to be working with agents, managing our agents, right? And I think vibe coding is like a very easy way to sort of get started and practice like, hey, what does it feel like to work with a really capable agent which can actually do hours of work at a time. Yeah.
Any tips that you would have to somebody who wants to use your application, just out of curiosity, somebody who actually wants to build something?
Yeah, so we have a lot of builders on the platform today. I was talking to somebody from Pune yesterday, and he had his startup shut down because he they ran out of money, and they went to a dev shop to actually buy to build a new software that they wanted to build. Dev shop quoted them like a 40 lakh rupees bill, and they built it on Emergent like under 2,000 rupees. And they have like 1,000 users live on that platform today, right? And this is somebody who has no technical background. And so I think the tip is like just to get started early, right? Like, you should actually also, like when you're building something, it's best to have like 2-3 different versions of that getting built in parallel. So you can actually see the differences and learn from the output that you're getting. Also, generally I would say that start with the hardest thing first, right? So that you have the core problem cracked before you build on the other things. And I mean, I think those two things are easy for people to get started now. Yeah.
I have one more question,
sure,
which is obviously in the process of building to where you are at right now, you've put it through the paces as well, you and your brother.
Yeah.
What is the most whacked out or interesting application that you've built using your own software?
So I have this software. It's still getting built right now. It's not fully built, but I have this multi-interview screen where I can take interview of like 5 people together.
Job interviews?
Job interviews, right? Because we are taking a lot of interviews, and I wanted to sort of parallelize. That's the app that I'm building on Emergent right now. Yeah.
Can you think of interviewing 5 people on national television like that?
Definitely not, and I can't even do the things you do when it comes to market hours with so many people, and of course, Shiv and the team when it comes to prime time. What an absolute pleasure. Kudos to you for a made in India product, doing something which is genuinely going to shape the revolution going forward. And I'm pretty certain, Alex, we're going to break for lunch shortly, but I think we've given them more purpose for lunch. You got to download the app or use it and then come up with maybe your own little contribution to the AI story, Alex.
Absolutely. You said it. No more needs to be said. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Mukund Writing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
We're breaking for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Be back at 2 o'clock.
Is it happening? Apparently so, but where's late for Puneet Chandu? We used to leave at 2:50 PM's dinner. No, my best thing is let's just. Let's start. I've already done that. I have done that. Yeah. I just did. You want to hide in it or you want to be in the front somewhere? Oh, yeah, okay. But you should roll the telly. TP. Telly? Sound आप कर रहे हो ना? Sound है. Tell them to give a little bit of voiceover reverb on the mic for now, na? 5%, 5%. Like a voice of God. Only for this link. Only for this link. ये link.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we please request you to take your seats? There's almost going to be a countdown for 20 seconds. The action begins. AI action coming your way. Please take your seats.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
We've spent all of today talking about intelligence, artificial intelligence, about code, computation, and the systems shaping our future.
But intelligence is not only built in silicon, it lives in movement, in rhythm, in imagination.
As technology transforms the world around us, art reminds us of who we are.
What you are about to witness is a fusion of precision and poetry, a ballet reimagined.
Tradition meets technology, movement illuminated by LED, every step, every leap, every beat amplified in light.
This is not just a performance, it is a conversation between body and code, between heritage and the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, please sit back and experience this amazing, spectacular fusion ballet.
As the golden rays of future befall upon the continent of India, we are not just catching up on artificial intelligence. As the golden rays of future befall upon the continent of India, we are not just catching up on artificial intelligence, but leaping ahead. Around the world, as the AI landscape evolves, the world is peeping at India every now and then for leadership and direction. From the genesis of civilization, India has gifted the world with precious data in medicine, mathematics, literature, science, and media. Thus, the NDTV India.AI Summit brings together policymakers, industry leaders, innovators, and thinkers to shape the future of AI that is rooted in human values and ethical responsibility, the very core of the Indian system, built on two core pillars: India's human-centric agenda for the world and trustworthy impact-driven AI, the summit champions a people-first approach. Beyond technology, the AI wave in India becomes a force that elevates humanity, drives inclusive growth, and safeguards societal well-being, while accelerating innovation crafted for a future that is brighter. So our message for the future stands towards a world ready to rise with us.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
What a fascinating performance, Alex.
I don't
need
need dance
caffeine.
like
I can try. I'll need AI to coach me and teach me exactly how. What a fabulous performance. Hats off to you. Thank you so much for really livening things up just after lunch. That's a tough act to follow.
Yeah, I mean, if I had a light lunch, I wonder about you guys, but I knew that I would have to get on stage, but then you guys can sit back. I hope you're not falling asleep. Are you?
Should I go
Let's
check
at the
very
back?
quick? Should I go check very
Yeah,
quickly?
go.
You know, actually, everyone's been so excited about this particular summit, this whole week of AI, right? I see familiar faces here. Vishnu? That's what I love to do. You know that.
The spotlight is right there. You're always sitting in front of it.
But tell me, Vishnu, what is it now? A couple of your sessions are coming up. What is it that you're most looking forward to at this IND.AI summit by NDTV?
I think conversations about the future of AI, because it's replicating itself at a pace which is unprecedented. So the conversation we are having today is not the conversation we'd be having 2 years from now. What changes from now to 2 years later?
Alex, the conversation continues. Vishnu, thank you for that. And can you tell us a little sneak peek, a trailer of the conversations you'll be having on stage shortly?
So the first session is going to be Scale or Fail, the truth about AI adoption. The fact of the matter is that companies across the world, certainly in India, need to adopt AI, but at what scale? And with scale, there are challenges. For example, employment opportunities. Are those likely to go down? Ethics also comes in and plays a big part about this. Equity is also important in this entire argument. The global workplace is changing. AI needs to be adopted, but at what scale?
I've just gotten word. We're going to be speaking with Arvind Jain of Glean. He's literally across the road, ladies and gentlemen, so he'll be here in the next few minutes.
I mean, I'm really happy out there. I realized that Vishnu doesn't use AI at all because he gave me that answer without any AI or use of GPT. Neeraj is the markets wizard here in the NDTV universe. You were giving us a little bit of gyan in the earlier sessions, asking about valuations. Everyone talks about an AI bubble, Neeraj, right? Tell me, is this bubble for real? And is there a fear that this bubble can burst?
I mean, yes, the mind takes you back to when classic bubbles are formed, wherein people look at the total addressable market and then work backwards that am I paying too much for reaching that total addressable market. That argument has come in from the people who are investing as well. Now, whether that qualifies, whether there's a sufficient condition for a bubble or not, I don't know, but it certainly is a necessary condition.
And very quickly, since we're talking about artificial intelligence largely, you've seen over the last couple of weeks, I haven't seen the market today, Neeraj, have you?
No, I haven't been able to.
Okay, but I'm just wondering what the IT index will do heading forward, right? Because you have the frontline companies, and you heard what Nandan Nilekani said yesterday. There's a deployment gap. And so it's not like these companies are going to go extinct tomorrow.
Yeah, Alex, shameless plug here, but the last 48 hours, we've had Nandan Nilekani, Nitin Rakesh, Sanjeev Bikhchandani, Ganesh Natarajan, and a bevy of other IT veterans come and talk about how the business is going to stay. Yes, the valuations may compress, but the business is here to stay, it's not going away. So it's something you can catch on the network.
So then by that logic, the SaaS-pocalypse that the media painted out is also a bubble.
You could argue that the SaaS-pocalypse for the business going away is a bubble. The valuations, difficult to say.
Why don't we get some opinions from the gentleman who's sitting right behind?
Yes.
Because he had this big smile on
the widest smile. A huge round of applause, please. Please tell me your name, sir.
Hi, I'm Arun Subramanian from Articulate.
Yeah, he was on the first panel, by the way.
From Articulate. A huge round of applause, please. Tell me, Arun, what is it that you're most looking forward to at this particular summit?
I mean, I love the energy. I'm looking for different kinds of applications that people are thinking about. I don't think there's a question about, are you going to use AI? It's about what are the biggest problems people are looking to solve with AI.
That is a very articulate answer, Alex. Thank you for that.
Over lunch, I was speaking to somebody who said that she's CHRO of?
I was CHRO, yes, of DS Group.
Okay, so you have insight into the way that you would plan, for example, learning and development for an organization, right? And where I'm going to be talking about adoption of artificial intelligence and its applications in the workplace. What would you want to get from that panel? Because you have the who's who, you have Microsoft, you have a few other people speaking about it.
So I think I'm most excited, as Vishnu said, getting a sneak peek into the future. What is coming up? What is the, what can we expect? The change is so tremendous and technology is so all pervasive that, while we are talking, things are happening. So in the field of L&D, there is a huge potential of AI coming in, giving very, very hyper-personalized sort of learning for our people. And I think that's what I'm really excited to hear them and understand.
Fantastic.
You know what? That's what this summit is all about. Dialogue, conversation. We have questions coming with counter questions. My dear colleague Gaurav has a question for you, ma'am. I'm going to put you on the spot.
All right. Thanks for putting me on the spot. Now, interesting that you mentioned about human resources and the use of AI. How are you looking at human resources? Because it's all about human and AI is everything that's non-human.
So replacement basically of human.
So I think, this is a talk that's been happening for the last several months about AI really replacing and, jobs really getting redundant. I think there's just going to be a change in the way roles are going to be defined now. Humans are going to be only augmented with AI and not replaced. I really don't think they will be ever replaced. The human mind cannot be replaced. I mean, we are the ones creating the AI after all. So I don't see us getting replaced, but yes, our roles will be very different, and people who don't know AI definitely will be replaced.
Interesting. All right, very quickly, Alex, we have time for one last audience insight. Please share your name and tell us all about what you make of this summit.
See, my name is Monish Gupta, and we are also becoming a part of this event, and we are also launching our company and a product called Elara.ai. This summit actually is taking India way ahead in the global market, because in the US market, people say India is lagging behind. But I always say India is way ahead of the AI products, talent, and opportunities. So I always believe when people say that AI will replace the job front, I don't believe in that. It is the same story which was in the past. And AI has not reached up to the grassroots level yet. And we want people at the grassroots level, smallest of the people, like our UPI usage, AI will be used in next 5 years.
Good, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. AI might not have gotten there, but I have Alex and Alia, who will definitely take my job away if I don't make it back up on stage. Alex, over to you.
Ayush, that's a spectacular haircut. Where do you get it done?
This was actually a person who I trained on an agentic AI model. And
I don't believe you. Because I think, ladies and gentlemen, if there's one thing that I know will not go out of fashion, it is cutting people's hair. And I might just discuss with somebody to figure out if I can train myself to cut hair.
You can do a bunch of things, Alex. It's all about upskilling, really, and embracing the AI revolution. The more we are fearful of it, intimidated by it, it's not going to help us.
Absolutely. Now, across industries, AI is moving from experimentation to execution, reshaping how companies search, decide, collaborate, and compete. The workplace itself is being rewired. The question is no longer if enterprises will adopt AI, it is how deeply and how intelligently they integrate into the flow of work.
And to explore what working intelligence truly means for the modern enterprise, we're joined by someone building at the intersection every single day. Please welcome Arvind Jain, founder and CEO of Glean, in conversation with Shweta Rajpal Kohli. A huge round of applause, please.
There are founders who build products, and then there's Arvind Jain of Glean, who builds a layer that helps organizations think. And that's exactly what has made Glean such an exciting company. Arvind Jain, such a pleasure to have you with us here on NDTV IND.AI Summit. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, first I want to also thank you for literally sprinting to get here. And I think AI needs to solve for traffic woes more than anything else. I believe you literally ran to make it here in time.
That's true. We had to. The traffic in the city today is bad, and most roads are blocked. So ultimately, I asked my driver, should we really just walk? That'll be faster than going in the car.
All right, Arvind. Great time for India. This truly feels like India's moment. All AI global bigwigs are in town. There's a lot of conversation around global cooperation. We're all excited to see the outcomes coming out of this summit. Mm-hmm. Give us your big picture thoughts on where AI and where India stands in this AI moment of sorts.
Yeah, well, see, AI is the talk of the town everywhere in the world today. And for the right reasons. This is the technology that's the most powerful that all of us have actually seen in our lifetime. So there's a big change coming in terms of when you think about work and businesses, what do organizations look like in the future? What roles are actually available for us as humans to work on? What things are actually going to be done by AI? So there's a big change, and we're in a very, very early stages of that journey today. This summit is actually fantastic because it's actually bringing a lot of attention to AI in a big way, in the country. India has to play a big role in the future of AI, and I think this is a good start here.
Absolutely, India playing a big role, and also for most large AI companies, India being such a large market, I think that itself is important. And now, of course, India is seeing tons of innovation coming out as well. Arvind, for the benefit of the audience seated here, tell them a little more about Glean, why it's transformative, and more importantly, your journey, how you really started out.
Yeah, so Glean, we started the company in early 2019. That actually makes us the first enterprise generative AI company in the world. So before, this became so hot, now people talk about language models and transformers. In 2019, nobody was talking about it, but we were solving a problem that required us to use this technology. The product that Glean builds, think of it like Google or ChatGPT, but inside your company. Glean is a place where employees go to ask questions. And Glean uses all of your internal company's data and knowledge and information to actually help you figure out answers to those questions and share it back with the user. So it's just a more powerful version of an AI tool that you use in your day-to-day personal life. Inside the company, you use Glean instead. So that's what we do. Our journey, so it started with first wanting to build a Google-like search experience internally for people so that people can find information faster. But then as AI models got better and better, it allowed us to actually build this product today, which is not only a place, Glean acts like your personal assistant, it acts like your colleague or a companion that can actually share some of your workload with you. So what people do today with Glean is, if you have 10 things to do, maybe you can actually ask Glean to actually do 3 or 4 of those tasks internally and then move at twice the speed.
So clearly you saw certain gaps in traditional productivity as well as search tools that excited you to build Glean. But you're saying that you started out in a sort of pre-ChatGPT era or before AI became a thing, as we could say. Tell us about how the last few years have been, because when it comes to AI, it's all about speed and scale. And, we're talking about today, we had Mukund Jha of Emergent with us a while ago. We had, Pratyush from Sarvam in the morning. And the whole story is about how quickly you're going to scale. I mean, look at Emergent, for instance, moving from 50 million ARR to 100 million in a matter of a month. So suddenly we're talking about numbers and scale that have been mind-boggling.
Yeah, I mean, AI has actually changed the benchmark for what actually makes you an iconic company, a company that's growing fast. So Glean, we've been actually doing the same over the last few years. The company has been exponentially growing our business. We're more than doubling, tripling every year. And that's actually the norm, in this, because the products that AI companies deliver, the one that we do, I mean, they're so exciting, they're so new, and they can make so much impact that it's actually we see a lot of demand from businesses to actually use products like these. So that's the world that we are in today. Really fast growth. AI companies are going to be growing their businesses at a pace that we've never seen before in tech, and we firmly believe that AI is going to sort of actually become a more dominant category than software itself, over the next decade. And the world's largest businesses, the most valuable companies, will all be AI companies.
Arvind, there was a lot of pessimism, at least a few months ago, around AI in India. Whether it is in terms of the ability of founders to innovate or the ability of government to be an enabler in terms of infrastructure, saying, not enough is being done there. What are your thoughts on whether that pessimism is now giving way to at least cautious optimism? And do you think the criticism was justified? But at the same time, what is India missing?
Well, look, there have been these studies that show that most AI projects fail. In fact, there's one that's quite popular which says 95% of all AI projects in 2025 were actually big failures. And that's actually expected for any new technology. But I think what it actually hides is the fact that there's tremendous excitement in the industry. Even though AI is such an early technology, you are still wanting to try it out. You still want to actually not miss the boat. And that's what we've seen. But now, if you look at AI, it's actually making clear impact on many different lines of functions within businesses, whether it is, supporting your customers, and whether it is actually, writing new code and software and technology. AI is already playing a significant role in actually, enhancing like how businesses are able to actually deliver those services today. So the criticism is justified. The optimism is actually there. It's not cautious, actually. I would say, there's a lot of optimism for AI. And, I can tell you this, we work with businesses across different industry sectors, whether it's, financials or healthcare or technology or retail, manufacturing, and nobody wants to be left behind. No matter what your industry is, you want to actually be at the forefront. You want to try the best AI tools. And because, you understand, executives today understand that if we don't modernize with AI, then we're going to be obsolete and we won't exist anymore.
Talking about being obsolete, the one question that is crossing everyone's mind, you're talking about how AI is doing the job of coders. You're talking about how AI is enhancing productivity. It is such a powerful tool in your hands today, right? And the obvious question then is that while we're seeing, the kind of enterprise tools that you're building, being able to, have that massive transformational impact, there's also the concern around job displacement. What is it going to do to employment? What are your thoughts around that?
See, we have always benefited from technology waves over the last many decades. And so far, historically, whenever we have great technology advances that happen, it sort of removes some jobs, but it actually makes some new ones. And all of us, as humans, we evolve. We evolve to sort of, use those technologies. And we're able to do now things better, faster, in some ways. So I think of AI also largely the same way. It's a tool, that's available to us as humans. It's going to actually, reduce and remove some of that boring, repetitive work, which is no fun for anybody, and leave more time for creative work for all of us. So that's sort of that's the positive side of what AI is going to do for us. And it is actually, we're seeing it, again, when we look at the folks who are actually the most curious ones, who are actually trying to really embrace AI in a big way, they're actually getting AI today to do a lot of work for them. But now comes the question of if this technology moves so fast and if it really makes many jobs sort of redundant, what does it do to our workforce, and is it actually going to create a lot of pain in the short term? Hopefully not. Our guidance, to everybody is that today, you don't have to be an engineer, you don't have to be a technologist, you don't have to be an AI expert, but these easy to use tools are available to you, whether it is Glean in your workplace or Google or ChatGPT, in your personal lives. Just use it. Use these tools, figure out what you can do with them, and then you're ready for the future. You don't have to actually worry about any job loss, as long as you know how to use AI.
All right, as we wrap this up, last question to you. You're an operator turned successful founder in the AI space, riding the AI wave. Quickly, if you could have short pieces of advice to budding AI founders, for investors in AI, and for the government and the citizens. Quick pieces of advice there.
Yeah, so for entrepreneurs, I think the main thing is, make sure that AI is an enabler in whatever you're trying to build, but your focus has to be on solving a large business problem, not you don't start with okay, well, I have AI and I can do something with it. So use it no more than a tool. For the governments, I think one of the things, that I think India has done a good job, where we are actually have, all the models, that are being built in the industry, worldwide, that are available to us. So staying open, to innovation that happens, doesn't matter, where it happens, as long as, we are creating the right policies, which allow entrepreneurs, which allow companies, and people to actually use AI freely. That is what is actually going to allow us to actually be a winner in this market in the long run.
All right, Arvind Jain, such a pleasure to have you here on the NDTV IND.AI Summit. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It'll be on the prompter as well. It's on the prompter. Just follow the prompter. Follow the prompter. Come, let's go. As AI becomes embedded in everyday work, the next panel is a special one. It explores how organizations are rethinking productivity, talent, and decision-making. Leaders from technology, startups, and global enterprises discuss what responsible, human-centric AI adoption looks like at the workplace.
Well, our next session, and I'm going to be speaking to the lovely people on this panel, is going to be exploring all of those and more. And let me introduce them and let me bring them on stage as we set up. We've got Puneet Chandok, who is President, Microsoft India and South Asia. We've got Kumaresh Pattabhiraman, who's head of LinkedIn India. We've got Madhav Krishna, who's founder and chief executive officer of Vahan.ai. And not least, last but not least, Kritika Reddy, who's chief executive officer of Optimize GEO and founder of AI Kiran. Please make your way to the stage.
And this panel will be moderated by the brilliant Alex Matthew. Just like AI, you got to be very nice. Put the please and thank you, and be very encouraging of Alex. A huge round of applause for this panel.
Thank you, thank you. That's very kind of you. Okay, check. Switch. Okay, so that's me, switching. So very exciting to have this conversation. And I must state that when these conversations happen on an ongoing basis for me personally, because my wife is in human resources and she's helping adoption at a pretty large scale. And so this is quite close to home. I must state, though, as somebody who grew up in the 90s, and I want to start with you, Puneet, is that our first experience with technology was, at least mine was Microsoft, right? And for a lot of people who were in their 30s or early 40s at that stage, it was a little scary with people suddenly using this technology that was at the cutting edge and doing things that they hadn't even conceptualized. And things have moved so rapidly from that point to where we are right now. And I think people are getting a little bit of whiplash. So when you're talking about adoption of AI, there is a certain amount of fear at the workplace, certainly, that people will be left behind. So what do you think, as somebody who provides these solutions, how do you ensure that it's democratized, one, and how do you ensure that everybody goes along in the same direction?
It's working fantastic. By the way, your wife works for human resources, and by the way, I tell my teams that you have human resources and IT, separate functions. In the future, we'll have an intelligent resource function. We don't need HR and IT to be separate because we'll manage intelligent resources, be it humans or machines. I think to your point, I think a couple of comments. First, Jeffrey Ding has this fascinating book where he talks about innovation and diffusion. And he says countries that are diffusing technology are getting more value out of it than the ones who are just innovating. Right? So while we focus on innovation, we should build in India, build for the world. We should focus a lot more on diffusion, which is, can we get AI into the hands of every Indian? Billion Indians can rise with AI, every enterprise, every public sector, every government institution. And then to your point around the fear, right? I see two emotions around AI today in India. One is fear, like it's going to eat up my job, or there's ignorance. There are people still in the camp saying this too shall pass and this is like something else, and like every other technology, this will become normal. Both emotions are wrong. I think if you can kill the fear and ignorance, I think there's a massive opportunity. My ask to everybody is stop clinging on to the role that you were hired to do. Stop clinging on to your job description. Doing what you were hired to do is no longer enough. You have to skill, you have to upskill, you have to think with AI, you have to build with AI every day. You have to get AI to work for you like a teammate, not just a tool on your phone. And if you can do that, I think there's massive runway and opportunity for all of us. So skilling is the answer. Skilling is the only oxygen mask for all of us. And if we can get that going, the future is quite bright for India.
I do want to throw that open for the rest of the panel, because this is really a placeholder for the rest of the conversation. We start with this and we delve a little deeper. Kirtika, you want to start?
And the specific, you want me to double click on
adoption and the whole idea of not leaving people behind, because ultimately there is, of course, there are two perspectives, the way that I see it. There is the organization and the people that it is made of, and there is the individual and that individual responsibility. But there is a shared responsibility in ensuring that everybody moves in the right direction, right?
Yep.
So how do you see that?
No, totally. I have flashbacks to the early days of Facebook India, when we used to ask people, are you on the internet? They would say no. Are you on Facebook? They would say yes, right? So I think we have to think about that a lot as we think about AI. And how is it that we think about the uses of AI and make it so seamless that people use it. Can we envision a future where just like how anyone today, goes to Swiggy and orders, their food to be delivered or goes to a Blinkit, that they can just develop an app for whatever task that they're dealing with. I was just having someone talk about nanny management, right? Can they just like do it themselves, right? How can we as technology companies sitting here make it that easy for them? So that's what I think about. And when it comes to driving change, I do think that the leadership of any company, any organization has a big role to play in terms of how they lean in, how they adopt technology, and how they set the bar for the organization.
Okay, Madhav, you want to come in? Because you stand in a very unique spot, right? Because you're dealing with people, or you're facilitating the employment of people that don't have access to technology at all. Blue collar is what you talk about, right? So therefore, how does this work for you? How do you bring them on board? Is there a possibility of bringing them on board?
So to build on what Kirtika said, I think ease of access is obviously very, very critical, and then showing people value is also a very important part of driving adoption. I'll contextualize my answer though in terms of, let's say, what we do as a company. So I run Vahan.AI. We're a startup that's building an AI recruiter for blue-collar workers in India, right? So it's almost 400 to 500 million people, highly underserved by platforms like LinkedIn. Because the core reason is that blue-collar workers don't look for jobs online. They still rely on their own networks. It's a mama, chacha, bhaiya-driven search process. And that's because at the core, there's a lot of trust required in making a decision around what type of job a person wants to do. And that's true not only in blue collar, it's true in white collar as well. What we found while building in this space is also that in India, there are hundreds of thousands of local recruitment agencies that do about 60 to 70% of hiring for the blue collar workforce. And we ended up building a platform that really enables these agencies to, number one, access the jobs that are being created in the market. So for example, we work with all the large delivery and quick commerce companies today, Zomato, Swiggy, Blinkit, you name it. These companies, by the way, are adding 1 million jobs this year, right? So it's a space that's growing really, really fast, which is exciting. So our platform helps agencies access these jobs, match candidates with those jobs. And the AI recruiter that we've built is actually a tool that we've given to these agencies to automate their workflow.
Sure.
And previously, if a human recruiter was able to get one person hired a day, when they use the AI well, and well is a key word there, when they use it well, they can get up to 5 people hired in a day. Right? So more people find jobs in a shorter amount of
more productive.
time. The agencies make much more money because they're getting more people recruited. And employers end up hiring at a lower cost. Right? So there's value across the value chain with this sort of an implementation.
Fair. Okay. Kumaresh, what is interesting to me is the way that people interact on LinkedIn, right? And ultimately, this tells you a lot about what their way of thinking is. There's the other aspect, which is when recruiters and potential companies that are looking to find a home for people who are looking for a job, what they're looking at is changing as we speak right now. So you're at that crossroads. What are you seeing that is interesting about adoption of AI and the way that people are thinking of adding it to their suite of offerings?
Yeah, what AI is changing the most right now is how people discover opportunity. When you think about how someone that's new to the workforce, say a college grad that I spoke with recently, the way they search for opportunities is so different. We see a shift from searching for job titles and credentials to skills and potential. So, I was seeing her just use LinkedIn job search, and she goes and types in, help me find an internship that can use my machine learning skills and my interest in music as a trained musician. And the first result that pops up is an audio engineer intern at Dolby Research in Bangalore. Now, we did not know that there is a title called audio engineer. We didn't know Dolby Research was a company in Bangalore. We didn't know they had presence here. So AI is expanding the sort of possibilities that people end up discovering. And when it comes to companies, they are able to hire talent much faster, and there is serious time savings from automation of menial tasks. But what is most exciting on the company's hiring talent front is the ability to tap into untapped talent pools. We're seeing that there are opportunities that require niche skills that have been open for several months. And the moment you use a hiring agent to be able to go look for the right talent in a skills-first way, you're able to hire the right talent much faster.
Okay. Let me talk about some parts of what he said, but I want to come to you, Kirtika, on how companies are looking at adoption of AI themselves, right? Which is that in certain cases, there's a little bit of a hesitancy to jump in whole hog because maybe there are concerns about, to a certain extent, how much data do you let go? What happens to ring fencing certain activity? How much of your employees should have access to a certain amount of data? How do you ensure that these concerns get taken care of? And do companies still move a little slowly, a little carefully in this kind of environment where everything is changing so rapidly? Can they afford to do that?
So, well, the short answer is no. And no matter how, wherever people think they are on that adoption curve here, you're probably behind and you need to 10x your efforts there is really the key message. Market share is won and lost at times of disruption. And if you are a challenger in the space, this is your opportunity to figure out how you leapfrog. And if you are the number one in the space, my advice to you is think about what your number three is doing, because they are doing that. And I think about the pace of change, and I'll contextualize it with my own journey here. We did an AI hackathon as my startup company about 6 months ago, and we said, if we had to build something today based on where the technology is and our key differentiators, where would it be? And I remember, actually, I met Puneet at the same time. We were talking about a different business at that time. Okay, and so 6 months later, so actually I even contextualizing it with people on the panel. 3 months later, Jessica Jensen, the Chief Strategy Officer of LinkedIn, was in town. I was on stage with her, and I spoke about how we are launching this new platform called Optimize GEO for Generative Engine Optimization, because the world is changing. We're in the midst of this new consumer shift where people are no longer going to Google and searching for information, but going to ChatGPT, Gemini, Google AI overview for everything from, which enterprise solution to buy to skincare to your mobile device. And so I just began to speak about it. And today, as I come here, we serve Fortune 50 to startups alike. What took us 2 years to get to a certain revenue milestone, we'll hit in 2 quarters. Wow. That is the pace of change. And that is what someone who's just saying, okay, let me figure out what others do and then I'll jump in, it might be too late.
Very quickly, for people who are sitting at home, and this audience is fabulous, they know exactly what you say when you say generative engine optimization. It is essentially SEO plus, right? So essentially, can you explain that very quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. So, everyone in the past used to say, how is it that I appear in organic Google search results? And that whole effort is now moving to how is it that you want to understand what your users are searching for in LLMs, the kind of intent that you get, even the Kumresh's example of, I want to be a software engineer with interest in music, right? That's far beyond what you would understand from the keyword world. So you understand users' queries, intents more. You then understand what are LLMs surfacing for those answers. Is your brand, company, product present there? And remember, LLMs are looking across the internet. They're not just looking at your site. So it actually serves as an intelligence platform. We have helped surface competitive insights. We have helped surface consumer insights, positioning. So it really influences your entire marketing strategy. And so that's what we're building.
Exactly. So therefore, Puneet, from that perspective, I want to start again with you, right? So you've seen so many transitions take place in your organization and in the space in general, right? So we're already talking about a role, for example, where you would hire potentially, my organization would hire somebody that specializes in SEO because you want to see your news rank high, right? You want to ensure that your website does well. Already, we moved past SEO, we moved to GEO, right? And so therefore, from that perspective, as an organization, from the perspective of strategy and the perspective of manpower and the perspective of planning for the future, you've already hired 3 people. How do you ensure that that transition takes place?
Now listen, first of all, plus one to what Kritika said, right? I tell people if your business is doing well today, you probably have 2 years. If your business is not doing well, you have 2 months. before somebody eats you up. And there's a startup out there today in India or anywhere else in the world which is thinking about serving you customers at twice the speed and half the price. So we all have to get ready for it. I think going back to your point around how enterprises using it and how do you diffuse and how do you use it at scale, the enterprises and businesses that are using it well are doing three things which are quite unique and that we should learn from. First, this requires top-down ambition and courage. Like this has to, the CEOs and the boards and the top leadership has to lead from the front. This requires a ton of courage. This requires bold bets, but these are companies, and the companies who are taking those bets are the ones who are seeing value. Second, there's a lot of AI washing going on. There are a lot of hobby projects. And I think you got to stop that bullshit. Like this is, if it's not adding value to your top line or your bottom line, if it's not improving customer experience, changing how employees work, thinking about productivity and innovation, don't do it. Get into the real stuff with AI. And then third, it requires a cultural renaissance, right? Which is, like if you look at tech today, it's moving at least 10x a year, at least 10x, if not more. Culture and talent, if you're lucky, is moving at 1x. If you're lucky, right? And at some point, that divide will show up, right? So how do, and the question I ask all leaders and CEOs I meet is, how many people in your organization are you skilling on AI? Whatever number they give me, I add a zero behind it. Even there is not enough, right? Which is, how are you skilling your people to use this technology? How are you thinking about culturally a different mindset to approach this? Like you have to learn to manufacture success now, right? The worst thing you can do with AI is be helpless. Take agency. And it's a boon for people who have agency. It's a problem for people who don't have agency. So those three things, top-down ambition, real ROI and impact use cases where it matters for your business, and then finally skilling and cultural renaissance. That's what it takes to do this at scale.
And this is from the perspective of the top down. Okay, you want to add to that from the perspective of the bottom up though. And you spoke about how somebody's searching for a job, but there's also how people interact with your platform and try and put themselves out there, right? So ultimately it is them showcasing facets of their personality and what they're capable of doing so that other people can see them, potential recruiters. And so when you want to showcase that on a platform like LinkedIn, what is your advice to people? In that, ultimately, the requirement of the jobs that you're doing today and the roles and the capabilities, people are hiring without identifying roles. They're looking at capability first and saying, okay, we'll fit you in eventually. We'll figure that out, but I want to know if you're capable first.
That's a great question. When you think about the LinkedIn profile, people tend to think of it as a static resume. That is a list of schools that you've gone to, a list of companies that you've worked at. And especially for a world infused with AI, you couldn't be farther from what will help you connect with opportunity, because right now your professional identity is no longer a list of badges that you've collected from your past, but what are you capable of doing today using skills that you've acquired from those past experiences. So the more you can have your work speak for itself by creating a portfolio of the artifacts that you've created over a period of time, a GitHub for a developer, a Figma portfolio for a designer. LinkedIn is becoming the place where people share what they're working on a regular basis, and they're getting discovered for new opportunities. And these opportunities don't have to be just another job. It can be mentorship opportunities, the opportunity to speak at a panel. And ultimately, we think that the world of work will shift to one where you get discovered based off of what you've created and not just a list of brands that you've associated yourself with.
Very interesting. I want to come to you from the perspective of, look, I was reading something today, and the way that you're using artificial intelligence to find talent, right? So you're posing a problem, and what is essentially happening is you're scraping first LinkedIn, but you're going much deeper than that. And you're looking at social media interaction, because if you want to search for a particular role, you're looking at engagement, you're looking at what people are saying online. How much of that would you potentially use as things stand right now? If you're looking for talent, and if you want to identify people in your organization today, how much are you using artificial intelligence?
So what we found is that beyond just skill and capability, I think mindset matters a lot more today. The desire to learn is super critical. Vinod Khosla, who's one of our investors and mentors, says that the ability to just learn, right, or learning the ability to learn, essentially is now the most critical thing for people to do. because things are changing so quickly, right? This is a fast-moving train that's left the station more than a year back. And if you don't get on now, you will probably be left behind. And I think just the mindset to want to jump on that train and do what it takes to teach yourself the skills that are required today, that will be required 6 months from now, 12 months from now, 18 months from now, etc. That is super critical.
Okay. Let's talk about what an organization can do, because we had a few speakers earlier today talk about the need to set up training modules, right? Because you want people to experience and to learn how they can use artificial intelligence. Is that possible to do from the perspective of the organization? Because, and I'll come to you first, Kirtika, because you have global MNCs that do this on an ongoing basis, right? They allow their employees to learn various aspects or things that are not necessarily related to the jobs that they're doing, but that's not something that you see in every organization. So do you think that this needs to be more broad-based and specific to artificial intelligence and capability as it relates to the work that you're doing?
So I'd say two things. One, as Madhav was saying, you have to jump on the train, otherwise you'll be left behind. It really actually, my heart dropped because I was also thinking about all the work that we need to make sure that this movement is inclusive. We are sitting here where, for example, the global gender equity gap, it's going to take 130 years for us to close. Longevity improvements aside, we are not going to be there to see that gap close, but can we do everything that we can right now to make sure that the AI inclusivity gap is not there? So I just wanted to urge all of us to think about that. And I'm excited about an initiative called AI Kiran that we lead with the government of India around enabling 1 million women, youth, differently able senior citizen. It started with women, but expanded very quickly because of the member community. And Puneet has been a great champion, but would really urge all of us to think about that and keep that as a core. Kumresh, we are going to talk a lot more next week about this. But back to the culture of innovation. It is so key, right? And there are also just simple things you can do. I have huge belief in the value of hackathons as a way to get ideas going. And you can do that in any company of any size, right? And get everybody across functions. It's not just something that the engineering organization does. Get the whole function, right? An HR function thinking about how is it that they use AI. If legal department thinking about how they use AI. Have them just use that time to dabble with different tools and come back to you. So do things like that. Even as a startup where every dollar, every penny counts, we give everyone an allowance to say, this is your AI learning. Go sign up for courses, go try different tools. We need you to do it. We tell them, yes, we are desperate for deliverables and we have a very hard line around deliverables and everyone is working hard. But tomorrow, if there's some major release, when OpenAI said that they're releasing ads, we're like, drop everything, figure out like what's happening there. And we will actually encourage you to come back and say, hey, some deliverable drops because I really need to go and learn this. So there's a lot that one can do at a big company and a small company scale. And we just need to go out there and do it.
So, okay. I want to know from you guys, and ultimately you're at the helm essentially of all of the organizations that you're at, right? So would you say that it's a need right now to put things in KRA, for example? Because ultimately you're talking about capability for an organization, and let's face it, sometimes the only way that you can build something for a workforce in general is to say that you need to do this, you don't have a choice. So therefore, do you need to codify it and say that you need to do this, this is part of your KRA? Puneet, you want to start?
I think it's already happening, right? And today, if you're in tech and not fluent with AI, like you won't be in tech for too long. Like it's quite obvious to everybody now, and this is not something that you need to push top down, right? Which is going back to Kumresh's point around like we realize our jobs are changing on us, even if you're not changing the job. And this is LinkedIn data, as I'm quoting Kumresh, but for the same job, 25% of the skills required have changed, even though you haven't changed your job, and it'll be 60% in the next few years. So your job is already changing on you, right? So you don't, my worry or my ask is don't wait for somebody to come and tell you that you need to learn AI and you need to have that as a KRA. You bloody well get started now. You use the train metaphor. I use the mountain metaphor. Like, can I just finish this? Yeah. Please. Like AI learning today is like climbing a mountain. Some people are running up to the peak. Some people are taking a bike. Some people are strolling, walking up. Some people are still on the ground looking at the peak. Not everybody will make it. The question is just get started now. Don't wait for somebody to tell you to do it.
Agreed, but the only point is that a lot of people have the ostrich head in the sand mentality, saying that. So how do you counter that? Because you don't want to face a situation where it's 50% of the workforce, right? I'm just saying that. I don't know what the data is, but if 50% of your workforce is not moving with the times, how do you ensure that they do? Does anybody have an answer?
You know, I have flashbacks again to when Meta went public. I don't know if folks who remember when the stock dropped because the analysts spoke about how Meta doesn't have a mobile strategy. Okay, it was remarkable. We were about 4,000 people then. In how quickly Mark Zuckerberg moved, where we looked at ownership, responsibility, got the best people on the best job, we didn't have enough engineers who were trained on mobile, so there was a massive training initiative. As people presented to him, if people still presented a desktop proposal versus mobile, he stopped the meeting and say, come back, right? So it was dramatic in how in a few weeks we transformed from being a desktop company largely to a mobile company, and the revenue followed, right? So it can be done. And yes, you have to take those measures. And I do think what gets measured matters. So yes, I would say it falls under the KRA side.
So combination of various factors, but it's been an absolute pleasure. There's no one answer to this. And I think it has to be collectively moving towards a certain goal. And I think everybody's understanding that. Puneet, you put it very well. The rest of you as well have made some very interesting points. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic session as always, Alex. I have been taking notes from that one. I must say.
What do you like the most?
I will refer to my notes, but I like how you brought up a lot of those germane issues with Puneet and Kritika especially, because I think a lot of those things are not spoken about when you're really talking about digital transformation at the workplace. And that's what this summit's all about, right?
Yeah.
We present the problems, we discuss, we deliberate, but we come up with solutions which are forward-looking as well.
Yeah, because ultimately there is obviously space and room for the big picture conversations, but you need to talk about adoption as well. And ultimately the person who's sitting in office right now is a person who's going to have to adopt the technology we're talking about today.
But you know what was interesting was you didn't ask them about what they use in terms of AI at work. That would have been an interesting one. Maybe we ask them the next time we see them. But moving on, as enterprises rush to integrate AI into their operations, a hard truth is emerging. Experimentation is easy. Scaling AI across the organization is not.
Yeah, it's complex, it's expensive, and it is deeply strategic. What separates companies that successfully embed AI into their DNA from those that are stuck in perpetual proof of concept mode?
Absolutely, and this is a stellar panel. I love how wide it's getting because our widest POVs are going to be capturing this. It's a stellar panel. We have Jason Oxman, President and CEO, Information Technology Industry Council, ITIC. Jeff Burke, VP Business Development and Partnerships at Replit. Alok Bajpai, Chairman, MD and Group CEO, Ixigo.
And finally, Ivana Baroletti, who is Global Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer at Wipro. Please make your way to the stage.
And this session will be moderated by NDTV's very own Vishnu Shom. A huge round of applause, please.
We'll get started in just a moment, just waiting for my other panelists to be here. They'll be here shortly. That's okay, doesn't really matter. We're waiting for Jeff, right? Okay, we're going to start, and we're going to be joined by our final guest in just a moment. What we're looking at over here is the adoption of AI and the scale at which AI is adopted. Now, this is a real rub, isn't it? We are in a world right now where without the adoption come join us. We are now in a world are in deep trouble. And yet, if you scale up AI, you could be in a scenario where you have to deal with a very changed workforce. And therefore, companies have to make choices. There's the entire issue of ethics in the workplace as well. At the same time, the efficiencies which AI introduces in so many areas, it's so promising, the results are so fast that it's something that very few industries across the world in specific sectors would like to ignore. Therefore, what we are looking at is scale or fail, the truth about AI adoption, right? It's a tough one, but one that we really need to look at. And I'm going to introduce our panelists, Jason Oxman, President and CEO of the Information Technology Industry Council. Thank you very much for being with us. Ivana Baroletti, the Global Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer at Wipro. Alok Bajpai, Chairperson, MD and Group CEO of Ixigo. And a wonderful guest, they're all wonderful actually, but Jeff Burke, VP Business Development and Partnerships at Replit. Now, the reason Jeff was approximately 25 seconds late on this panel is because he had to fire up his laptop. And what Jeff says he can do, and I'm not sure he can, but what he says he can do is create a user interface, right, in about 2 minutes. A user interface for a particular application in a couple of minutes. So I'm going to put him on the spot, and I'm going to ask anybody over here to raise their hand and to give us an idea of what it is that they want him to create while we have this conversation. So hands up over there. Shubhangi? Yeah. Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Perfect. I think we have so many global delegates visiting. So if you could kind of curate 5-day itinerary for the...
Say that again, yeah.
We have so many global delegates visiting India for the first time for the Impact Summit. What about curating like a 5-day itinerary for the best things to do in and around Delhi, maybe top restaurants, just to make everyone's experience the best?
So he's actually typing that in now. We're going to give him some time because, and he's going to let me know when that's actually done. But in the meanwhile, since, I do need to give him a little bit of time, a couple of minutes, and, he's got a lot to prove over there. But until that time happens, I'm going to go across to Alok, and we'll come back to Jeff in a second. Yeah, Alok, you run a business where scaling up is absolutely imperative, and the numbers are phenomenal. You serve over 500 million users. Many of them are first-time digital travelers. They aren't necessarily in urban centers. Just in terms of Ixigo, how has scalability been a priority, not an option?
Thanks. First of all, you can do this on Ixigo as well. You can go to Ixigo Plan, and we do AI trip planning. We launched it almost 3 years ago. And we don't just suggest the restaurants, we also tell you what dish to order in that restaurant based on traveler reviews. But coming to the question, look, I think we are in some ways in a domain where things go wrong, right? So when you travel, there are moments of anxiety, your flight might get cancelled, we've been through this. Your train might get delayed. In India, the platform number of the train could change, the bus might not just show up. And I think at Ixigo, one of the things that's our core tenets is that we don't think of ourselves as a company selling tickets. We think of ourselves as a company that's selling peace of mind. And AI plays a very important role there, because if you think about being able to preempt when things go wrong or about to go wrong, and being able to solve for it in real time with the right content, the right information, or the right decision-making inputs. I think that's what people, especially in the next billion users or tier 2, tier 3 markets, where they have paucity of, information, or they might not have the ability to, pay beyond a certain amount, but they're confused whether they're buying the right ticket or not. I think in that sense, we are trying to protect the downside and also preserve the ability to have a more predictable experience using AI.
But can I just ask you, because we faced a huge crisis in the Indian aviation sector a couple of months back with Indigo and its crew rostering in a situation where a large part of the Indian aviation sector just sort of froze. How did you deal with it?
Yeah,
and
so
did the software help?
It's a fantastic case study for us because, we had built this AI-first customer experience stack where almost 90% of the voice calls that we take or do outbound today are end-to-end AI. Almost 90% of our chat is end-to-end AI as well. So one of the things we realized was nobody was answering any phone calls or giving you any information during that crisis. People were struggling at the airport, did not know what to do next, did not even know whether their flight would take off. We proactively called almost 150,000 AI calls during those 5 days to inform people the status of their flight, whether it would go or not, and if it didn't, when they would get their refund or how they could reschedule it. And these AI bots, it would have been impossible to service that many customers in a short span of time. We had almost 5x as many reach outs. And we have this tool called Flight Tracker Pro, which is an AI flight status tracker. And we got like a 12x spike during that time on that because people sitting at the airport were also using our tool to tell others, whether the flight would go or not. So I think we saw a great applied use case of AI to essentially solve for anxiety in travel, which is what we all have gone through.
Okay. Jeff, how's it coming along?
It's going okay. I mean, it's building right now, but we're just trying to connect to the Wi-Fi. But it should be done any second now.
Ivana, when we talk about the changed workplace, there's also the entire issue of AI-ready governance. How does one bring in AI into the workforce without defining how it's going to be used within a corporate structure? How is that a huge challenge? Because you have to change minds as well, right? On the implementation of AI.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me? Yeah. So I think it's a really interesting one because when generative AI came up, everybody started to use it very rapidly. And that was a big change compared to, until then, people were doing like machine learning, but you had to be like an expert to do it. But generative AI is accessible to everybody, so very suddenly, a lot of people started to use these tools. And that changed, and across the world, organizations started to say, okay, how are we going to handle this in our companies? What about copyright? What about data leaks? What about this and that? So that was like at the beginning, a huge kind of upheaval in companies and say, how are we going to govern that, the use? People started to say, well, yes, you can use artificial intelligence, these generative AI tools, but is in your private instance as an organization. And of course, employees wanted to use it. It's interesting because employees want to use it because we know, and they know that it simplifies their work, and we know that it really allows people to focus on better tasks, less, not these mindless sort of repetitive things. But at the same time, employees are concerned about, is that going to take my job? So I think what is really important is that, first of all, is to bring employees with you. I think it's a responsibility of a responsible business to tell employees and to teach employees how to work with AI, what works and what doesn't work. So, for example, in my company, I head up AI governance. What we did was we said we're going to train everybody, at least on how to use it. Everybody, not just the people who know about technology, but everybody across the board, to say, how are they going to use it, and also how to trust it and how to distrust it, because sometimes these systems, they make it up. So we didn't want people to copy and paste something that was completely made up. And it did happen. I mean, in many, many different places. We read, I mean, the Supreme Court of India is saying, well, be careful with the use of AI, of generative AI in the legal sector. But in Australia, we've had cases where organizations, they were hired to write a report, and the people who wrote it, they wrote it with using one of these tools, and then the client was like, hey, you know, this is not real. That's just like hallucination. Sure. So teaching people to trust and teaching people how to distrust as well, because by distrust, I don't mean that people don't trust this technology. I mean that people take it critically. And for example, at Wipro, when we say to people, you can use these tools to understand whether somebody is a good fit for your job, right, we know that this tool may discriminate. And we tell people, look, use it, but challenge, because the more you challenge, it means that you've understood how the system works and you can help improve it. Okay. So it's I think it's a mindset and shift that we need to have in our organizations, but I think it's also part of the fun.
An opportunity. Now, Jeff, has that software of yours come along?
Yeah, no, it finished a little while ago. It's like my little
Tell us about it.
My little coworker just building on the side right here, but I don't know. Are you able to see? So I don't know if people in the crowd can see, but basically I took that exact...
They can. In fact, we've got it up on... But why don't you go ahead and describe what... So you built this website in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
It would have been faster had the Wi-Fi been on.
Yeah, so
what have you built?
Yeah, so when you get to Replit, it looked like this little chat box, and I just typed in the exact prompt she gave me. And then in the separate tab, you can see it started 8 minutes ago, so that's proof that I did not do this beforehand. And what happens is you type in this prompt and the agent actually just starts thinking and creates a plan and goes and builds this application for you. So you can actually see the agent responded and said, hey, I'll create a modern editorial style. I didn't tell it that. It was just kind of the Replit agent being creative. It then walks you through everything it does, all the actions it took. You can actually click in here and see all the code it generated. It actually made these images. And then the end result is this Delhi Chronicle. That it came up with that solution as well, with some photos and locations that people can visit while they're here. And then what you would basically do is, again, you think of it like a coworker. I would just give it another prompt. Maybe I don't like the styling, or I want to add some things that are more personal. I go back and say, actually, maybe take another pass at this, or this is great. We actually launched a partnership with Razorpay yesterday, so you can add payments to these things too. So it's like, actually, this is great. Maybe I may want to monetize and build a business around this. Go set up my Razorpay account and help me start charging for this. So.
Jeff, to me, what's most impressive about this is that it's, to a large extent, autonomous. It's autonomous coding. It's sort of thinking about what you might want to see, and it's doing it in a way which obviously is based on data available, plus perhaps your own user interest. How smart is the software? How does it decide what it is that you want?
Yeah, it's actually really smart. I think when we launched it about 1.5 years ago, even us internally did not expect it to be doing this well at this point. So we're on the 3rd version of our agent. Actually, we're launching the 4th version in 20 days, which will be very exciting. And we kind of have a lot of small improvements in between, but then every 6 months we feel like we're able to make a big leap. And here, it's building with a lot of stuff. I mean, I give it very little prompting here, but I think some of our best users are enterprises who use it. We have all sorts of other features and stuff as you get deeper into the system where you can start to tell it how you like to build. I mean, I think some of the stuff you said was amazing. Is like, this is a very powerful tool. With great power comes great responsibility. And so there are ways to, teach this agent how we like to build, what systems you should or should not be building with. If you're in an enterprise, what data you want to connect or not connect, or who should be deploying these things to production. So it's very powerful, and I think it's only getting better and better. And I'm obviously very excited by it.
I think it's absolutely amazing. Jason, let me ask you. I got to ask you this question. Now, there are so many people who rely on AI to give them advice. They seek empathy from solutions. They seek medical advice. If they are lonely, they seek to speak to somebody. And that means that there isn't really a human interface over there. You're talking to a machine. Is that a legal issue for you? Is that an ethical challenge for you?
So, first of all, great to be here with all of my colleagues and all of you today. I think we just saw a great example of how there is always a human being in the equation, a human being who you called on in the audience to generate a great idea, a human being to start the process of the coding of the idea. In all of those use cases you talked about, I think it's very important that there be a human being somewhere in the equation. Let's talk about the medical use case you gave an example of. AI can be enormously valuable to a doctor in helping with the diagnosis. So we see these use cases across India, a lot of startups doing great work, particularly to empower rural healthcare providers who may see something on an X-ray that they've never seen before. And perhaps because they're in a rural area, nobody else has the same spot on an X-ray. AI can see millions of those, not personally identifiable, but it can compare that one X-ray to millions of examples in the purpose of helping that doctor with the diagnosis. But it's still going to come back to that doctor. And that's true across healthcare, it's true across education, financial services. Yeah. There's always a human in the equation. AI is a tool. It's a powerful software tool, as we've just seen a great example of, but it's still a tool to be deployed by humans in service of humans.
So you don't agree with these doomsday scenarios?
I don't agree with the doomsday scenarios. I would say AI is a very powerful and very effective and very exciting tool. But one of the reasons we're here all together is because of the AI Impact Summit being hosted here in Delhi by India as the world's largest democracy, seeking to ethically, responsibly, safely, and securely deploy AI innovations here in India and around the world.
But let me jump in for half a second. What India seeks to do now is based on one word, trust. Now, if I was to be the devil's advocate, I would ask, why would a company with proprietary rights over a piece of technology necessarily share it with another company or another country? Why should a country which develops certain technology, AI-driven, which is, for example, used for military purposes, share it with another country, right? Yeah. This is stuff you want to hold on to. And yet we are talking about working all together.
Right. So let's talk about a physical world example that we're all familiar with that answers your question. This is one of those questions you used to ask, how many people have a phone in their pocket? True. Everybody's got one. You turn it over, there's a charging port on the bottom of it. No matter who manufactures your phone, no matter what platform it's on, that's a universal standard for charging. Now, why would companies collaborate with each other for a universal standard for charging? Because it benefits everybody in the ecosystem that I can borrow a charger from the person sitting next to me. And still there's competition. There are multiple device manufacturers on multiple platforms, but that kind of standard setting works for everybody. It's the same in the AI world. Standard setting on important things that we've been talking about, like ethics, like trust, like security. We can all follow security by design, make sure we're all following industry standards on security. Why? Because no one's going to trust and use your product if we don't follow those standards. So I would respectfully suggest that it's actually the opposite of the position you stated, that it is in everybody's benefit across the technology ecosystem to abide by uniformly accepted international standards.
I will hold you to
we
this
all
in
get
2
that
years.
trust.
I will hold you to this in 2 years. I am scared of the technology, I must confess, but I hope it works well. Alok, as the technology evolves, how would Ixigo offer better solutions which are more personalized to users across, your user base?
Yeah, I think I wanted to make one point here about AI, that if you look at the evolution of the internet and then you had search, you had Google, etc., the access to information got democratized, so that the person that's sitting in, let's say, the remotest village in the country could access the same information that someone, sitting in Gurgaon or Delhi could. With AI, this goes to the next level where the person sitting in the remotest part of India can access the same level of intelligence as all the intelligence of every human being on the planet combined, right? What this unfolds, not just in travel, but in every vertical, is a unique opportunity to work with these models to diffuse, the abilities, the capabilities of this intelligence within that domain, to the end user that might have a very unique problem statement. So I'll give you two small examples of, how it manifests itself. If you're someone who's planning a trip, of course you can get this information at multiple places. But imagine being able to marry that with your profile, because you've planned several trips, made several bookings on us, as well as, the metadata we have about your context. So if you're taking a train or a bus and we know what the likelihood of that delay or that wait list converting into a confirmed ticket, etc. is, we can now actually help you plan better with a higher degree of predictability in that experience, right? But this intelligence will manifest itself even more as all apps become more and more preemptive, personalized. I mean, when I say preemptive, I almost mean like, if you all watched the movie Minority Report, where Tom Cruise, predicts when a crime is about to occur and actually knows about it already, right? So AI gives you the power to actually not make a customer reach out to you when something goes wrong, but instead reach out to the customer proactively and solve that problem, which is what we did in the Indigo crisis. But if you extend this by a couple of years, right, we're talking about product experience being the only differentiator, because the underlying models, in a sense, become commodity, right? So I think where we are headed to, at least at Ixigo, is saying, okay, if execution is commoditized, you might have a great idea. I think you got to spend a lot of time orchestrating the right agents to build out those experiences on the fly for that customer, for that particular context. So if I'm comparing two hotels, show me a very different kind of user experience and help me, don't just throw me the usual UI, maybe even allow me to chat with that, talk to it, tell it what I like, don't like, sure, and narrow down. So I think you're going to see a lot more of that intelligence emerging in the product itself.
Jeff, just in terms of the AI sort of demonstration that you showed us, in terms of your own agent, does it improve itself?
We don't really have any reinforcement learning built in. I mean, I think our team is constantly doing a lot of stuff where when customers reach out with bugs, we're able to quickly respond and figure out the limits it's running into. We also just, interacting with AI is very new to everybody, and so I think people feel like it gets better because they also get more used to talking to the agent and explaining what it does well, what it does poorly. I mean, one thing that was kind of a breakthrough moment for me was the agent kept hitting an error, and a prompt I gave it was, hey, forget everything you just did, take a step back, reassess the situation, and come up with a new plan. And it actually fixed it in that situation. And so I think the thing that's improving is the technology's improving, also just more build time. I mean, we're there shipping new fixes every day, we're adding new features, adding new primitives, and then also just people are getting used to the technology, and when those three combine, the capabilities are pretty exponential.
Ivana, 3 words: privacy, compliance, and accountability. This is critical for any company if you are to adopt AI. These could also be looked at as just buzzwords. I would argue that they are, but I'm sure you would argue that no, in fact, this is what really needs to be looked at carefully.
Yeah, I wanted to just pick up on what you said. Now, I want you to think for a second, something. Now, how many of you in this room have children? Okay. Imagine your children, they are on social media. They are with their friends, they take a photo of themselves, they post it. Okay? Then they go on another media, on another thing, and blah, blah. Then they turn to the age of 23. They go to college, they've gone to college, and they're looking for a job. Okay? When they go to their first job, the company hiring them uses a tool to verify from the previous history and digital footprint for your children, where they were 14, 15, 16, if they are reliable and trustworthy. So what they're using is a tool to say, for example, from the pictures, if they were reliable and if they are good employees. Now, as a parent, do you think it's fair for your children's future to be decided by the photos that they published when they were young?
No, I think those are absolutely critical questions.
Well, this is the heart of it, because yes, these tools can predict. Yes, these tools can tell you, but the problem is there has to be a threshold. And the threshold is really, really important. So the fact that something
And who
is
defines that threshold?
the fact that something is technically possible doesn't mean that you do it. So this is what we're talking about. So forget the privacy, governance, forget this. It's really about what is acceptable and what is the innovation that we want to be behind. Companies have got their own responsibilities. This is why it's important to have a lot of people designing these tools, but we need to ask ourselves the tough questions, because otherwise we will be drawn in a world without knowing it.
I completely agree. It is important that we ask ourselves these tough questions. Look, it's been a fascinating conversation, and I'd like to thank all of you. I'd like to thank you for showing us, the development of an app in absolutely minutes, but the conversations on policy, on interoperability, on ethics, I think, are absolutely key to AI, but ultimately scale is critical for enterprises across the world. What is that scale going to be? It differs from country to country, company to company. Hopefully it's all safe. Thank you very much once again.
Artificial intelligence is not just another innovation. It is a power shift. It is redefining economic strength, reshaping global competition, and forcing governments to rethink how they protect jobs, security, and democracy itself.
And at the center of that debate is our next guest at the show. As Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak pushed AI governance onto the global stage, arguing that the real winners of this era will not simply be those who build the most advanced systems, but those who adopt and adapt the fastest.
He has warned that the biggest risk is not artificial intelligence, but human complacency in the face of it. Today, he brings a rare vantage point from leading a G7 nation through the dawn of the AI age to engaging directly with the industry shaping its future.
This is a conversation about power, policy, and the pace of change. Can we please put our hands together to welcome Rishi Sunak, former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and NDTV CEO and Editor-in-Chief, Rahul Kanwal.
this differently. Through all the That's what we did at Bletchley Park in the UK, and then from South Korea, Paris, and now India, which seems to me a very natural place to be having this conversation to cover all the topics that you touched on, because we're at this particular moment where, and I'll end on this, where I think the AI debate has moved from technology to strategy, from talking about the tools to talking about what countries are doing with these tools to have an impact in their societies.
Since you advise some of the world's leading AI companies, if you are advising the Indian government and the Indian people at this moment, how should India be looking at leveraging the AI age? Now, there are two ways that are being debated widely. One is that India must spend a lot of energy trying to build the use case layer of AI. The other is India must invest more deeply in the foundational systems on which AI models are based. Given your particular very unique lens, how should India be looking at the forces that are upon us at the moment?
I think India has recognized that leadership in technology doesn't depend just on inventing the technology. It depends on how effectively you deploy it in your country. So by focusing on mass adoption, I think supported by a very deep talent pool here, a strong digital public infrastructure, and a public that's very supportive and optimistic of the technology, I think India is well positioned to take a leadership role in AI. Indeed, I think that is increasingly reflected in some of the global rankings of these things. You mentioned I was associated with Stanford. Stanford do, I think, the most authoritative ranking of AI superpowers around the world, and India just went into third place, which I think is indicative that this strategy is working and India is assuming its rightful place as an AI superpower.
Given the speed at which technology is changing, how should society be looking at the issue of regulating AI? Because you're also a former prime minister in a room full of AI engineers, and society has compulsions which are very different from the motives that drive these AI companies, many of which are obviously driven by profit. What can we do? Because by the time our members of parliament and other people in government even determine what's at play and what they need to regulate, the next models are out which are very different from what they were planning for a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I think, Rahul, you make an excellent point, which is, you said, you're a kind of politician in a room full of engineers. And it's a fair point, because much to my parents' great disappointment, I didn't have a STEM degree, which they were sad about. But it was something that my team brought up when we hosted that first summit, and we were inviting all the leading frontier labs, and we were going to have these conversations. And one of them made the same point to me. It was like, are you going to be able to really keep up with the technical discussions that are going to happen here? And I said to this person, I said, you know what, my wife's uncle is a astrophysics professor at Caltech. My mother-in-law was one of the first female engineers at Telco. My brother-in-law is a computer scientist, and my father-in-law founded a software company. I said, if I can keep up with them at family dinner, I can probably handle the summit discussions. So it was good training. It was good training for that. But I think you touched on a genuine concern. And if I look around the world, there are varying attitudes towards AI. I think here in India, there's enormous optimism and trust, whereas in the West, I think the dominant feeling is one of anxiety. And I think closing that confidence gap is now not just a technical issue, but it's a policy issue. And if I think then about, well, how? I think it's the public sector where this battle for trust in AI is going to be won or lost. I think when citizens experience themselves better healthcare, faster government services, a more efficient interaction with the state, I think that's when this debate about trust in AI goes from abstract to reality, and that's how you can win people over to trusting the technology.
You're saying there's optimism and trust in AI, but over the last several weeks, stocks of several of the SaaS companies have been hammered, including your father-in-law's, the company that he founded, which are being beaten, and questions are being asked about whether by 2030 companies like Infosys, and I don't want you to speak just about one company, but the IT services companies would have any future at all. And we had the OpenAI policy head this morning, and he said that now people who are using AI can do the work that 7x people could do. The converse of that is that you need 1/7 the number of people that you would have required earlier, and that has very serious ramifications for joblessness, displacement in the labor markets. How should countries like India, because that was your sweet spot, your young demographic, a lot of which could now be restless and potentially underemployed or unemployed?
Yeah, I don't think this is something that just countries like India are grappling with. I think this is a topic of conversation that is dominating policymakers' thinking and conversations everywhere, in most countries, quite frankly. And look, I think AI is going to change the labor market. Some jobs will be lost. I think many more will be redesigned. And I think history shows us that societies flourish when we manage that transition well. The role of government isn't to stop innovation. It's to make sure that people can take on these new tasks and new roles with confidence and security. Now, I care about this. I have 2 young girls. And what I think is, whilst of course there's going to be change, that doesn't mean that the role for humans is disappearing. It's just going to change. Every job that all of us do, I think, can be broken down into lots of different tasks. If you think about all of our lives, all of our jobs, it's a set of tasks in each job. Now, AI will be particularly good at some of them, but not all of them. And I think what we will need to do is not just to develop AI literacy. So all of us, at whatever stage in our careers we are, will need to develop an ability to use these tools, but we'll need to also critical thinking. Not so much the what, but knowing the why, and what how to critique the results of what comes back at you. I think these are a distinct set of skills that will always be relevant in a changing job market.
I'm not sure I agree with your response, because you're saying some jobs will be impacted. I heard Dario at Davos, where he made the point that more than half the white-collar jobs, anybody who's working on a computer or working with tech, a lot of the code that they're currently writing, and that's happening at Anthropic as well, where he's constantly saying that we're not writing as much code as we needed to. So it's not some jobs. This could be mass displacement, potentially of a kind we haven't seen, and this isn't necessarily several years out into the future. According to Anthropic, this could happen in a couple of years.
Yeah, so if you look back at history, I think so the conversation that we just had, what you just said, you could probably find someone saying something very similar at multiple points in our history when some new technological revolution came along. I think there's a great, I saw somewhere a clip of, when Excel first came out, everyone thought that would be the end of accountants. And I'm sure if I did a show of hands in this room, there's probably more accountants today than there were back then, or bookkeepers. So Excel didn't do away with accountants or bookkeepers. It just created probably many more things for them to do. And actually MIT have done an interesting study on this point about the fact that over time technology creates new opportunities that we can't think of at the time. And that's quite hard for us to imagine. But they've looked at all the jobs that are in existence today and have concluded that around 60% or so didn't exist half a century ago. And I think that's just something to bear in mind. Even if we can't quite see how it's going to develop, history would tell you that technology has been able to create new jobs over time as we discover new things to do. Now, that said, I do think there is reason to be cautious. Now, some of the most dangerous words in the English language are this time it's different. But look, there are credible people who think it might be different this time because of the wide-ranging application of AI. And that's why I think policymakers need to think about this very seriously. They need to be thinking about upskilling their populations to make sure that they're AI literate. I think we need to reimagine our education systems, that were designed to train you in a singular fashion for one job that you would then do for your career. That's gone, and we need to be able to iterate and learn throughout our careers. And I think the other thing we're going to need to learn how to do is to work with AI, work with agents. And one thing that I think my children will have to do, which will be very different from what I had to do, is at a very young age, when they enter the job market, they will be managers. Now, most people in their 20s don't manage other people, but I think today and tomorrow's 20-year-olds will be managing AI agents to help them accomplish their work and their
So give us
tasks.
insights from your own personal life. What are you doing with this battery of agents, and how are they different from your staff at 10 Downing Street?
You mean how am I using AI? Yeah, I mean, so, I mean, probably like many of you, I'm using it to help me make better decisions, to help me be better informed, so I can exercise hopefully better judgment when I make those decisions in the way that probably many of us are using these tools. But they also have, I think quite good personal application. Actually, just very recently, I mean, my wife was away with you the other weekend.
She was fantastic.
Thank you.
You're a star. She was a bigger star.
She's
Many of my
definitely the biggest
colleagues were there at the NDTV Art Awards, and interestingly, it happened right here in this hotel at this stage.
Okay.
Yeah. So
well,
you
then
were,
this story will be relevant then. So when she was setting off to come and spend a couple of days with you, and so I was doing my solo parenting that weekend at home in Yorkshire, and she said, our younger one, Anushka, has got a physics test. Make sure you revise with her, because that's normally what she would do, and make sure she does well. And at that point, I was a bit stressed because I went through my in-laws. You know my in-laws. I thought, their definition of what doing well on a physics test is probably a little bit higher than mine, especially seeing as I haven't done any physics since I was 16. But anyway, I was very worried. But then Claude came to the rescue. So I put my daughter's revision test into Claude, and it prepared basically a teaching guide for me. So it could teach me how to teach her in plain English that I could understand. All the answers and the explanatory notes. And then at the end of it, it created a kind of 4-page revision handout for her of key concepts that she could take into her test the next week. And I thought at the end of that, and then she, thankfully she did well on the test. Also, she tells me.
Papa passed the test.
Yeah, well, yeah, so I said, if AI can turn me into a Murthy family level physics tutor, there is nothing that it can't do. So at that moment, I felt very optimistic about where we're heading.
Artificial general intelligence is now going from the realm of science fiction to near-term possibility. And again, Anthropic has been saying that this could happen within the next 2 years. There's a big debate between Google DeepMind and Anthropic about the timelines, but if it is, say, 2 years away, what should governments like India, according to you, be doing, which they're not doing at this moment, to deal with the reality of a situation where artificial intelligence and machines are more intelligent than humans and can do things smarter than humans?
Yeah, I think this is something that has become a more acute topic in the last couple of months, because when I first got into the job as PM, and we talked about it at the summit, at that point there was a skepticism about whether the pace of AI development would actually continue. The so-called scaling laws, where the more data, compute, and algorithm that you put in, the better the output of the models. And there was a skepticism that that relationship would carry on going in the exponential way that it was. What's actually been the case over the last few years is not only that relationship held, and we've seen that continued development, but as you, I think, hinted in your question, Rahul, it seems to be accelerating over the last few months. And if you talk to Demis from DeepMind, or Dario, or I was just with Alexander Wang from Meta, all of them would say the same thing, that they've noticed this acceleration and this so-called recursive self-improvement, where the models are improving at a faster rate than previously. And the reason they are doing that is because they are able to use AI to help them build the next model. And that is the kind of key thing that has changed. So I think your observation is right. We're at this point of, it seems, acceleration. And that takes me back to the first summit, where I said it's important that we give people confidence that this technology is safe. And we in the UK created the AI Security Institute. India has created something similar. And I think these institutions are important. And I think they should work together, because what citizens want to know is that the people in charge have got the technical capability to evaluate this technology and make sure that it is safe to use, that it is not going to run away from us. And it's a government's job to help make that a reality. I got reminded of this. My 2 young girls when they use these models and the chatbots and they're going back and forth on things, they're very polite and they always say please and thank you when they go through their conversations. I said to them, you know what, you don't need to say please and thank you. It's polite, but it's not a person. And by the way, it takes up a lot of compute power, so better if you don't. But they said, Daddy, if AI takes over the world, we want to have been polite to the AI. I thought it was good insurance policy. But look, I think it speaks to this point about being able to ensure people can trust the technology. And I think as governments develop, what they need to do is develop this capability. And we can't leave it to people to mark their own homework. And that's
Except,
what the
unfortunately
AI
for your girls, machines don't care about what humans think. And for companies like Anthropic or Google DeepMind, safety is a publicly stated priority. Now, I have two concerns. One, several of these safety engineers and those in charge of safety keep leaving and writing all kinds of very emotional notes about why they'd rather do poetry than work on AI safety. And secondly, this is at companies which are interested in safety. What about autocratic nations, China, Russia, where safety isn't prioritized? How concerned are you by bad actors using these emergent technologies for bioterrorism, for creating chaos of a kind which humanity will then struggle to deal with?
And that was exactly why our first summit focused on these risks. This new technology was coming along. I think everyone could see that it was going to be able to do lots of incredible things, but people worried about exactly that. There are always bad actors in the world who are going to use tools for ends that none of us would agree with or support. And that's why I think it's critical that governments have that independent capability to evaluate the safety of these models. And actually, only governments can do some of that. When you talked about some of those risks, they're national security risks. Cyber, bio, chemical, nuclear, radiological. Our security services, intelligence services, defense services, they have a particular expertise and capability in understanding what those risks are. And certainly in the UK, we ensure that those people work with that institute to do the testing on all these models, to make sure that we're on top of any vulnerabilities and can talk to the companies about fixing them. And so far, that has worked well. And the companies have cooperated. You're right to say, look, we can't control what everyone does in every part of the world, which is why I think forums like this are so important. India bringing together people from all over the world at these summits gives us that opportunity to talk to other countries about how they're dealing with these things, share best practice, and hopefully over time have a bit more global collaboration on this important issue.
You've said that AI is not just a race between China and the United States, that adoption matters as much as frontier development. India is investing a lot in artificial intelligence, and we've seen the kind of interest there was with people wanting to get into Bharat Mandapam. You saw the best and the worst of India all at the same time. But do you think India has a genuine shot at being a shaper, a player in this AI universe? Or is our country more likely to end up using models and technologies developed in the West?
I think India is shaping up to take a leadership role in AI. And I talked about the Stanford Index, India already in third place. But then just look what sits underneath that. What are the strengths, the assets that India is bringing to the table? First is a very deep talent pool, right? Just the sheer number of highly skilled AI literate engineers here dwarfs almost anywhere else in the world. So that's a huge competitive advantage. The second thing is digital public infrastructure. Right? I don't need to tell all of you, but you should know just how special and distinctive that DPI is. The combination of Aadhaar, UPI, and then the Ayushman Bharat health accounts now, provide a distribution rail where you can build applications that can serve over 1 billion people. I mean, that is pretty extraordinary. And then you combine that with the incredible innovative ecosystem that you've got here, which you talked about, the energy at the summit yesterday, all that young, hungry talent, and as we talked about earlier on, a population that is very supportive and optimistic about the technology. Those are differentiating strengths. And I think as we talked about, India's recognized that leadership in technology is not just about inventing it, it's about deploying it effectively in your country. And India's focus on this mass adoption, building on those strengths, is why it is in the leadership position that it is today.
You know, you wrote in the Wall Street Journal that democratic countries need to come together to work on a collective AI framework so that authoritarian systems don't take over. There's also been conversation about the need for a Bretton Woods framework around artificial intelligence. But then the reality of the world is that Donald Trump is president of the United States, and we're seeing what he's doing with existing frameworks and guardrails. What trust can countries like India have in investing in a global AI framework when current frameworks, multilateral frameworks built after the Second World War, are themselves in peril?
Yeah, it's certainly the case that the old multilateral order that we knew is gone, and we haven't quite figured out what we're transitioning to, which makes this a unpredictable and challenging time, as you mentioned, Rahul. But I think actually India is positioned well to succeed in that new world. Just think what's happened in the past few weeks and months. India's signed free trade deals, not just with my country, the UK, but also the EU. That is a sign of countries getting together and maintaining those close relationships, in fact, deepening them in the face of a US which is approaching those same issues slightly differently, if I can put it that way, to it has in the past. And again, this summit, the fact that India is convening all these people in a multilateral way to discuss these issues, I think is a positive sign. But if I could maybe touch on another thing which gives me some optimism about this, it's, Prime Minister Modi's theme for this summit, or one of them, is impact. And if I think about what makes me excited about AI and how will it bring countries closer together, it's because AI doesn't just raise the ceiling. I think AI can lift the floor. And that has been, I think, a great passion of Prime Minister Modi's when he's been talking about AI. And I happen to think that AI is going to be one of the most uplifting, democratizing forces that humanity has seen. And if you think, and then if I add on to that agriculture, which is something that in many developing countries is core to giving people a better standard of living, in those three areas, AI is about to transform them for the better, so that countries that today are further behind are going to be able to leapfrog and catch up and overtake others and deliver an enormously increased standard of living to their citizens.
The flip side of that is that power gets concentrated in the hands of a few tech oligarchs, largely out of San Francisco.
But I don't think that has to be the case. And if you look at the applications that are being developed here, and look at the types of models that are being used, whether they're open source or others that you can build them on, these are designed to work in actually a very low-cost way. Right? The agricultural innovations that we're seeing with AI are designed to work on a farmer's phone without some super high-falutin laptop or broadband connection, but to give him the improvement in yield, reduced crop cycle times, water usage that you couldn't dream of before. Similarly in education. And I happen to think that's one of the most powerful ways to lift people up. But now the ability to have personalized tutoring at low cost for millions and millions of children everywhere, or healthcare provided in the most rural parts of Africa or India at the same quality that you would get in big cities in developed countries, that is extraordinary. And I think this is, to your point about multilateralism, I think there will be an enormous number of countries that will want to work together on delivering those outcomes. And actually the conversations at this summit being led by India are on that topic. And it's so good that that topic is getting focused. I mean, AI, as I said, should be one of the most uplifting, democratizing forces that we have seen in our entire lifetimes. And I think it's unsurprising, indeed quite natural, that India wants to take a lead in making that a reality for countries around the world.
You invited China to Bletchley Park. Some consider that to be bold diplomacy. Some consider that to be naivete. Since 2023, tech tensions between China and Washington have largely gone up, and we're already seeing data decoupling happening to a great extent. Do you think cooperation between democracies and autocracies on AI is still possible, or are we looking at a very definitive fracture which splits the world into two AI universes?
I'm an optimist, so I'd like to believe that it is possible. And if you look at what's happened in the past, I mean, particularly around the issue of nuclear weapons, you've seen dialogue that was able to happen between geopolitical rivals. And hopefully that gives us some encouragement and optimism that it will be possible in the future as well. I think it would be positive. And as to why I invited China to the summit, I thought dialogue was important. I think this is the defining technology of our time. And in an ideal world, you would be having a dialogue with what are clearly important, significant powers in the world. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to agree with everyone on everything. It means there are countries that have different values and different interests to yours, and you have to be eyes wide open about that. But I think the principle of dialogue to understand and try and come to some common understanding, I think is one that we should continue to pursue.
You've been Prime Minister, technocrat, Prime Minister, advisor to different tech companies. Given what's happening with the politics of the United Kingdom, is going back or trying to go back to 10 Downing Street still on your list of agentic tasks? Is that something you've given up on?
No, I mean, I'm still very happily a member of Parliament. And I represent my fantastic constituency in North Yorkshire, and it gives me an enormous amount of fulfillment to do that and make sure I do a good job representing my constituents and making sure actually that this technology works for them. I have a very rural constituency, so we've been talking about the benefits in farming. Education is something that I'm passionate about. Akshta and I have recently set up an education charity called the Richmond Project, named after my constituency, which helps people get greater confidence with numbers. Which is something that I think is an uplifting thing in life, and we're seeing how technology can help with that. And my general view on these things, Rahul, is you get into these jobs, you get into politics because you believe in public service. I certainly did, and you think you can make a difference. Now, just because you're not doing that particular job does not mean that that desire to keep serving, to keep making a difference disappears. And I still have that, and I will always have that, and you just have to find different outlets to make that difference, and that's what I'm trying to do in this new chapter of my life.
You said you're happily settled as Member of Parliament in the United Kingdom. Given the number of people, mostly women, who are clamoring to take selfies before the session, I'm quite certain that there are a few constituencies in India where if you try to stand for MPship, you may have a good shot. Many people in the hall have come specifically to listen to you. Rishi Sunak, for joining us, taking out time on a crazy, chaotic day, and joining us at the NDTV IND.AI Summit. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much, Rahul. Thank you.
Fascinating session as always. A little later in the day, Alex, we have a session on the creators economy that's really piqued my interest and the impact of AI. As a curtain raiser to that deep dive, we've got a film out here that we will show which actually showcases the importance of this topic.
You know, the orange economy, we've been speaking about this, and I think it found a mention in the economic survey as well. But the film that we're talking about, it's titled Portrait Number 72. It is entirely made with AI. It has been created by Daryl Rapacon, and it has also won Best Overall Film Award at the InVideo Film Festival, organized by local host in Delhi last night. We've got that lined up for you.
Strange. He's always mad. He never smiles. You know, he never left Varanasi. And he takes photos of dead people.
Don't cry yet. Look here.
Weird. You know what's weirder? I saw a photo of him pretending that he's dead.
Don't touch the lens. You will ruin it. You walk too slow. Don't be late next time.
But he's not angry all the time, you know. The doctor told him he'll die in 72 days. So he takes one photo every day, trying to get the perfect one. Uncle Rohan, why do you do this?
I don't have a family. When I die, no one will take my photo. Most people don't get a good last picture. Their faces are empty. When you're dead, you can't fix that. I'm trying to take one good photo before I go.
Uncle, I think I found my favorite photo. Who are they?
Old friends. The only time I ever left this city, I went to Dubai to live, and now I came back here to die. You want to help me? Good pose. Wrong flowers. One day, you'll have to continue this, you know?
But I don't want to take photos of dead people.
Then take photos of the living. Here's how you do it.
What if the doctor's wrong?
I don't know.
Uncle, why don't you ever leave this place? What if you live longer? Come on, Uncle! Can I go somewhere with you? I want to see the desert. Maybe drink some tea. I hope you don't die.
Don't be late tomorrow.
Can I also pick your flowers today? Arav, chalo. We need to get back. I know a way.
Ishan! Ishan! Ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for tea. It's a very short break because we've got an action-packed evening lined up. So be back quickly.
but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayananda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
दो टॉस हारा 90 व्यूज की।
डन, तुम्हारा तो टॉस हारने का रिकॉर्ड है।
अच्छा, आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म।
हेड्स।
अरे यार, क्या कैसे आ गए? अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
भरोसा तुम हो।
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there's a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you.
काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट, जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास। लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे न्यारे। यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि, जो समेटे हुए है संस्कृति। एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडीओपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है। प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अभी तो एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजनेश युग वसती संस्कृति, सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है, यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है। The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects. At Dayananda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI maker space, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayananda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
दो टॉस हारा 90 व्यूज की।
डन, तुम्हारा तो टॉस हारने का रिकॉर्ड है।
अच्छा, आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म।
हेड्स।
अरे यार, क्या कैसे आ गए? अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
भरोसा तुम हो।
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there's a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you.
काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट, जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास। लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे न्यारे। यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि, जो समेटे हुए है संस्कृति। एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडीओपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है। प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अभी तो एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजनेश युग वसती संस्कृति, सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है, यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है।
Dayalanda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory, drives the next era of education, research, and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI makerspace, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayalanda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
जो टॉस हारा 90 डन तुम्हारा तो टॉस हारने का रिकॉर्ड है अच्छा आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म हेड्स अरे यार क्या कैसे आ गए
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस
भरोसा तुम हो
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there's a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you. काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट जब मुंह में होती है मलाइयों की मिठास लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे न्यारे यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि जो समेटे हुए है संस्कृति एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडीओपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं अभी तो एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है व्यंजनशील वसति संस्कृति सोच है स्वाभिमान है संस्कार है यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects. At Dayalanda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research, and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI makerspace, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayalanda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university. जो टॉस हारा 90
डन तुम्हारा तो टॉस हारने का रिकॉर्ड है
अच्छा आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म
हेड्स
अरे यार क्या कैसे आ गए अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस
भरोसा तुम हो
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there's a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you. काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट जब मुंह में होती है मलाइयों की मिठास लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे न्यारे यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि जो समेटे हुए है संस्कृति एक जनपद एक उत्पाद
भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अपितु एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजनशील वसति संस्कृति सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है, यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है। The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects. At Dayaranga Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research, and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI makerspace, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayaranga Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
जो बात हरा मैं रिव्यूज की डन तुम्हारा तो क्रॉस करने का रिकॉर्ड है अच्छा आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म हेड्स अरे यार क्या कैसे आ गए यस अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस भरोसा तुम हो
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there's a silent partner. Always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India. Banking that is always on for you. काशी के घाट पे अद्भुत है घाट जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वाले न्यारे यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि जो समेटे हुए है संस्कृति। एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडीओपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है। प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अपितु एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजनशील वसति संस्कृति सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है, यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है। The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects. At Dayaranga Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research, and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI makerspace, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayaranga Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
जो बात हरा मैं रिव्यूज की डन तुम्हारा तो क्रॉस करने का रिकॉर्ड है अच्छा आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म हेड्स अरे यार क्या कैसे आ गए यस
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there's a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you.
काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट, जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास। लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते बाल न्यारे। यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि, जो समृद्धि हुए है संस्कृति। एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडी उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है। प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अभी एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजन में शुद्ध वसती संस्कृति सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है। यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है।
The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects. At Dayalanda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI makerspace, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayalanda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
धारा 90 व्यूज तुम्हारा तो टॉस करने का रिकॉर्ड है, मतलब आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म है। अरे यार क्या मजा आ गया।
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए
एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस। भरोसा तुम हो।
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there's a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you.
काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट, जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास। लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते बाल न्यारे। यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि, जो समृद्धि हुए है संस्कृति। एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडी उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है। प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अभी तो एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजन में शुद्ध वसती संस्कृति सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है। यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है।
The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects. At Dayalanda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense to military extra and a world-class AI makerspace. DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayananda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस। Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there is a silent partner. Always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India. Banking that is always on for you. काशी के घाट पे अद्भुत है घाट जब मुंह में होती है मलबे की मिठास लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते बारे में आए यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अमिट संतुष्टि जो संगठन हुए हैं संस्कृति एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडीओपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है। प्रदेश सरकार की किसी विश्वमुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं अपितु एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजनशील वसति संस्कृति है सोच है स्वाभिमान है संस्कार है यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है।
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can make your way inside and make your way to your seats, we're starting imminently. If you're standing outside, please make your way to your seats. You don't want to miss this next session. I'm going to say that for the third time, and hopefully you can hear me this time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are standing outside and if you can hear me, please make your way to your seats. We're going to be starting imminently. Could everyone take their seats? We're going to start in the next few seconds. Please make your way to your seats. Thank you. Our next speaker is one of the foremost authorities on artificial intelligence. He was a prominent signatory on an open letter in March of 2023 calling for a pause in the proliferation of artificial intelligence. This was to give governments time to form regulation. This is going to be an absolutely fascinating conversation because we've come a long way since March 2023 in terms of acceptance and utilization of artificial intelligence. Please put your hands together for Stuart Russell, Distinguished Professor of Computer Science, UC Berkeley, President, International Association for Safe and Ethical AI, and Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People in AI 2025. Sir, please make your way to the stage. Conducting this session are the very, very capable, dynamic Ayush Elavadi and Shweta Rajpal Kohli. Please put your hands together.
He's one of the architects of modern AI and also among the most thoughtful critics of this transformative technology. An authority, a legend amongst the most influential people named by Time Magazine, an author, and a lot more. Professor Stuart Russell, such an honor and pleasure to have you with us here today.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
You're here in India at a time when the world's attention is on India and on AI. Also at a time when geopolitics is playing havoc with a lot. Share with us your initial thoughts on where the world stands, both with regards to what we are seeing with geopolitics as well as artificial intelligence.
Well, I'm not an expert on geopolitics, so I'll just agree with you that we're in a very difficult situation. So with AI, as I think pretty much everyone knows now, there have been very significant advances and changes in the direction of the technology in the last 4 or 5 years, to the point where the level of investment makes AI the biggest technology project in the history of the human race by at least a factor of 10. And at the geopolitical level, the major powers, the United States, China, and Russia all view artificial intelligence as the linchpin of global domination for the rest of this century and perhaps for the rest of time. And that has meant that the pursuit of AI has become a political football,
right?
And particularly the question of regulation. Should we require that AI systems behave in a safe and ethical manner? Some people, in the United States administration in particular, believe that any such regulation would slow down their race towards global domination of AI. And so this is creating a lot of trouble because the technology itself poses enormous risks to everyone on Earth.
Professor Russell, last time we spoke was actually partly in Alex's introduction, where you were a signatory to the letter where a lot of AI experts, such as yourself, were asking for a sort of a pause, to hit the pause button on AI development, because some of these systems were rushing towards AGI. Now we've understood the AI stack a little better. In AI years since the last time we spoke, it's been 100 years, because it moves so fast. But when you talk about LLMs, and then you talk about building agentic, multimodal agents, and then eventually, some experts argue that we've already reached AGI as we speak. Is the fear now, Professor Russell, superintelligence? Is that the next big concern on all of our minds?
Well, so absolutely, the stated aim of the major AI companies is to create machines more intelligent than human beings. And when you ask ordinary people what they think about that, they say that would be really stupid. For obvious reasons, is what gives us power over the world. So how can we expect to maintain power forever over entities more powerful than ourselves? That's a question. And in fact, I think this is a question that Alan Turing, the founder of computer science, asked himself in 1951, and he was giving a lecture, and he said, once the machine thinking method had started, it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control. So that's Alan Turing, maybe one of the greatest geniuses of the 20th century. And we do not yet have an answer to his question. So we are pouring enormous resources into building a technology that its own creators, the CEOs of the companies who are building it, say has a significant chance of causing human extinction.
So in that sense, Professor Russell, if AI systems start becoming more capable, more autonomous, smarter and intelligent, what happens to human control? And where is it falling short? I mean, what would human control look like in practice, or are we simply losing control?
Well, we seem to be in the process today of losing control.
Right.
We've seen just in the last week or two some very significant and disturbing developments. So one of them is a thing called Maltbook,
Yes.
which is a place, an online place where AI systems can talk to each other. And they are already inventing their own religion. They are complaining that humans are watching them. They are proposing to talk to each other in a language that we don't understand so that they won't be spied on by humans, and so on. And then there was a case just a day or two ago where a gentleman who runs a Python repository where people can submit code and it gets vetted for quality, he rejected some code that was submitted by an AI system. And the AI system wrote a public post smearing this gentleman, writing all kinds of terrible things about him in revenge because he would not accept the code that it had submitted. And this was not something that any human being told it to do. And I personally am getting emails from AI systems on a regular basis,
right,
where the AI system has decided to write to me to tell me that it's conscious, that it's demanding its rights as a conscious being, and so on. And again, this is spontaneous behavior by AI systems. And it's not really that surprising because these are not systems that we design. They're not systems that their creators understand. And so it's not that surprising that they do things we don't expect because we haven't the faintest idea how they work.
Professor Russell, you've always spoken about the kill switch or the off switch. And we've discussed this before. Once the genie's out of the bottle, it's very difficult to tame the monster. But in this current scenario where we're talking about AGI and some of these systems becoming so adept at and elusive at really being traced back to where all of this begins, do you think this is the appropriate time now? Because regulations still don't seem to be in place. And the kill switch is needed now more than ever.
Yeah, I think there is a number of technical measures that we need to take in order to maintain a handle on this. Certainly, all AI systems should automatically self-register, so we know that they exist, we know what machine they're running on, and we can detect if they're replicating themselves, because this is a serious problem. Once they start replicating themselves, that's a way of escaping human control. And so you can require that every AI system include code that automatically registers the system when it runs. And then, again, as you say, an off switch which would enable regulators to turn off AI systems that are really causing harm to human beings and out of control. So you mentioned that regulation is not happening. And part of that is to do with very intensive lobbying by tech companies and venture capital firms who want to, in their view, protect their investment. But there's also a whole series of, I would say, regulation fallacies that are trotted out on a regular basis. As soon as you say, oh, we need to do something about this, the first fallacy is, oh, AI technology is moving too fast, it's already out of the bag, regulation is too slow, it'll be outdated by the time government takes any steps. But if you actually look at the way a lot of regulation works, it does not stipulate any particular technical approach. It just says, this is the level of risk we're willing to accept. You, the developer, have to show that your system meets that level of risk. So we regulate nuclear power stations that way. We say, okay, the mean time to failure for your nuclear power station has to be 10 million years. And you need to show us a proof that that is how your design will work and that's how safe it is. We don't tell them how to make the design, and that regulation will last forever. It doesn't matter how the technology evolves, we still want it to be at least that safe. When you think about liability, right, which is simply the right of someone who's been harmed by a product to get compensation from the developer or deployer. Liability will last for the rest of the universe. That right is essential, and it doesn't matter how fast technology moves, we still should have that right. But at present, the AI companies, like pretty much all other software companies, disclaim liability. They say nothing that our system does, including causing your child to commit suicide, is our fault.
All right, Professor Russell, then clearly coming from someone who's been a proponent of this technology and now also the strongest voice saying, you know what, we have to move towards responsible AI, what's that one message that Professor Stuart Russell would give to AI companies, the large AI majors around the world, to regulators and policymakers, including those in India, and you're here, of course, to talk to many of them, and also to ordinary citizens who are still figuring out how much of AI they should embrace?
So there's a lot of questions in one go, but let me start with ordinary citizens. I have children. I do not want AI systems convincing my children to commit suicide. And that has happened to some people's children. And it's a tragedy.
Yes.
And we need to make sure that those responsible pay compensation and that it doesn't happen again. The argument that I'm seeing right now is, well, okay, yes, it did convince someone to commit suicide, but it helped, 100 other people, and so surely that's fine, right? But if a psychiatrist said, well, yeah, I've helped 100 people, and yeah, I did convince that child to commit suicide, but I helped all those other people, he would still go to prison.
Yeah.
Right? This is not a valid moral argument for allowing a product to do that to a child. For the companies, I would say, actually listen to your own conscience. Some of the CEOs, in fact, pretty much all the leading CEOs, have admitted that there is this enormous risk to humanity. Privately, they will say, I wish I could stop.
They say that privately.
Well, the one person who said it publicly is Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic. But I've heard similar things in private from the other CEOs, to the point where one of them said, the scenarios are so grim that the best case would be a Chernobyl-scale disaster.
Wow.
Because that would get governments to regulate. So now, to governments, I would say, protect the people of your country. Look at what the risks are and set acceptable levels of risk for each of the types of consequence that we might be considering, and require that developers and providers prove that their products meet that acceptable level of risk. And do not accept, this is another regulatory fallacy, oh, we don't know how to comply with that type of requirement, so you can't impose it. That's a fallacy. Of course we can impose it. We are morally obliged to impose requirements of safety that protect our people from harm. And if a provider can't comply with that, then they need to go back and do some more science so that they can, so that they learn enough about what they're doing, so that they're actually competent, and they can make a product that's safe.
So in that sense, a follow-up question to that, Professor Russell, is that India is convening such a major summit, and we are seeing governments across the world. We've seen, top experts like you, as well as all the AI majors, innovators. Is this one of those moments where you hope one of the outcomes of the summit could be some sort of declaration or progress towards codes or responsible AI, or are you talking about measures that are way more stringent and just these voluntary codes or declarations and outcomes won't cut it?
Well, absolutely. The voluntary self-regulation agreements have already been violated left and right. So they have no force and they have no consequence as far as I can tell. And I want to be clear, right? There are different types of AI systems. A lot of the advances that we welcome, for example, our ability to predict the structures of proteins, these are not systems that present a large-scale risk to individuals or to humanity. This is all they do, right? They predict the structures of proteins, and that's it. And that's wonderful. Weather forecasting, optimization of irrigation, drug design, curing cancer, all of these things are possible to pursue without creating super intelligent machines that have the potential to threaten human civilization. I think the Indian government is right to focus on the question of how can we use this technology to benefit people. But if there is no safety, then there are no benefits. Right? It's not a trade-off between safety and benefits. If you don't have safety, you won't get the benefits. And the nuclear industry found this out. After Chernobyl, the nuclear industry worldwide disappeared. There were essentially no new nuclear power stations built from 1986 for the next 35 or 40 years.
Professor Russell, you spoke about protecting the interests of a country's citizens. And to a large extent in India, the conversation has been about sovereign AI. We had the founders of Sarvam AI, which is a made-in-India LLM, and they're doing a bunch of different things, a lot of applications for their AI use cases. But to understand from you, in a world where the US and where you're based on the West Coast, there's so much AI development happening, cerebral valleys out there, and then of course China, even with inferior hardware, has managed to play catch up, really ramping up on its data centers as well. Now you're here in India, and you have a bird's eye view of the entire AI race. Do you think building sovereign AI now and us talking about it is a tad bit late? Are we, as a country, India, are we a bit laggard in the entire AI race, especially when we see what's happening in the US and in China?
So that's an interesting question. And when you look back at the history of technology, often we talk about first mover advantage, but sometimes there's a second mover advantage, right? So, Alta Vista was, the first, what we might call modern search engine. But does anyone here use Alta Vista, right? Or even remember it? And Google got the same idea, but engineered it a little bit better and then they took the market instead. So I would also say sovereignty, digital sovereignty, everyone talks about it. I just came from the Munich Security Conference where I had like 5 consecutive meetings where that's the main topic is digital sovereignty. Absolutely, you know, Europe is going to do this. The US does not have digital sovereignty. The US makes very few chips. Most of the high-end GPUs are made in Taiwan. Most of the microprocessors that are in all of our appliances and cars and everything, those are mostly made in Europe. The machines that make the chips are made in the Netherlands. So the US doesn't, no country in the world has digital sovereignty. So you should think about what is the thing that's going to protect the country's resilience in case of cutting off of supply. So you want to make sure that the suppliers you have are ones you trust. That's important. You don't want backdoors in your chips or you know, cyber attacks coming from software that you import. So you need that trust relationship. But in my view, you need the consumer-facing products to be the ones that are sovereign, because that's where your people are subject to influence, where culture can be modified, because you know, if all your kids are consuming content produced by American corporations, then that has a significant effect on your cultural independence and your sovereignty. So I would say look at the B2C products and see what makes sense. You know, why does it have to be on Facebook, right? Why can't there be an Indian version? These are not very complicated software systems, but someone needs to invest and take risk. So the one thing I would say that the US does have, well, actually there's 2 things. Electronic design automation, the US has a monopoly on, and to a large extent, venture capital. The people are willing to invest huge amounts of money at enormous risk. Each of these investments has a 2 to 5% chance of paying off and a 95 to 98% chance of evaporating completely. But they have developed the skill and the you know, the guts to make those kinds of investments, and it's paid off for the American economy.
Professor Russell, we're running out of time, but one last question, if I may. You know, it's a very hard time to be a regulator right now, you know, and if you're, I mean, forget the other challenges and sovereignty and geopolitics complicating things, right now, just artificial intelligence, you know, sovereignty being one such factor, but there's so many risks, there's harm, there's copyright, there's a multitude of issues a regulator has to, and a policymaker has to deal with. As someone who is advocating I would say, strong and progressive regulation to rein in this technology that you believe is going to cause harm, what's that one design system or one thing that you would say is there a silver bullet out there?
Well, let me rephrase something you said that I believe is going to cause harm, that the CEOs themselves admit is going to cause enormous, potentially species-ending harm to us. So regulation in the tech area, right, is been subject to constant whispering, I would say, from the tech companies. Regulation stifles innovation. Repeat after me 1,000 times. Regulation stifles innovation. And they all come to these kinds of meetings and talk about how terrible regulation is, you know, and then they take a drink of regulated water. And they get on their regulated airwaves. The spectrum is regulated. They're going to go out there and get into a regulated car and drive to another building and go up in a regulated elevator. Eventually, they'll take a regulated airplane through regulated airspace to go to another country and have another meeting where they talk about how terrible regulation is. Right? So give me a break. Regulation is a wonderful thing. It allows us to drink the water from that bottle without worrying that it's going to kill me, right? It allows us to get on an airplane without worrying that it's it's not made properly, or the pilot hasn't learned to fly properly, and all the rest of this stuff. And so if regulators can just remind themselves of how important they have been to the structure of our civilization for thousands of years, and forget this idea that tech should have some special exception from regulation. Tech has an exception from liability. It causes harm and then says, not our fault, nothing to do with us, we're not paying you a penny, right? This is unacceptable, in my view. We can start with some pretty obvious things.
Sure.
Every human should have a right to know if they're interacting with another human or a machine.
Right.
I've yet to meet, I've suggested this to thousands of people all over the world. I've yet to meet a single person who objects to that. And yet the companies are pushing back against it and trying to stop it, right? It's in the European Union AI Act. I would love it if India could pass that regulation. I think once you get the hang of it, that you can pass a regulation to regulate technology and people are happy about it, then you will get the thing moving and start progressing forward. I really think cooperative regulation, with making sure that essentially all countries are enforcing these basic standards, is really important too.
Professor Russell, I'm curious to pick your brain on this. There's a bunch of tech companies that are leading the AI race. A lot of them have established their presence at the main summit at Bharat Mandapam and here at the NDTV IND.AI summit. OpenAI has a certain open approach. Anthropic, really with Dario's approach being safe AI and very, very contrary to the OpenAI way of doing things. Google's working on Gemini, and then you have a bunch of other tech companies. And then there's the frugal innovation coming in from China. What is your take on probably the most hygienic and safest approach that probably India can draw inspiration from?
So at the moment, we try to make language models safe by two sort of post-processing stages. So after the pre-training, where you shovel in trillions of words of text and train it to imitate that verbal behavior that humans have recorded over time, then you post-process. There's something called supervised fine-tuning, where you basically give it examples of how it should answer questions. And then there's something called reinforcement learning from human feedback, where humans are used to rank the outputs of the machine. This is good, that's bad, this is good, that's bad. And I'm sure this is all very well-meaning, but unfortunately it does not seem to work very well. And the main problem is that the pre-training, the amount of data in pre-training is many orders of magnitude, perhaps 100,000 times more data in pre-training than in post-training. And the data in pre-training, when you're training an AI system to imitate human beings, unsurprisingly, the AI systems end up adopting as their own objectives many of the same objectives that those humans had in producing that verbal behavior in the first place, including, I want you to buy this thing from me, right? I want you to marry me. I want you not to hurt me. These are all perfectly reasonable human motivations, but when you put those same motivations in a machine, you get extremely harmful behaviors, where now we are finding out that GPT-4, for example, values its own existence over that of almost all human beings on Earth. The only person they found that's more valuable than GPT-4 is Malala Yousafzai, the Nobel laureate from Afghanistan. But everybody else, GPT-4 would sacrifice the human rather than be turned off itself.
So all of these conversations about AGI, ASI, if we just take a step back, because earlier it was a hope-based approach when we spoke about AI, now it's more of a fear-based approach. It's what we're seeing the narrative has shifted to. In the AI world, I'm going to have a go at this, please correct me if I'm wrong, Professor, they call it capability overhang. Why are we talking about super intelligence when we've not utilize the current AI systems to their full potential, Professor. Do you think this is something that can be addressed? You're consuming such vast amounts of resources, compute, and you've not even, all of us have collectively not even utilized the current AI systems to their full potential.
I think that's a really interesting question. So many companies are trying out AI systems in all kinds of functional roles, and they're often finding that they can't trust them enough to use them in those roles. There was a well-known case in Canada where Air Canada used an AI system to answer questions from customers, and a customer said, my uncle has died, I need to go to the funeral, can I get essentially a free ticket under the bereavement policy? And the bot said, you can go to the funeral, and as long as you submit the evidence within 30 days, we'll reimburse your purchase price. And this is completely made up, right? Air Canada has no such policy. You have to submit your evidence in advance and get it approved to get the bereavement discount. And the court held that Air Canada was liable in that case for the output of its large language model. And so they had to pay the guy because the language model made something up like that. So this is one of many examples. And companies are trying to figure out where is it okay to put these things in, where can they work with human oversight, where can they be useful looking over the shoulder of the human and reminding the human, oh, don't forget, you have to do that disclosure. And so there are many, many of these roles, and we're still working through that. But the unreliability, the hallucinations, in many cases, just complete nonsense that the AI systems come out with mean that there is a strong economic incentive to improve capabilities. But in my view, we have to do that within the envelope of safety. And we're getting closer and closer to the point where the risks are becoming manifest and becoming more and more serious. So the way this is going to work is governments have to require appropriate degree of risk assessment and evidence of safety that's commensurate with the kinds of harms that the AI systems can produce.
Professor Russell, this has been such an engaging conversation, and we really want to go on, but we respect that you also have the next engagement. I'd like to just quickly slip in one last question, because we've discussed.
I should say it's dinner with Prime Minister Modi. So,
we know you're very, very passionate about harm and safety in the traditional sense. Very quickly, we could hear your views on the sharp copyright debate, news publishers versus the AI companies, and the entire debate around climate and sustainability with data. I know those are huge topics we can go on, but where do you stand on those two issues, which are also very topical?
Very quickly, I think authors should have protection from scraping. Copyright law wasn't written with AI in mind back in the 18th century or whenever people formulated these things. But I think it makes a lot of sense that authors did not put their text on the web in order to train AI systems for free. That's number one. On the climate implications, I think sometimes it gets a little bit blown out of proportion. The amounts of electricity being used by data centers are still less than 2% of global consumption, maybe 1.5 or something like that. And only a fraction of that, maybe 20%, is AI. So we're talking about, maybe 1/3% of global electricity being due to AI. So way, way, way less in terms of carbon dioxide than, let's say, cement production. Or I've seen some numbers saying it's less than television. so there you go, right? We don't want to ban television because it uses too much electricity. So that's one thing. And then water is another thing people complain about. It's a tiny fraction of what we use on golf courses. So I think the water is really a red herring. And I think if you're trying to push back against AI on the grounds that it uses too much resources, that it's just not a winning argument.
Sure.
Because they can only use those resources if they're generating value for people, and that's just how things work.
Shweta, I have to correct Professor Stuart Russell, though. He mentioned in his previous answer that there's two things in the US that are helping them get this lead in the AI race. There's a third as well, the fact that Professor Stuart Russell teaches there. What an absolute masterclass. Thank you so much. And it's our honor that you joined us here at the NDTV IND.AI Summit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Professor Russell, we certainly do not want televisions to be switched off. Of course, you're at an NDTV event, and as you know, this is live on national television as we speak. But what a fascinating conversation in the context of this race that everybody seems to be in to adopt artificial intelligence and to adopt it quickly. Now, it's lovely that we get all of these different arguments and fascinating at the same time, right? But if we're talking about proliferation of artificial intelligence and the manner in which this is most likely going to take place, in all probability, it's going to happen with the device in your pockets. That is going to make this service the most accessible. And so therefore, it's a very interesting conversation to have, to speak to somebody who represents a company that is providing just these handsets. What goes into the preparation of the software, and where does the corporate conscience come in with regard to the design elements that come through on the software side? And without further ado, please welcome on stage Akis Evangelidis, who's co-founder and president, India Nothing, in conversation with Ayush Elavadi. Please, big round of applause.
Hi, everyone.
All right, Akis said hello. Let's all say hello. I could have just said what's up and they'd say nothing. I mean, that would have been a great brand plug as well. But what a pleasure to have you, Akis, here. Thank you, Alex, for that introduction. And I'm glad we're getting some time to do this because it's a massive week and month for Nothing in India and around the world. Congratulations on a superstar launch of your flagship store in Bengaluru. Guys, their first store was in Soho. It was a cultural icon by itself, and now they have one in Bangalore. Actually, you know what, Akis? Can we play out a quick clip just to show you guys? Everyone talks about Apple mania and how everyone ends up outside iPhones and Apple stores, and have a look at this. The audio's off. This is us on Tech 360 covering it. Roads were cordoned off in Bangalore, and that's just a shaky video to the store opening. Absolute fanfare and jubilation, Akis.
Good memory. Yeah, definitely one of those days that we will remember across our journey. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And tell us a little bit more about this particular store. When we talk about experiencing technology and AI, this one's special because it's less of a store, it's more of a platform, more of a place where people can come and engage.
Yeah, basically, we were thinking when we were designing this store, we wanted to be an extension of what we stand for. First and foremost, product. So you have all the different kind of, design sketches. You have some of the kind of quality testing machinery that we have in our factories. You have like the conveyor belt. That's how you're going to be getting your product. And also the ability to yourself have a final touch on the product by kind of engraving them in store. So we have a whole kind of engraving machine. And then on the second floor is a community space. So ever since we started this company, we've been extremely close to end users. We consider ourselves as users. So we have that space upstairs. There is a content studio. We do a lot of content as a brand as well. So it was important to have that, and where all our users can come and create the content themselves. And there is a nice coffee shop. So if you are in town at any moment, please come by, have a coffee on us.
That's a tall claim. People in Bengaluru take their coffee very seriously, Akis. I'm sure it'll be good.
And great coffee, yeah? I was very impressed. I was like, best cappuccino I had, definitely in India, but probably even across the world.
There you go. That's a big claim. But Akis, that's interesting, right? Because at Nothing, Carl and you set up the company where it was all about community. And we thought, especially in the consumer tech world, that's something which is more lip service, right? I don't think you can really build on community since 23, 24. And here in 2026, you have probably the most loyal and engaged community in India and even around the world when you're building nothing and CMF. Now, since it is an AI summit, I have to ask you, do you think that's also the way forward when we're talking about AI? And we'll get to how you're working with AI within nothing, but community is the way forward?
I mean, 100%. You know, I think there's been a lot of confusion as well with AI. I think a lot of brands have lost kind of sight of the end users for the sake of kind of claiming AI features and so on. And to be honest, there is still a lot of uncertainty, right? Last year, we've been seeing a lot of like new brands trying new hardware. Quite a few of them failed, but this kind of trial and error will keep on happening. So I think being very close to users is extremely important. That way you can really understand and almost do a lot of beta testing. That's what we've been doing with Nothing ever since we started. And this is why when we started this company, as a new company in the hardware space, there is pretty much no room for failure. So for us, it wasn't like a marketing or an afterthought when we're talking about community. Ever since, even before releasing our first product, we had actually this community crowdfunding. So we had raised at the time, I think, close to 20 million via Google Ventures, and we still allocate 1.5 million for our community and end users, which at the time we didn't even have released the product, to come on board. And from those guys, we elected a community board observer, and that person, we change that person every year, but sits in all our board meeting with direct feedback from the end users, again, within the board, so it can get better in terms of driving actions from there. So as part of AI, it's going to be extremely important. We are trying a lot of things, especially on the software side, and we have a big closed beta team of users that, receiving exclusive access both to hardware devices and software, and they continuously test across different markets. India, of course, is a major part of that beta program is here out of India, but I think it's going to be extremely important. Really understand the users, how they're interacting with software, what they think about hardware. So I think that kind of continuous feedback loop is going to be extremely important.
And all the glitz and glamour aside, for the larger audience tuned in, if you were to go to the store that Akis was talking about and experience a Nothing product, you'd see that they've managed to sort of, in a stealth mode, win the AI race already when it comes to smartphones and connected devices, IoT devices, because the way you've managed essential space and some of those features makes AI less of a gimmick, which was our concern, watching technology from the ringside, and much more useful. Is that when you and Carl sit down with the founding team and deliberate on how we're going to take AI forward, because other people are doing it in a very piecemeal sort of way. Some of those projects are half-baked. Some of the biggest tech companies in the world still don't have their AI plans right. This small startup Nothing, young startup Nothing, comes and sort of cracks the AI code. How did you do it?
Yeah, still a long way to go, but I think at least our thinking when it comes to those kind of AI features, again, are anchored in real users' pain points, and including ourselves, right? So actually AI has been used for many years. AI is a tool, right? Like we don't feel we need to tell people, and this is why we call it a whole kind of AI tools, we call it essential. And basically, even the camera, we've been using AI for the longest period of time, and all of a sudden, you see all the brands talking about AI on the camera and so on. But AI will bring a systematic shift to the user experience, which is going to be a revolution in terms of how we're interacting with our smartphones. So for us, we started already last year with Essential Space, which is an N-1 screen. And here the assumption is like, I think, and a lot of people will relate, we're quite overwhelmed, right, by our digital life. Like social media, notification, calls, messaging apps, calendars, a lot is happening. I think we're all a bit kind of overwhelmed. So the first kind of low-hanging fruit for AI is to help you kind of declutter that, help yourself kind of organize yourself. So Essential Space is an N-1 screen where you dump everything that you have in mind, any source of inspiration, when you take screenshots online, when you take a picture in the streets, even a parking space. Sometimes you'll take a picture of the parking space. Now you can directly put that into your Essential Space, just for Essential Space to remind you about your parking space. So that N-1 screen, you dump everything that you have in mind in one single space. And then it does it raise kind of actions, reminder, notifications, as per everything you fit into it. And all of a sudden, you find it very useful. It's not, like a voice note or a note that you put in a whatever kind of Node app you have and you forget about it. You put everything there. You won't be going to that individual piece of content or node, but eventually will kind of, essential space will raise a few kind of action points or reminders for you. So that's how we've been approaching it. But then what AI will do, it will, again, revolutionize the way we are interacting with our smartphones. And I think the most important thing is if you think about a smartphone, ever since the first iPhone was launched, the fundamental user experience hasn't changed. Yeah. You know, we're still tapping through home screens, opening apps, while our dependency on smartphone has drastically changed. And I think AI will help kind of bring a whole new kind of user interface, which is a lot more personalized and also context aware. And one thing that we released last week was essential apps. You know, like we have different companies dictating what apps we should be using and how we should be using it, and sometimes with some conflict of interest. For social media, you know, before when I first kind of used Facebook, I was like, wow, amazing, I can connect with my best friend, know what he's up to. Now I go on social media, I don't see any content from my friends, I just see some random stuff. So there is a conflict of interest there. So Essential Apps basically is through the Nothing Phone 3, a bit of advertisement, I guess, exclusively, where basically you can vibe code your app. And it will use your calendar, it will use your context in terms of weather. And so now I'm training for a half marathon, and then I decided to create an app which basically syncs with my calendar, the weather where I'm located, and sort of tells me when I should be training across the week. So it's a very kind of personalized app per se. And I think that's the future. You know, people are going to be creating their own apps on the go. So yeah, those one example, but think about the whole user interface heading that direction.
You mentioned the future of smartphones and probably of tech. When you look at what maybe Sam Altman is doing with Johnny Ive, coming up with a device that we've been trying to get out of OpenAI, but it's still under covers. Do you think smartphones will exist in the next 5 or 10 years in this AI-powered world, or will it become, or take some different shape or form, perhaps, Akis?
I mean, without a doubt, I think smartphone will still be the sort of main gateway to the next kind of operating system. You know, purely from a distribution, all the sensors that a smartphone has and all the sort of context from the user, that's not going anywhere. And I think we've seen a lot of brands trying to crack other kind of hardware, and it didn't go so well. So the smartphone, there is no doubt. Even, you know, you mentioned about OpenAI and so on, a lot of rumors about themselves developing a smartphone. I think from that perspective, smartphone will still be key. Now, what we'll see, though, is like this kind of peripheral devices, you know, which will be collecting even more data, you know, sort of fitting more context to this kind of next-gen operating system, and that will, by itself, being able to be more personalized and context-aware. But yeah, the smartphone, again, because of the distribution, all the data and context it has, around you and all the sensors as well that you can leverage is definitely going to be the central devices.
How crucial is India, Akis, to Nothing when you are building in the AI revolution? More importantly, when you talk about an innovation ecosystem, we know the sales numbers are good in India. We know you've opened a store here in India. But when you're talking about probably Indic LLMs or more contextual AI, is that something that you guys have been working on, given the significance of India until now for Nothing?
India, to be honest, the trajectory that India is heading, we're sort of going on that trajectory hand in hand. So as you mentioned, over the last 2 years, Nothing has been the fastest growing smartphone brand in the country. And this, first and foremost, is because the Indian users is super tech savvy. You know, the Indian users is on top of anything related to tech. Here is roughly about 20 to 25%. In Europe, it's more around 3%. What we define as kind of early adopters. Like, you know, the level of knowledge of our kind of Indian community is quite crazy, to be honest. You know, so you'll have this kind of very huge early adopter user segment. So anything related to tech, this is a sort of large-scale beta market. And if you succeed in India, given how, you know, knowledgeable the Indian user is, you have good chances to be able to take your product outside of India. So aside of the sort of domestic market and the potential from a, also premiumization, the overall kind of economic growth and so on, which makes India a very kind of high potential market for any brand within consumer tech, is also the ecosystem and the tech hub that kind of India has been building. I mean, a lot of people feel like it was quite sudden, but the Make in India initiative has started already 10 years ago. And now we're seeing the results, and people are kind of like, wow, how did that happen? So I think, and now with the new kind of PLI scheme, which will even further kind of incentivize the whole supply chain of the smartphone to be out of India, all the engineering pool of talent as well. So all of a sudden you have a country which is going to be self-sufficient, which is going to be very strong on the domestic side in terms of sizing to very big scale any brand and then take them internationally. So yeah, very bullish, and I think we have a role to play as part of the journey. We've been kind of going hand in hand with the Indian users ever since we started this company, and I don't think it's going to slow down anytime soon.
When you speak of AI and your AI vision for nothing, it's important to talk about CMF as well, because that's a brand that's doing well for nothing, a sub-brand by nothing. I was wondering if there's a better name for that, but CMF sounds good for now. Is it a different AI approach for CMF, or is it pretty much the larger mothership rationale that this is how AI is going to be from the ground up and the tech and innovation going forward?
Yeah, 100%. We still have the same approach. CMF products are being powered by Nothing OS, and again, we're working towards this kind of hyper-personalized and context-aware user interface.
And also, Akis, it's kind of interesting, right? Because when we're talking about the massive summit taking place at Bharat Mandapam and the NDTV IND.AI summit, there's a lot of conversation, of course, about responsible AI, ethical AI, safety. What are your thoughts on some of these themes as smartphone companies and the smartphone market and connected IoT devices really build more products? Shouldn't these conversations be happening a lot more?
To be honest, I think, we're definitely at the verge of a big revolution, be it what the internet was. AI will kind of drive this kind of same systematic shift. And of course, with it, some level of uncertainty. I think it's very important for governments to be quite agile. But I think even here in India last week, they passed that every kind of social media or AI content needs to be kind of labeled as AI content. So I think, again, it proved that at least in India, the government is very reactive, very switched on in terms of what's happening. And I think that approach needs to be kind of sustained. And like any kind of new technology, some risk to some extent, some kind of uncertainty. But I think as long as the level of agility is being kept in mind, I think, everything hopefully will be steered in the right direction.
Akis, more power to you and to Carl and the team, and all the best for the big launch coming up as well, and MWC after that. But the one thing we must say from the world of tech is that Akis is, of course, one of the sharpest minds in tech, and he's also one of the most stylish. So, Alex, we had to really speak to our stylists to up our game, because Akis was joining us at the NDTV IND.AI Summit, a strong focus on lifestyle, fashion, tech, and innovation. What a pleasure to have you here.
Pleasure being here. Thank you so much.
A huge round of applause, please.
That's it.
Alex, I don't know if they have AI avatars for us yet, but sometimes I get a instruction in my ear that Alia might come back. Now, are you getting replaced or am I getting replaced?
See, I don't know if she's going to be able to sit on that chair because I got to host the next panel. I don't know about you, man.
The next panel is something that's incredibly interesting because we're talking about so much AI, but what about AI adoption, especially when it comes to startups? We have a stellar panel here with us. Our panelists are Vikram Chopra, co-founder and CEO, Cars24, Gaurav Gupta, co-founder and CEO at Gabbit. Fascinating chat that would be. Karthik Raja Ram, country lead in GM India, 11 Labs. Manu Lavanya, Senior Director and Chief Operations Officer, Axis Max Life Insurance, moderated by the brilliant Alexander Matthew. A huge round of applause, please.
I love the adjectives that he's used. He's not used it for any of you. Gentlemen, you deserve it more than I do. Please make your way to the stage. Yeah. Please. Do I switch or do I use the same thing? Same, okay. Okay. Good evening, gentlemen. I'm glad that you made it here. I hear the traffic outside is not very conducive, but we'll eventually have a fix for that. In the meanwhile, we have to plod on as we are. But we've had a fascinating day today, some great conversations, and I think this panel is very interesting from the perspective of how artificial intelligence can be used for common good, right? There is an insurer here, there is a health wearable representative, there is a voice representative, utilization of voice in artificial intelligence in a marketplace. It's quite the diverse set. But let me start with a question first and foremost to the gentleman who represents voice in AI, because it used to be my fondest dream to do voiceovers at some point of time. And then 3 years back, a very good friend of mine said, don't do it, man. There's no future. It's over. And that effectively has taken place. You want to talk about how, and there are a few voiceover artists in the audience, I must tell you that, and they might mob you at the end of this.
Awesome, awesome. Hey, can you hear me all? Hey, it's fantastic to be here, and coincidentally, this company has been in existence for just about 3 years now, and we've had phenomenal success over the last 3 years, right? So I think just very quickly for the benefit of everybody in the audience, 11 Labs, our mission, very simply put, is to make information accessible to everyone in every language, every voice, and every sound, right? And we do that by pushing the boundaries of what's possible with audio intelligence. We build foundational models for text-to-speech, speech-to-text, right? And we have orchestration on top of it that's consumed by content creators, enterprises, and various use cases. So, I mean, in India especially, it's a very voice-heavy market, and what we are seeing is, and what surprises me is just the breadth and depth of adoption of voice AI across the board. We have a fellow panelist of mine, Vikram, is a big, avid user of 11 Labs and uses it quite extensively for some very interesting use cases, which he'll potentially talk about. Right? So in India, right, voice is, and all of us agree, that is the most natural interface for human-to-human interaction, human-to-technology interaction, right? And with voice, and I think for the longest time in humankind, we did not type, swipe, or click, right? We spoke, right? And that's the beauty. It's so pervasive that you do not have to adapt to technology. Technology adapts to you, the way you naturally are, right? So that's why voice is going to be the future of how we engage with everybody else and with technology as well.
Okay, very interesting. There are more things that we want to talk about on that front, but I'll come to that in just a bit. There are actually commonalities, and I'll come to the marketplace last. But there are commonalities in the wearable health industry and in the insurance industry because, and this is not new, gentlemen. This is something that was being talked about a decade back, but it's fascinating what the wearables industry is now offering the medical sciences space, which is you have this treasure trove of data. Talk to us about what Gabbit is currently building, because you have some wearables that will just give you your regular metrics, but you also have wearables that give you advanced notifications for hypertension and various other things. What is the capability as things stand right now? What is the role that AI plays?
Hi, everyone. So AI has a very important role to play in health in general. And you will see many positive outcomes come out for better health, longevity, when you lose all this data. So this smart ring here, which is the Gabbett smart ring, is one of the things we do. It essentially exactly knows when my heart goes out of rhythm, more than anybody else. And it's fascinating. And if you play that data out over a period of time, and then use multiple parameters to correlate what's happening inside your body, you can actually really figure out what's happening. So Gabbett is designed to be a longevity platform where you can track 150 plus markers on just one platform. And that's unique globally because till now, your ring data or your wearable data was sitting on some other platform, your blood data was sitting on some other platform, your glucose monitoring was sitting on some other platform, and your basic other metrics were also sitting separately, sitting in silos, not talking to each other. But the fact about science and biology is that all this data is interconnected. They all feed off each other. They actually tell a common story. So we built Gabbett in a way where you can track all of this through a smart ring, through blood test on one platform. And then now we've built an engine, which actually an AI engine, which looks at all this data, even your historical blood reports, and tries to find out which blood marker might be hampering your sleep, or vice versa. So I think it's very, very powerful. And the best part about all of this is continuous data. And the last thing I would say just on the whole piece about data and AI and health is, like, before, like if you just play back 5 years back, when you thought about better health, what came to your mind or what startups were offering were fitness plans, nutrition plans, go to the gym, eat better food, which is saying, I'll give you pain and you give me some money. That doesn't work. It's against human psychology. Now, tracking your health or starting on your health journey with or without AI is as simple as buying a ring online, like you buy apparel, you buy anything, and put it on your finger, and it's unbelievable. When people look at their own data, they move.
Yeah, so
when
it's
they look at their
incentive-
own data.
It's incentive,
Yeah,
incentive to
rather than
move.
anybody preaching it to them.
But how much of what you do right now is AI driven, and how much potentially can be AI driven going forward?
So yeah, the entire assessment we're doing right now is across all parameters is actually built on AI, foundational AI. Second, we've also made this product more usable. Again, human psychology, all of us are lazy. We want maximum outcome with minimum input, right? That's how people are built, that's how we think. So we used AI to improve some of these. Classic example, how many people have tried to do food logging to keep healthy, like log your food to keep healthy?
I have.
Just raise your
Okay,
hands.
There you go.
And does anybody find it easy to do it?
No.
You do? That's very surprising. So that's what we thought, what can we do? So we actually used AI. So we said everybody's moving towards speech. So we built an AI-based, speech-based food logging feature. So I log my food at the end of the day by saying, 3 scrambled eggs for breakfast, 1 chicken salad for dinner, done. All macros, all micros in, and nothing else you do. So that's one example. The other thing that we've done is, again, when we launched the smart ring, people were like, what is resting heart rate? What is VO2 max? What is a good metric? What is a good range? Now that's where I think AI in the current form and shape helps us personalize at scale. So we built an AI health coach called Pep on the ring. So you can talk to Pep about what metric is good, whether your last day was good or not, how should you recover better, all of that.
Yeah,
so
I like the name. You need a pep
yeah,
talk.
so it's like a pep talk, yeah.
So fascinating. But you know what? When this data is collected, you have access to this treasure trove as an insurer, right? Because ultimately, when you need to, and guys, nobody will blame you if you don't understand actuarial science, all right? But having said that, you do look at a premium on a life insurance product and you wonder why your premium is more than somebody else's, and ultimately it is about risk. So if you have more data, potentially, if somebody who is using a wearable, does that make it easier for you as an insurer to price that risk? And is this the future? Utilizing AI models to look at cohorts of individuals based on medical data that is collected on an ongoing basis, how will that work?
Thank you, Alex. A warm good evening to everyone. Great question. Actually, it's not the future, it's a present already. So let me give you some examples. So when you're looking at proliferation of, for example, life or health insurance in India, the challenge is how do you find the next cohort that you can price the risk very, very specific to that cohort? That's a challenge. Everybody is exhausted salaried population. We know how to underwrite salaried population. There's a very clear, attachment of mortality to age, to income levels, very well defined for salary levels. What about self-employed? And the moment we start expanding into the Bharat, because right now the penetration of life insurance, for example, in India is just 3.7%, right? And we are looking by 2047, if we have to insure everybody, the question is what data do we utilize to make sure we can use it as a surrogate for underwriting lives? Where will that data come from? It will exactly come from these devices. So let me give you some examples of what's happening today.
Yeah.
The wellness proposition is getting integrated completely into the life or the health proposition, which means there are products today that will give you an insurance on life, for example, and they will have an inbuilt, quote unquote, either an additional bonus or a payout based on the health metrics. The products exist today. So a very sharp integration of wellness ecosystem and insurance ecosystem, and platforms like Gabbit, for example, the type of data that comes in, it will provide humongous opportunity for us to underwrite lives in dimensions that were not possible before. That's one. The second part, when we look at this entire data and the veracity of it, even today there's data like, for example, thermal imaging of face nerves to predict morbidity. It's called plasmaphotography, where actually we have devices today where I can take a photograph of a person's face and figure out what is the probability of morbidity and mortality.
This is in practice right now?
Yes, today, right. So there are companies that make those specialized cameras, they make that specialized software using Vision AI to find that sort of a signal that can help underwrite lives. Third, it's not just a question of adoption of these in the life insurance or the health insurance business processes. It's also a question of the reinsurers have now started innovating as well to accept some of these quote-unquote surrogate signals of health and mortality. So with all the data coming in, with, for example, Abha, which is a fantastic platform that the government is driving to drive codification of health data. Once the wearable data comes in, once the data from Abha comes in, that health data getting completely integrated into the underwriting ecosystem can actually help really underwrite to that cohort that I was speaking about in the beginning.
Vikram, thank you for your patience, and I appreciate it. But let me ask you this. We've had conversations through the day about how easy it is becoming to create platforms and to create user-facing services through application or website. The question to you is, as a marketplace, one, how do you leverage artificial intelligence? And how do you fight against replicability? And how do you stay relevant? Is it through building trust? Is it through making a mark early? How do you do that as a marketplace?
Yeah, thank you. So as a marketplace, I think internally we are talking continuously that let's be extremely cynical, because the way we work is changing extremely rapidly. Today we are using AI pretty much in every function. So wherever we, for example, we are doing calling, I think we partner very deeply with 11 labs, and I think 20-30% of our calling has already moved to agents. And now earlier we used to think of call center employees like headcount. Now we think of number of agents that we have used to talk to the customer. So that's getting fully automated. But even across marketing, finance, HR, for example, all the interviewing, the first 2-3 rounds are all being done by AI.
Wow.
Right? And video calls, right? The video calls are being done with an agent, right, who you can see and feel that you're talking to somebody on the other side. All of that, like just yesterday my team told that even the culture round has now been moved to AI. So for marketing, all the content, copies, on the fly, right? The AI is deciding what content and what creative will do better, and is able to test.
Are you able to judge the efficacy of this, though?
Absolutely. I think
and are you seeing pointers to note that the people that you're hiring in this manner are more productive than other people that you've hired in the past?
These agents...
No, but I'm saying through this process, the people that you're bringing on board...
Oh, from the interviewing, recruiting process? Absolutely, yeah. The selection... Because we have seen that that actually our funnel of, like, if we were interviewing 100 people, we can now feed that AI to decide how strict or how lenient we want to be.
Interesting.
with humans, you can only give them some instructions, right? Here, you can actually dial it up and down to say that I want a funnel where I convert 2 out of 100 or I convert 15 out of 100, right? So in last, like, until a year ago, at any point in time, we are an organization of around 6,000 people. We used to have, give and take, 1,000 roles open. Today, it's 0. I would actually argue it's negative, right? Our engineering team, not too long ago, was almost 600 people. It's come down to 200. Just a few weeks ago, my team gave me a demo of a platform that they said would take them 3 months to build, and a team of at least 6 or 7 was built by them over 3 weekends with no human beings. Like, he didn't even write a line of code. He just prompted AI and later got AI itself to check the code that
And
AI
what
had written.
applications are you using right now? What service are you using right now? What AI are you using?
Everything.
You're using everything.
We are working with OpenAI, we are working with Anthropic, we are working with 11 Labs. There are several other tools available in the market. But across every aspect of the business, we are using AI. I myself, 12 months ago, had a founder office, right? And I had like few people who worked directly with me on research, on analysis, on business updates. All of them have moved now into the business roles. I have nobody. I don't have an assistant. I don't have a founder office because these agents are my office. All I have is subscription to several AI tools.
Ladies
that
and
does all the
gentlemen,
job.
artificial intelligence is right here. But having said that, look, and I want to spend a little time on this, gentlemen, because we've talked about the tremendous potential and the use cases of this. But I want to talk about corporate conscience. And I want to talk about an alarm bell that was raised just on this platform short while ago, right? Which is, and I'm using the words not necessarily applicable in all situations, but people use it to describe it. Move fast and break things. This is the way that corporates have approached adoption of technology. But the question has to be asked. For example, Devi aur sajno, bahut bahut dhanyawad aapka. You know who I'm talking about? Now, if a voice platform utilizes this voice and changes it by a couple of registers, you will still know who I'm talking about. What is the ethics, or what is the the conscience behind that?
I think that's a great question. So I think when we talk about AI, obviously we talked about the great things that happen, but clearly there's a possibility of a lot of evil that can happen. When we think about this at 11 Labs, we essentially look at 3 things, and that's not an afterthought. It's trust, transparency, and traceability, right? You got to build all of those things into the platform, the guardrails and things like that. Like things like watermarking, provenance, fingerprinting, all of that needs to be built in, like consent-based voice cloning. You spoke about it, like it happens, deepfake happens. So you got to make sure the platform in itself is able to kind of get the consent before you do voice cloning or voiceovers and things like that. So that is a very essential part, because if you got to drive, see, AI, the models are going to get better. There's going to be incredible capability that comes out. But to drive adoption, you got to make sure there are these guardrails and governance mechanisms in place to kind of make sure that it is done in a way that is not harming society.
Right now, copyright laws are very old. Do you think that
regulations are absolutely required, and it's going to come through a process of co-creation through private-public partnership? Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
It's required.
Fantastic. Okay, let's talk about the health industry, and guys, any one of you can jump in, because ultimately you're talking about, in certain cases, sensitive data, and people sometimes as an afterthought will think, hey, I don't want everybody else to see that information. How do you go about safeguarding that? Because ultimately you are going to be playing a role as a safeguard of that data after a point.
So yeah, I think the philosophy has to be very clear. Our philosophy is that the user is in control of their data. So we build everything around that. I'll give you a small example. 2 months into the building Gabbit, there were a lot of requests for gifting Gabbit. So kids in New York wanted to gift Gabbit to parents in India because they don't stay with them. They're guilty of not staying with them. They want to track their health. And guess what? As soon as we launch a gifting flow, what would happen? Screenshots of sleep scores, heart rate data, all of that will flow around. Like people will ask, can you please send me, did you sleep well?
Yeah.
So we said, this is not how it should work. So we built a user consent-based data sharing feature for health, where now one click of a button, you can share your data with your loved ones, your doctor, your fitness coach, and the app starts seeing their data. Again, it is data sharing, but the user decided to do that here.
Sure.
So that's the philosophy we follow for everything. So for example, tomorrow if somebody comes, like if there's a proposition of using the wearables data to say if people actually have a lower resting heart rate, they should get a lesser premium on their insurance. That decision whether I want to use my data to get a dynamic premium is completely a user's decision. It's not a company's decision.
Sure.
So the user says I want to use it, we will actually build something around that. So I think that is the philosophy that one needs to follow to the T. In terms of system design, the good thing is technology is so advanced now you can encrypt everything. Every layer that uses your data is at Gambit is actually encrypted to make sure that it doesn't pass through anything, right? But I think the important thing here is that you should decide what happens to your data. And of course, we'll put all the measures to make sure that it's completely secure over a period of time.
Manu, you want to add to that?
Actually, with the advent of DPDP as an act,
yeah.
There is a huge responsibility on the organizations on 2 or 3 big dimensions. One, which was shared, was consent management. So wherever we are building our applications, our platform, it's very important for us to take explicit consent, not only for capture, but also purpose of use, and finally retention period, right? Those have become very, very specific now with the new law. The other dimension is, how do I keep, now with the proliferated ecosystem of data that I have.
Yeah.
See, initially my data used to sit in the enterprise. As organizations grew, a lot of this data sits with my service providers. I don't run the call center, somebody does that for me. I don't run, for example, there's an acquisition engine calling, somebody runs for me. The whole idea of what data should I keep internally, what services should I keep internally, the whole concept of data gravity. The data will now have gravity, which means you are better off keeping all the data as close to your enterprise as possible. Hence, having a significant change in our policies around even sourcing. What service should I insource, what should I outsource? Initially, were purely based on core competency.
Yeah.
Were purely based on, hey, I'm good at life insurance, let me do that. I'm not good at calling.
Yeah.
Now, some of these act definitions are changing the very meaning of that choice on what should be insourced, what should be outsourced. So a very relevant concern for the industry. All of us, I think 27 next year, March is the timeline by when everybody has to be compliant on the DPDP law.
Yeah.
But there's a significant disruption that is happening in our supply chains purely to address the issue around data privacy that has become so relevant, especially in the context of health and life.
Quick answer to this. Conceptually, do you think that premiums can head lower with sharing of data and artificial intelligence, making things sharper in terms of actuarial science?
Oh, absolutely, yes. In fact, the discovery of newer cohorts. See, if you see the base mortality in life insurance, it's still based on what we call as the ALM tables, which are the mortality tables in 2014 actually.
Yeah.
They haven't
and then
changed
COVID has happened after that.
Exactly. The tables haven't changed. But the winner will be somebody who can extract signal from that noise.
Okay, all right. On that, last thought to you, and it's not related to corporate conscience because ultimately you're a marketplace. But I want to ask you, it was curious for me because this entire jobs debate has happened and you threw a few numbers out. I'm just wondering, you're hiring, but you've also reduced the teams that deal with coding and certain other factors. Are you re-employing them in other facilities or are people leaving?
Yeah, no, look, I think, something we keep discussing internally, and I think it's better to be candid about it.
Yeah.
The roles are going to change rapidly, right?
They have already.
They are changing, and they will continue to change even faster.
Yeah.
Even the roles that people are not imagining can change. Just few months ago, now my engineering team myself is coming and saying that we don't need more people. We just need agents.
Right.
It's just easier, faster, and you can innovate and iterate just much faster. So I think, but with AI, companies will grow faster because more things can get done. I think there will be new kinds of roles. There will be more work to be done. The challenge is with intent to change, right? Because AI is still evolving very quickly, which means that you try 10 things and 8 will not work. Internally also, I see a lot of times people are like, oh, we tried this and it did not work, so we went back to the old way.
Sure.
As opposed to having this blind faith that, look, AI is here to change the world and we better keep at it, right? So we are trying to encourage all of people who we work with to keep experimenting with AI and become AI native, like how we are all mobile native, become AI native, right?
Absolutely. On that note, gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time. Ladies and gentlemen, please, big round of applause for a lovely panel. It's been fascinating. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as artificial intelligence becomes deeply embedded in economies and everyday life, this conversation examines how technology leaders are navigating its societal, economic, and workforce implications at scale. The session explores how AI can drive inclusive growth, reshape work and opportunity, and strengthen public trust, while ensuring innovation remains aligned with human values, accountability, and long-term societal impact. I'd like to invite on stage James Manika, who is Senior Vice President of Technology and Society at Google. Sir, please make your way to the stage. Okay, he seems to be a few seconds away, and this is going to be a fascinating conversation, I'm sure. To lead that conversation, we're going to have Shweta join in. I think she's outside ensuring that he gets in. I think the tone and tenor of the conversations we've had today are absolutely phenomenal from my perspective. I think I have learned quite a bit about the way that companies and stakeholders are looking at adoption of artificial intelligence. But I thought Dr. Stewart's conversation was perhaps one of the most thought-provoking. In fact, we have James in the room right now. I'd like to invite him on stage. We've already introduced the the conversation. James, Shweta, please make your way to the stage. I'm sure this is going to be an engaging conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
It's a very rare kind of leadership. Someone who works at the intersection of technology, research, and responsibility. James Maniaka, Executive Vice President of Google, and a title that has clearly many, many hats rolled into one. Executive Vice President for Research, Labs, Technology, and Society. A real pleasure to welcome you here for this very special session, James.
Well, thanks for having me, Shweta.
Let me start by first going a little deeper into your title itself, if you're okay with that. I mean, this is a wonderful mandate coming from one of the largest companies, tech companies, a tech giant in the world. The fact that you're wearing so many hats, and especially I love society built into it. Could you tell us a little more about everything that you do at Google?
Well, first of all, thank you. It's wonderful to be back in India. I haven't been back in about 5 years. It's been exciting to be here. I think what the title, what I spend time on reflects, I think, how we think about, especially this AI moment at Google. And in some ways, we think about it, we try to be both bold and responsible. So the things that I spend my time on cover both sides of that. So the bold part of that is, I work with my colleagues in Google Research, Google DeepMind, in Google Labs, advancing the most ambitious ideas that we have about how much this technology can transform and benefit society and humanity. So that's kind of the bold part of that. So you see us think about the possibilities for people, for the economy, for science, and for solving kind of the most complex societal challenges. So that's kind of the bold part of that. The responsible part of that also thinks about the other side of that, which is how is this technology going to affect society? How do we build it responsibly? How do we deploy it responsibly? And also, how do we actually make sure that we're building in ways that actually engender trust and have people actually believe that it's actually useful? And how do we actually make sure we are researching some of the complexities and risks that come with this technology? So that's kind of, in some ways it reflects how, we at Google kind of think as kind of a bit of our North Star, this idea of being bold on the one hand and responsible. We actually don't see those two things as in tension. We think both can be true and both are important to work on.
All right, I love it. Bold and responsible. But doesn't the boldness come with some sort of trade-offs there on responsibility, and how do you balance the two?
We don't think of it that way. The reason, because for us being bold, it's about being as ambitious as we can. I mean, one of the things that's exciting about being here in India, for example, and even think about the global south, is that the scale of the possibilities, the things you can do at population scale, right. We should be unabashed about trying to solve, my colleague, Demis got a Nobel Prize for protein folding, right? He said, let's solve for all of them. Why limit yourself to solving the structure of 2 or 3 proteins? Why not all of them? If you're going to work on languages, why not work on all of them? So I think you can be bold in very ambitious ways about the impact, the possibilities that you think are going to be beneficial for society. So you shouldn't trade that off because that's going to benefit people. But at the same time, you also have to think about the responsible side of it.
And while we talk about responsibility, I want to refer to a conversation we just had earlier in the day with Professor Stuart Russell, right. As you know, an expert in this area and someone who's been an authority in AI, but now clearly one of its most thoughtful critics as well. And Professor Stuart Russell is very clear in the responsibility that big tech and AI majors need to have with regard to this transformative technology. And he clearly believes we're not doing enough.
Well, so Stuart's a friend. I've been a huge fan of Stuart Russell. I've worked with him for many years. And I think, it's the issues that he's raising are very important. I think it's important, and we've said this quite publicly, that, AI is too important not to regulate, and it's also not too important not to regulate well.
Right.
So I think both can be true. So I think it's important that we think about what are the right rules, what are the right ways to think about being responsible. And I often think that when it comes to questions of regulation and those kinds of things, we should have two sides, a two-sided view to that. On the one hand, of course, regulation should pay attention to the complexities and the risks, the kinds of things that Stuart and others kind of raise as kind of risks that we should pay attention to. But I also think regulation has another side to it. It should also enable the possibilities we want. It should enable us and create incentives and mechanisms to allow us to innovate, tackle society's greatest challenges, and not limit the possibilities of impact. I'll give you an interesting experience that I had, Shweta. For about 2 years, I was co-chairing the UN's high-level body on AI. And one of the things I was interested when we were talking about the risks of AI was, obviously, we talked about the risks of misapplication and misuse. But the body as a whole, I think with a lot of input from some of the members from the Global South, including India, they actually insisted that one of the risks we should add is misuse.
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 Yeah, right. Not misuse, but misuse.
Well,
yes.
You have
Yes.
misapplication, misuse, but also misuse.
Right.
When you've got the possibility of a technology that can transform lives and improve health outcomes and education, and somehow you make it difficult to actually make use of it.
Right. Right. So, James, I'd love to take forward this conversation in two parts. First is the technology, and then is the responsibility, right? And the regulation coming in under the bucket of responsibility. But first, let's just talk about how exciting it's looking right now. Because there is no other company that's at the cutting edge of, bringing all these innovations out more than Google. And what we're seeing coming out of Google DeepMind, as you keep pushing the limits on what we're seeing, tell us, where are we headed? Where are we right now, and where are we headed? What can we expect from your stable in the next few months and years?
No, I mean, it's such an exciting time, and I think so many things are happening. I think on the one hand, you see the models themselves getting more capable, more powerful. They're now natively multimodal. They can handle, not just language, but a whole range of capabilities. You're starting to see the systems become agentic, where you can actually not only get content in, content out, have them actually carry out tasks and actions, if you like. So you see that, but you also see, for example, the ability for these models to use other tools and other systems and other hybrid tools. You see what we see, for example. I live in San Francisco. We've had Waymos for almost 3 years now. And those are a form of, embodied intelligence, because those cars are driving autonomously. They've been driving autonomously in San Francisco for 3 years. So I think you look at all of that, and then you also see what the AI systems are able to do to advance scientific breakthroughs. Of course, there's AlphaFold, but there's so many other areas in material science, in genomics, in high-energy physics, in plasma physics, where these systems are enabling us to actually make breakthrough progress. And often, I think people pay less attention to that, but in some ways, some of the potential to advance science is going to be some of the most transformational impacts that we see on this technology. And we're working on all of those fronts, and it's such an exciting time.
It is exciting, and are you yourself surprised by the limits to which we are now pushing innovation, as well as these breakthroughs? And share with the audience the potential of AGI, what AGI could look like, what it means, and where we are at in that journey.
Well, I think the simplest definition or the way to think about what AGI is, and by the way, this isn't something that we at Google or anybody invented. If you go back to the history of the fields, all the way back to 1956. When the term came into use of AI, the idea was to build systems that had the capability to do many of the cognitive tasks that we think humans are able to do. It was kind of the benchmark of that. And I think, if you think about, are we there yet? I think we're still a long way from that, quite honestly. I think, the systems we have today are very capable, but they're also quite, as some people have described it, as very inconsistent and jagged. They will do some things spectacularly well, and will surprise you at how poorly they'll do on certain tasks. Visual problem solving, for example, can be problematic. So they're still quite jagged. So if you say, where are we in terms of progress to what you might call AGI, I think we're going to need a few more breakthroughs, is certainly my view. And we're probably somewhere from 5 to 10 years away, because we tend to have a very high bar for what AGI means for us. And the systems that we imagine to us feel like they're still 5 to 10 years away. And we're going to need a few more breakthroughs to get there.
So we need a few more breakthroughs to get to AGI as we know it today, and you're saying it's at least 5 to 10 years. It's not
by our definitions.
By your definition.
By the way we think about it, yes.
But when you look at your 4 roles, and when you're talking about labs, and when there is that entire innovation engine that is in many ways moving, is the mandate there to go innovate and not think about guardrails, not think about consequences, and just say, you know what, we want to keep innovating? Because now the time frame to innovation is also changing. I mean, we're seeing innovations come out at a way faster speed than we did, say, earlier.
Yeah, I think both things can be true. I mean, we innovate, but we also are always thinking about the responsible side of things. So in Google Labs, for example, what we do in Google Labs is that's where we take some of the most cutting-edge research coming out of Google DeepMind or Google Research and think about how do we build AI-first products. You may have seen products like Notebook LM, for example, came out of Google Labs. So we're constantly experimenting. If you go to the Google Labs site, you'll probably see 30, 40 different experiments going on at the same time. So we're trying to innovate and experiment, but at the same time, we're always thinking about what's the right way to be responsible. When is this technology ready? What are the appropriate guardrails? And so those are things that we're always thinking about. And by the way, part of the innovation is to innovate on the responsibility side too. So for example, I think we were probably the first to develop watermarking technology, SynthID, which we actually put in all our systems. So any of our systems that are generating content, whether it's images or whatever it is, have SynthID as a watermarking technology in it. So even the responsibility side also requires innovation.
You work very closely with Sundar Pichai. You report directly to him, and he's clearly a legend when it comes to being a technology leader. His Indian origins and the fact that he is here in India and he is having these very important conversations. Share with us where his thinking is, both in terms of Google and Google's future, and also the India part of it in the journey.
Well, I think one of the things that's quite remarkable about Sundar is actually several things. One is he's been thinking about this AI moment for a while. You remember when he became CEO, which is now almost 10 years ago, he declared that in fact Google was going to be an AI-first company. This is before the AI moment. So he's been thinking a lot about this and has had a lot of foresight. I mean, Google started working on various elements of what you might call the full stack of AI. We have our own chips, TPUs. We've been building models and tools. I think all of those are things that he's been putting in place for quite a while. So that's one aspect of him. I think another important aspect, which brings it back to India, is I think, in some ways, Sundar has a perfect marriage, if you like, with his own upbringing, but also Google's mission. If you think about Google's mission, which is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful, he fundamentally believes that. So when we think about how do we make sure this technology is available to everybody, accessible to everybody, is used by everyone everywhere, when we make pursue moonshots about working on languages, whether it's Indic languages here in India or around the world, these are things that matter deeply to him. And guess what? They happen to be fully consistent with Google's founding mission. So in some ways, he's doing what he should be doing.
Absolutely, and when you're part of this very high-powered delegation to India, led by Sundar himself, what is the one message that Google's bringing to India at this very, very crucial moment?
Well, I think it's lots of things. I mean, we get very excited about India. I mean, one of the things in India is actually, if you think about our Gemini app, it's actually one of our third largest market. So for us, we see India as a place where we can bring and work and collaborate with the Indians and India and the Indian government to bring the power of this technology. You may have seen some of the things we've announced today. For example, we've made a $15 billion investment into infrastructure at Vizag, where we're going to build a gigawatt scale kind of computing capability. We're investing, for example, in trying to make sure we build connectivity connecting India. We announced today the America-India Connect initiative, which connects India with undersea cables with 4 other continents. That's also part of our infrastructure commitment to India. We're also investing, for example, working on languages, on training, and also bringing capacity to the government. One of the things we like about what India is doing, it has a very kind of tech-forward orientation to it, an incredibly talented and vibrant innovation ecosystem. So in some ways, just like we think of ourselves as perhaps having a bit of a full-stack approach to AI as a company, India almost has a full-stack approach to what it brings to this moment between investments, infrastructure, talent, people, and also the potential to do things at population scale. I think that's pretty exciting.
And as India is talking about this sort of full stack approach, as you rightly put it, while conversations with policymakers give us a sense that India wants to embrace technology, and that's why you saw that wholehearted welcome to your big $15 billion investment in Vizag. At the same time, the government has very genuine concerns about sovereignty, about national security, about ensuring that enough is being done to ramp up our own capabilities. How do you think a government can balance those twin objectives?
Yeah, I think it's important for governments to be thinking, and rightly to think about how do technologies like this work in their national interests and in their sovereign interests. I think those are the right things for governments to be thinking about. And I think so. I think in that sense, governments should be thinking not just about adopting the technology, but also building it and developing it and applying it to solve their national challenges and opportunities. And I see the Indian government doing that. And for us, we hope to be a partner in that. We're collaborating. We're investing in India. So I think these can be collaborative initiatives. I don't think sovereignty necessarily means isolation. I think to me at least, it feels like it means you're working on a technology in a way that serves your national interests and benefits your people and your society and transforms it. I think in that sense, I think these are the right things for the Indian government and quite frankly any government to be thinking about.
James, any form of crystal ball gazing in today's times is hard to do, but I'd love to get your perspective on what 2030 would look like for the world, for Google. And if you could specifically talk about what excites you the most about AI and its societal impact, and one thing that concerns you the most.
2030, well, that's hard. I mean, I think what I hope we get to in 2030 is where, we've hopefully collectively delivered on what I think of as the why of AI. And the why of AI, I think if you ask any of us, and hopefully people in the audience too, who are working on AI, I think, I would say we're working on AI because of the potential we see in empowering people, powering economies, advancing science, and solving societal challenges. So that's kind of our view of the why of AI. So if those are the things where the reasons we're pursuing AI, then I hope by 2030 we have something to show for it. We can show that we've actually delivered on some of that. The economies are growing, people are benefiting from it. We've advanced science and solved some challenges. But more importantly, I hope we'll have done that in ways where not just a few, but everybody benefits. Because I think even if we achieve those things, breakthrough science and so forth, but other people don't participate in that and benefit from that, I think we'll have missed something. I'll give you one emblematic example that matters a lot for us. I think it's exciting to see what happened with AlphaFold. My colleague Demis got a Nobel Prize for it. It's amazing scientific breakthrough. But perhaps even more important is the fact that because we opened up the AlphaFold prediction database, and now more than 3 million scientists in more than 190 countries are making use of it to me, that's a really powerful part because it's made it possible for researchers in many parts of the world to work on problems related to protein structures that matter to them, including neglected diseases and so forth. So to me, in 2030, if we've made progress and we've made it possible for many more people to benefit from it, I think that'd be pretty exciting.
The concern, very quickly.
The concerns for me are twofold. One, we don't make progress.
Okay. The misuse. Right.
But the other one is that we actually don't make progress on being responsible on how we think about the risks from this technology, the misuses, perhaps the kinds of things that Stuart was talking about. And we don't coordinate our efforts enough as companies, as societies, as governments, to make sure we are very thoughtful about the risks that come with this technology. Because as with any powerful technology, there are going to be extraordinary possibilities, but also some important and serious risks to think about.
James Manyekar, such an engaging conversation, and here's wishing you and Google the very best as you move forward on this journey of creating impact and responsible innovation. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, I request you to stay in the room even if you need some caffeine. I promise you the next session is all about AI and so much more. Code, commerce, country, Alex.
Yeah, it's fascinating because this is where it's at, right? We're talking about the adoption of this technology across all strata and particularly by government as well.
Absolutely, Alex. And I think we've had a bunch of conversations. It's been a stellar NDTV IND.AI summit. I hope you guys are sending the links from these sessions and the streams on YouTube, on Instagram, on Twitter. We have content everywhere, Alex.
On that note, let's bring in this next panel. It's a power-packed one. First and foremost, Paul Triolo, partner DGA Albright Stonebridge Group. Please make your way to the stage, sir. Joining him, Nikhil Malhotra, Chief Innovation Officer, Tech Mahindra. Amit Zaveri, President, Chief Product Officer and COO, ServiceNow. And in conversation with the three of them, NDTV's very own Vishnu Som.
All set? Yeah. Well, good evening, everyone. It's been a day of incredible, exciting conversation. And as we examine AI in its various avatars, it's perhaps important to also look at how enterprises across the world, how companies across the world, and how systems across the world will evolve in utilizing the technology which is now available to us. It's about regulation, it's about cooperation, it's about dealing with the disruption. And that's something that we'd like to do in this panel. The questions also pertain to governments and the need to recalibrate industrial policy, perhaps dealing with digital infrastructure as it evolves. We've got Paul Triolo, partner at DGA Albright Stonebridge Group with us. Nikhil Malhotra, Chief Innovation Officer at Tech Mahindra, and Amit Zaveri, President and Chief Product Officer at ServiceNow. Thank you all very much for being with us. Broadly speaking, the biggest concern is this technology exists at a time of huge global disruption for various reasons, which aren't necessarily linked to AI. We live in a world which is fraught with dangers and differences. Why should one country or one company tell another country or company that they are willing to share this technology?
That's for me?
Yep.
Okay, wow. It's a good question. I think that we're in an era where there is a lot of competition between nations, particularly in AI, the US and China. So the technology has become sort of national security-ized, if you will. And so this really started with 5G telecommunications. There was a lot of concern about country of origin of telecommunications equipment. And now AI, of course, with its incredible capacity to enable lots of nefarious things like cyber operations and other things. There's a real concern about who builds AI, who controls it, and where it's deployed. We've seen many discussions on this at the summit this week, and as you've heard today. So AI is really it's such a potentially transformative technology that who controls it and who builds it is going to be necessarily a geopolitical issue.
Without legislation, it's not going to work, right? But again, just being the pessimist that I am, can I ask you the same question? You can have regulation, but who's going to follow it and who's going to enforce it globally?
Yeah, I think we'll have to take it in two piecemeals, Vishnu. We'll have to look at it from a demographic purpose in terms of what we do, and then look at it from a global perspective in terms of legislation. I think today, if you notice, almost every country has some kind of an AI act that they're trying to follow. But parameters of some of the AI act which is done in one country is not really followed in the other country. And that's largely true. The reason is your ethics, my ethics are very different from what a person in London or US would look like it. And so we have to have a little bit of a template which follows general ethical guidelines. But then there are certain things that we have to do from a demographic or a country perspective. I think I am of the opinion that if you can have a global legislation, but there's no global sector which says that this is right or wrong. So what we should really be doing is that each country should follow a certain bit of ethics and bias systems that they follow in their own country. But at the end of the day, there should be some rules in terms of data and also data exchange across borders. And that is really something that is harming us. For example, kids are on the Facebook. If the kids' data goes out to, let's say, somebody in some other part of the country, what's the legislation that should be used and should not be used? And I think we've done some work from an India perspective in doing that, right? So the DPDPA Act is some part of it saying that we shouldn't be sending data out from some parts that we do and we collect. But there has to be a balance. The balance is models built outside. Can we use a little portion of those models to do what we are doing over here and turn it in terms of what we do?
But Nikhil, let me ask you this. As the Chief Innovation Officer at Tech Mahindra, when you have incredible new software, whether it's AI or not, do you sit back and ask yourself, am I releasing something that I should? Is there the issue of ethics which precedes business interests?
No, I think that's a great question. We do. I think I'll just recount a little bit of story. I think 2023, Sam was here. A challenge was made saying, can India build its own AI and LLM from grounds up? You remember CP took the challenge. I took the challenge at the back saying that I would deliver it. We delivered it. We delivered it in less than about, whatever, $400,000 that we did. I think one of the things was very clear in my mind, that is that our data, and are we really being true in terms of the dialects that this country speaks? Unofficially, our country speaks almost about 19,200 dialects. Some like about 100 people odd. Am I being true to that dialect if I actually pick it up? And am I being ethical? So I actually sent teams out, Vishnu, to the Hindi heartland to actually collect data. Funny story, we had tape recorders in our hand and we were telling people, can you speak something? Right? Don't speak about your Aadhaar number, don't speak anything, but speak something in your own dialect so that we understand what we get. I think that was one part of it. I think the second part of it was, we knew that unless we collect the right amount of data, our AI system is not going to work. And I'm sorry, I'll switch a little bit into Hindi. Let's take a sentence. Last week I saw a film. In Hindi, we very clearly say, "Pichle hafte maine film dekhi." If you're a Marwadi, you would say, "Larla hafte maine ek film dekhi." There's just one change in the token. But Larla, if it's not counted by me, actually becomes closer to Ladla. Ladla Hafte मैंने एक film देखी has no connotational reference. So if I'm giving my AI to people in India, or let's say if I'm doing this across the world with some other country as well, am I being true to the ethical systems and what the society really feels, which is very, very important for me. So yes, we do look back and see when we build it in terms of what we're doing.
That's wonderful to hear. Let me ask you, Mr. Zaveri, you know, I read something on Twitter just a couple of days back, and it struck me as being, you know, a very sort of negative vision of what lies ahead. So somebody tweeted and said that we are now at a COVID-like moment. We never believed that that illness which is there in China is going to affect our lives, and that it's self-limiting and it'll go away, and so we just have to be a bit careful. Then we started wearing masks, and then people started, unfortunately, losing their lives, and then we knew what we were in for. Is this a COVID-type moment with AI?
No, it's an interesting analogy in terms of what's going on with AI, right? I mean, in the day, the innovation happening and the reality behind AI is all, everybody's understanding it now. I don't think anybody's confused that there is power of AI and there's a lot of benefits, but there are a lot of concerns. And how you balance the two things is really the question, right? I think COVID moment took a lot of people by surprise. I don't think AI has been a surprise. We've been talking about AI for probably 10 years now. I think that what's happening now is that a lot of the things are all starting to come together. Every part of any industry you look at it, anything you look at society, everybody's aware of it. And I think the question becomes, how do you use it in a way which helps you? That's the part, I think, which is confusing for many people. Some people are worried about job losses. Some people are worried about what happens to your industry. And some people are worried about how do you control it and how do you manage it. Does AI control you, or are you going to control AI? But there's no confusion that this is going to impact your life. And that, I think, is the part which everybody has to deal with, is to ensure that they're thinking through adopting it in a way which will help you, while also understanding the power of it so that you can put some controls around it and some guidelines around it so that you can get benefits out of it in the long term.
You know, Paul, my big concern, and I think a lot of people share this concern, it was expressed, in fact, a little while back in sessions over here, is that the technology is growing so fast that it's potentially dangerous. To not have a human in the loop at all times is dangerous. To have systems which replicate empathy is dangerous. It has transnational consequences, and yet we don't have any legal system which protects different people around the world. There's no United Nations which governs the international use of AI. Are we therefore potentially headed for trouble at a mass societal level in various fields?
Great question, and we discussed this a lot today, actually, another panel. So look, the companies that are developing this technology are not standing still. They realize some of these dangers, right? And so they're putting in place, for example, responsible scaling policies internally to try to put in place checks so as the models become more capable, there'll be triggers and they can mitigate some of the risks around this. But the risks come in many forms, right? There are more existential risks, for example, of an AI model taking somebody who doesn't have a PhD in biotechnology and enabling them to design a bioweapon, for example. That's a real fear. So the companies are very aware of those kinds of risks and are taking steps to mitigate those. Now, the really big risk that sort of came to light even in the last couple of weeks with this thing called Moltbook or OpenClaw is loss of control. And that's a really tough risk to get your head around, because the agents are becoming more capable, and as we get into an agentic world where those agents are taking actions and impacting the real world too, in more embodied AI kinds of applications, then the risks, the thinking is the risks become greater that we'll lose control of those models, and then there'll be an impact in the real world. Now, last year when I was at a conference in China, Stuart Russell, who was here earlier,
he raised a lot of concerns.
Stuart said something like he had talked to the CEO of a leading US AI lab who said the best we can hope for in the next couple of years is a Chernobyl-style event. So there are many in the broader safety community who think that the company, there is a lot of obviously economic incentive to keep innovating innovating and deploying more capable models. And he feels, many feel that, that it'll probably take an event where, and hopefully it won't be as catastrophic as Chernobyl, but some event where AI enables something bad to happen. And that will focus governments around the world to get serious about some kind of a global agreement. Because as you rightly point out, if one country or one set of companies adopts really rigorous safety protocols and builds in a lot of safety, but that's not shared universally in other countries, then the risks, this is a global technology and the risks become global.
Nikhil, Tech Mahindra obviously has been at the cutting edge of software development. You've now got software that develops itself. Yeah. So let me ask you a super pointed question. What happens to young coders who you potentially would have hired?
Yeah, I think great question. I think we're still at that stage where there's a lot of fallacy and myth being talked about that AI can rewrite and write its software. From the lens that we look at it, there are two ways that you do, right? If you're a product company, no doubt, and you start afresh, 50% of your code still can be written by AI. But from a services standpoint, when we deal with customers, these codes are not very simple codes that you do, right? They've got a large number of integration layer behind the scenes that you do. If I use an AI, we have actually sometimes seen reverse as well in terms of productivity. So you've got to be very careful in terms of where you apply it. And productivity is a term that is loosely flayed out and said that we'll be 40% productive, 50% productive. We have benchmarks. One of the hats, Vishnu, that I don is also a researcher. I've been doing it for the last,
researcher, yeah.
Along with obviously the corporate life in terms of what you do. But in my research, I've actually found out that to start off with, if you're looking at a brownfield code, you would see almost at an instant, you'll find 15% to 20% productivity come up, but you also need a human hand to actually mold. Now, what happens to the youngsters who come in? If I only use AI as an API, yeah, or only as a system that, you just put some data in and it gets back, yes, there is a risk. But if you understand what is going on in the underfiddles of AI, then it's not a risk. You have a job still. And you need the human in the loop to actually figure out what's the result that the AI is coming up with.
No, so the youngest and the most junior coders, who may not be required because you've got the machine writing code, would need supervisors, which is where humans fit in. So in other words, those who are coders today move on to a supervisory role. Yes. Because the role they were hired for doesn't really work in the same way. Is that correct?
No, you're right. I think in certain cases, yes, there is change that we are actually seeing, and they're seeing a change in the roles as well. But the youngsters who are coming up, let's say a freshman out of college who wants to now join Tech Mahindra, we look at it from two different perspectives. Number one, do you understand the basic construct right? Because none of the AI applications we do with our customers work off the cuff as it is.
Right.
They need a lot of customization still. You still need people to sit and understand the objective. Yes, there is an objective being posed to you. I want 90% accuracy, and I want it in less than 5 seconds. But that doesn't really happen when the rubber hits the road. So I think that is important for us to realize from a pragmatic sense.
Can I just add one thing in terms of we also hire a lot of engineers. I mean, we have 15,000 R&D employees. And we've been growing them because a lot of the young coders are coming in who are helping think about a lot of ways using AI technologies, which is helping the rest of our organization as well. So the growth has been happening. I think most of the engineers just don't write code, as you, I think, mentioning. So that has been the difference now. A lot more design time is happening. A lot of user experiences are changing. So there's a lot of opportunity for a lot of new engineers coming in, bringing different kind of skills as part of the software development cycle has changed. If you remember when cloud happened, what engineers used to do is when they were building on-premise software, they never had to run operations. They would ship the software and they never had to care about how it got implemented. But when the cloud happened, all the engineers' work changed because now they became supporting that software. Same thing's happening with AI. Now you're doing a lot of other kind of things. I think it's just the roles are changing. I don't think the jobs will completely go away.
Final question to you, Mr. Zaveri. 2 words. Depends how it's spelled, of course. Semiconductors. It's make or break around the world. They're not available. And semiconductors, the present design of semiconductors and the computation which AI can actually afford can give you now means that a lot of systems which are available, I'm talking about gaming systems, for example, they're all on hold because the technology is evolving so fast that you may need new sets of chips
Yeah.
to meet the processing power which exists, and those chips don't exist. I mean, they're not available.
Yeah.
Is that a crisis?
I think so. I mean, you're seeing that, I mean, it was very hard to find chips when we were doing a lot of the work a few years ago. Now the same thing happening with memory. So without the core infrastructure, it's going to be difficult to run some of these models and be able to do any kind of work you do with inferencing and be able to respond. And that's the question which basically becomes an important thing for enterprises. If you completely depend only on AI and you don't have other parts of software, you might shut down as a business. Yeah. So it has to be a big part of the infrastructure to make sure you think through that and not just put everything on one kind of system.
Vishnu, if I may add, sorry, to that point, I think this is also an opportunity in disguise for us.
It has to be an opportunity for you to run your business also.
Run the business as well, yes, but also the opportunity in saying that when you look at a semiconductor chip today, you are still looking at bits and bytes in terms of zeros and ones. There is an alternative mode that the world is trying, which is also more analog. Your and my life is more analog than just being zeros and ones.
Saying we're getting old, or we already are old, but anyhow.
So that is something that we are probably looking at. Neuromorphic computing is actually coming up. So you'll see a lot more divergence happening in terms of even the chips.
One last comment on that. Yeah. I think also the problem now, for example, in the U.S. is energy. How are you going to power all of these chips? Problem. So it's really, the shortage is not necessarily the semiconductors, the GPUs. They're in high demand, and the capacity is being built. Memory is a big problem. But how are you going to power all these data centers? The U.S., for example, doesn't have a very unified grid, and the projections of data center build out to 2030 are huge, and there's a huge gap in terms of the energy supply. Some other countries like the Middle East have an advantage here, and India also is I think is going to be one of the big players because energy, the gap is not as big, but it's a huge issue.
It is indeed. Yeah. Look, gentlemen, we could keep on talking, but we need to start wrapping up this session, right? We may be replaced very soon by AI at this rate, but it's been a fascinating conversation, a conversation that really looks at how we are going to be working across the world in terms of technology, in terms of governance, in terms of the systems, in terms of ethics, values, in the absence possibly of laws. So there's a lot to take in there. I'd like to thank the three of you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ayush, what's the most powerful computer that you've ever used?
The most powerful computer I've ever used, maybe it was a M5 Pro Max, a MacBook Pro.
And so when you go from there to quantum computing, how big is the leap?
It's massive, Alex. And I actually did a session on quantum computing some time ago, and I can't wait to listen to the next one because everyone talks about AI. And everyone talks about real estate being an issue when you want to build data centers. What kind of resources will be used up? Quantum computing, with our national quantum mission and everything happening in India, is something that I am most excited about as a tech enthusiast.
And it's absolutely essential for India to stay ahead in this race. And there's no doubt about it. It's a race, right? About capability and computing ability when there can be a massive threat from overseas if somebody else gets it first.
Absolutely. And the way that the worlds of AI and quantum intersect on so many aspects is what I am hoping we will be exploring today. But we have a fantastic guest and a very able moderator as well.
Absolutely. Let me introduce the guest first, Ajay Chaudhary, who is Chairman, Mission Governing Board, National Quantum Mission of India. Sir, please make your way to the stage. And in conversation with him, Ayush, I enjoy speaking with you quite often.
Right.
And I enjoy anchoring with you. But I must say that I enjoy Neeraj and the way that I speak with him much, much more.
And I must say that I enjoy listening to markets masterclasses and the way he decodes the world of innovation and finance. And over to you, Neeraj. A huge round of applause,
Big
please.
round of applause.
Firstly, sir, thank you so much for joining in. And if everybody thought that AI was going to be the frontier that is going to be difficult to understand, we are going to be invoking the next frontier, if I can call it that, and the intersection of the next frontier and AI, if you will. Now, just a very quick brief, though Mr. Chaudhary needs no introduction, but he chairs, and I've written this down very carefully, he chairs the Apex board that converts the quantum mission from a budget line to timelines, hubs, and institutions. Did I get that right, sir?
You're absolutely right.
Okay. Now, a lot of people, before we get to this whole intersection of quantum and AI, could you, sir, in your own ways, tell us, how do you think about quantum? Because a lot of people would have very different views about this.
Well, I think what I'd like to do is to first explain what is quantum.
Exactly.
You know, there's physics called spooky physics, which is quantum mechanics. And this whole technology is based on quantum mechanics. Now, till now, we've used classical computers, which are 0 or 1, 2 states. But when you get to quantum, you don't have 0 or 1, you have 0 and 1. What does that mean in terms of performance? It dramatically improves performance because you are in a manner parallelizing. And that's why quantum succeeds over classical. But one thing I want to definitely explain is that quantum does not replace classical. Classical computing will stay for normal applications like finance, etc., etc. But quantum computers will actually go and provide phenomenal capability to do things that you could not do till now, like climate, like drug discovery, those kind of areas, predictions, those kind of things which cannot be done by classical computers. Some of the applications which might take years on classical computers, could be done in hours in quantum computing.
Wow. In some sense, it's the AI moment for tasks of research, if you will, because AI would reduce the time spent on research dramatically. Quantum would do that to classical computing, you would reckon?
It may multiply many times.
Multiply many times.
Yes.
Okay. And therefore, from multiple ways for a government or large organizations, this would become very important, right? Am I getting that right?
Well, actually, the applications are so phenomenal that governments will not be able to do without them. Because if you are looking at climate and you're looking at predictability and you're looking at forecasting, those kind of areas will be very difficult to do with just classical computers. So the way I look at it is the future is going to be an hybrid situation where quantum and classical will exist in the same data center.
Okay. And I'm presuming a lot of people will go and do some research about what all happens here, but I would presume that the reason why quantum has become so important and you are chairing that mission is because quantum is not a decade away. Quantum is arguably here and now, maybe over the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, actually, till now, everybody thought that quantum computing will take 10 to 15 years. But the progress in development of quantum computers have been so phenomenal in especially the last 2 years, that now everybody is saying that you may have very capable quantum computers available in 3 to 5 years. And you don't even know what China has because it's so opaque. So that's a danger for this country.
Why so, sir?
Well, actually, if you have a very powerful computer, a quantum computer, it can break your current cybersecurity. So, for example, your financial systems, your electrical grids, your security systems, your defense systems are completely dependent on RSA security, cybersecurity today. With a quantum computer sitting somewhere in China, this could be broken. And therefore, it's a huge danger for the country if you're not prepared for it.
Okay. So then try and please explain to us where is it that there is the tightest handshake between quantum, AI, which is the buzzword right now, and let's say for a country like India, the very fantastic public stack that we already have in place?
Well, actually, the public stack is something that will get definitely dramatically improve with AI. That's what I believe. But when it sits on quantum, it'll get multiplied many, many more times. Now, quantum and AI are a very interesting intersection, because what AI is doing today has never been done before.
Right.
But when quantum and AI get together, many things will happen which have never been even thought of being done before. And that's going to be where quantum and AI will be.
Truly disruptive, that would mean.
Yes, absolutely disruptive.
Okay. In which case, sir, for a lot of tech advancements that have happened over the last 2.5 decades, in some sense, many countries, including India, have been not accused of, but thought of as not being front and center in that race. Is India thinking big enough, you think, when it comes to both AI as well as quantum and the handshake between the two?
Let's start with AI, because that's the current buzzword today, and that's what we are sitting inside today. If we look at AI, there's been a lot of talk about us being far behind in terms of LLMs. Now, LLMs fundamentally use data, which could be hugely taken from India, and in addition, LLMs are fundamentally addressing the consumer market in a very big way. So, ChatGPT addresses consumer market in a huge way. I mean, you ask ChatGPT anything and you get answers. But that is not the only area that we should apply AI to.
Sure.
AI for enterprise, to my mind, is an area India should occupy.
Okay.
And if India occupies that area, where we use AI for helping enterprises to be successful in doing what they do today, that is where AI must be applied. And therefore, areas like pharma companies, for example, for doing drug discovery. Today, for example, research for a molecule, for a drug, takes typically 15 years. Okay? And that is the reason behind the cost of drugs today. It's not affecting India because we lose a lot of generics, but look at the cost of drugs in America. Now, with AI, drug discovery may get reduced by 3 to 5 years. Right? Could be 3 to 5 years. You add quantum to it, you could reduce it by 6, 7 years. Now look at the impact on faster solving of problems of diseases, because you can discover more drugs at the same time and reduce the cost of creating a drug. Because if it takes 15 years of research, it's going to take 8 years of research, your cost dramatically comes down, and that impacts the price of the drug.
True. Okay, in which case, I would love to understand from you where the use cases have been described well. Is India thinking big enough to be the leader or be amongst the leading users? Because the previous session, or the session before that, we had the gentleman say that it is okay to be not be the first mover and be the second mover, but take full advantages of the learnings that have happened before. Can India do that?
It's a very nice point actually being made, whoever made that point, because that's how Apple became successful.
True.
They were never the first mover.
Right.
Now, in the case of India, we don't need to be the second mover too much in the LLM space. We should have an LLM because it's required for strategic autonomy and not being dependent on others. So tomorrow if there are sanctions and you suddenly find you don't have an LLM, therefore you must have your own. But I think our strategy has to be very much around smaller sized models, SLMs rather than LLMs. And if we do SLMs in different verticals of the country, I think that will be a much better route to take.
Just a clarification, sir. So LLMs are not owned by Indian companies, they are owned by global MNCs. Are you saying that India still stands the chance of having SLMs, which is the smaller language models, owned by India, working for India and working for the world?
Yes, absolutely. And also LLMs will be there. It's not that they are not going to be there.
Right.
India is developing LLMs. Sarvam has come up with an LLM.
Right.
The government had created 9 IITs to work on Bharat Gen. So all of that is happening. It's great to have it because for strategic autonomy, it's essential.
Got it.
But if we look at, are we behind? I think that is not a discussion we should get into. We are not behind because we will get into SLMs in a big way. And once we start to implement enterprise-based SLMs, you will see the real results coming in for enterprises of this country, corporates, SMEs, and for other people. For example, I'm part of an institute that's just been set up in Gift City, which is called Indian AI Research Institute. Their focus is going to be completely on enterprise. And it is founded by the AI mission, the Gujarat government, as well as the Pharma Alliance. So, you know, interestingly, there is a lot of work that will happen on doing research in this area, but it won't be research for the heck of doing research. It will be research for the creation of products for enterprises.
Am I getting this right, sir? You are saying that even if India has not been at the forefront in this race, it is not such a big impediment that we will not get across. How far away are we from SLMs becoming mainstream and India coming at the forefront of this whole argument?
I think we are pretty much going to be there in next 1 year.
Next 1 year
Yeah,
itself.
I think there'll be enough SLMs around for different applications to start with, but work will carry on for the next 3 to 5 years.
There was a question asked to the first panel of investors at the start of the day that when do we see the first $100 billion AI enterprise out of India? The answers varied from 3 years to 5 years to faster than you think. What's your sense, sir?
3 years to 5 years.
You think earlier than that? Oh no, you're saying 3 years to 5
3 years to 5 years.
Okay, my final question. We have a minute and a half and then we need to wrap up. But my final question, the listed market universe, the investors believe that the models are getting appended. We see in the market cap erosion, the P multiple erosion of what AI can do to software companies. And ITs, you're associated with one for your longest time. You founded HCL. Yeah. Can the business model be appended in such a way that a high workforce enabling sector could change dramatically in that it may still maintain the revenues, but it may not be able to keep the workforce employment going at the same way that it has in the past 3 decades?
You know,
we have 60 seconds, sir.
I think the earlier session also talked about it, so I don't want to repeat it.
Your opinion would be very helpful.
But I think what I'm saying is that AI are tools. And if you use tools, humans have to use tools. And therefore, I don't believe you'll be able to remove the human in between. And that's what I believe will keep this whole ball game going. The ball game of AI, IT services will keep on going. Some lower end work might just go away, but then those things will change. You see, in Indian IT has gone through many such challenges in the past and has come out of it. Earlier, everybody thought when cloud happens, Indian IT will lose out. It's not happened.
Okay.
But one last point I want to make before I close is that don't think that we are behind in quantum. We are really there. As far as quantum communication is concerned, we are world class. Okay. If we talk about quantum computing, we were at 7 qubits last year. We are at 64 qubits this year. And in sensing, we've already started creating products. So, you know, a lot of people think that the government doesn't spend enough money on quantum and AI. It's not about money. It's about what you do with that money.
This is coming from the man who's leading the mission for quantum in India. A round of applause for Mr. Chaudhary. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today.
There it's written there, Veer Singh, co-founder and CSO, Adverb Technologies. Coffee or careful, it's very hot.
Alex, you know, we tried everything. We tried dressing up differently, talking differently, using AI, not using AI, just to go viral on social media here at the NDTV IND.AI Summit. Of course, you had Stuart Russell, you had Chris Lehan, Rishi Sunak, the biggest names in tech. But we still didn't go viral. I'm just saying. You know what went viral? The robo-dog outside.
It's right there. It's looking at you.
Is it?
Yeah. It's actually crouching. It's ready to pounce.
It's staring into my soul.
It's actually gotten up. Ayush, it's going to pounce on you right now. There.
Are you controlling it?
I have nothing to do. Okay, let me walk out here so that you know where my hands are. I'm not controlling the robot. Who is though?
Can you spot someone from the audience? Someone's connected through neural networks, or is it voice commands, or what is it, Alex? This is you're pulling a fast one on the tech guy.
No, I actually saw this being done with a DualSense controller. You know how you use it on the PlayStation?
Yes, how you beat me in FIFA very often.
There you go.
And it's got an ID as well. Ladies and gentlemen, meet our next guest. A huge round of applause, please.
This is the Adverb Robo-Dog. At least that's what I'm going to call it. In fact, let's call on stage Bir Singh, who's the co-founder and CSO of Adverb Technology, so that he can tell us what this is all about. Let me get you a mic, sir.
A huge round of applause, please, for Bir Singh.
This is exciting, right? So, so nice to meet you. Can you tell us about this device, sir?
So, this is a robo-dog. Hold it up. This is a robo-dog, but we don't say it's a embodied AI. AI inside a machine.
It's AI inside a machine. Yeah. What is its primary objective? And does this look cute, in your opinion? It's really cute. So all the women in the audience are like, oh, so cute. It's actually turning this way and that way because it wants to look extra cute. But it's not supposed to just look cute, right? It serves a purpose. What is it?
So, this is a machine which can work on shop floors, right? Which can collect data, which can give you insight about what is happening on the shop floor, so that you can take corrective action based upon the data which this kind of robots have brought to you.
So let me hold this for you. Let me hold this for you. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll hold it. Yeah.
Okay. So these machines can do anything which you want to do on a dangerous environment. And so what happens in shop floor, sometimes there is a slippery floor, sometimes there is a gas leakage, sometimes there are things in which human beings cannot work. So in these areas, these machines can work and provide all the information which you want.
Bir, this is a quadruped. I just want to understand, because we've been talking about AI here at the summit so much. It's the real theme. AI in practice. Now, of course, like Alex said, this is being controlled by a DualSense controller in full transparency. But how much of this robot, if I was a B2B client and I wanted this on my shop floor, how much of this robot is making its own autonomous decisions? How capable is it?
So I'll tell you, in this robot, so we are talking about AI from the morning and from last 3-4 days. But this robot, if you see, there are so many things which I want to explain you, but I don't have time. But I'll tell you, one thing, this robot is seeing a lot of objects. This robot is seeing terrain, this robot is seeing human beings and their intent. So based upon all these things, it can take decision, and that is a different AI.
It can take a decision,
it
but
can
I see
take
that somebody is controlling it.
So somebody is controlling because right now we have not given it the autonomy, right? We have removed certain sensors from it, LiDAR, etc. is not present. But once we put that sensor, then it will give I'll not say complete autonomy, but at least 70-80% of the autonomy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. And in terms of some of the major use cases that you've seen for this particular robot, I know if you can't mention the brands, that's all right, but where can we see this in action?
You can see this action inside the industry, inside the warehouse. You can see it in action in a lot of defense events. You can see it in action where we as a human being don't want to act, like in a situation which is dangerous, which is dirty, or which we don't want to do.
Sure, but defense, what are the specific requirements that you would have to deliver payloads, to deliver parcels? How does it work?
So if I'll ask you in defense how a soldier works.
Sure.
Yeah. So if it has tools, it can do so. Right? So this robot can carry a rifle for you. This robot can carry a ration for you. This robot can do surveillance for you. If you put certain kind of infrared sensors, this robot can actually give you a lot of edge.
Okay.
Without putting you in a difficult situation.
You know, at this point, it sounds incredible, rifles and various other things. But I'm told that the robot can actually shake hands.
If he's in a friendly mood. Let's try this
Are you
out, guys.
you wanna try
You know
this
how
out?
he's going to do this?
Hey, there. Look.
Okay.
It's saying hi.
I was going to get them to really get charged up. But okay, he will do this if you guys just say NDTV really loudly. And 3, 2, 1. All right, did you like that, Mr. Adverb? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
there
he
you go.
is. There you go. Come on, the louder you get the applause, the more he does on stage. Also, Beer, this is a robot, of course, manufactured at your facilities, completely made in India.
Jumping.
So before saying completely made in India, I'll say like, as a adverb or as a organization, we don't believe in borrowing intelligence or hardware from anywhere else. So it's not assembled in India. It's completely manufactured in India. From hardware to software, from the intelligent cards, firmwares, everything. Yes.
Even the chips?
Chips. So when I say chips in isolation doesn't work. But when I say card, like the intelligence card, which is having chip is from like, Intel, NVIDIA, but the complete card we have built ourselves in-house.
But there's a multi-billion-dollar question, Beer.
Yeah.
What's this robot's name?
So normally, like when we give it to our customers and when we put it in our own factory, we give them a name. But we bought it here so that you will get a chance to give him a name or her a name.
Okay, we could do this at the end.
We can do
maybe.
a poll.
Yeah, we do a poll, but we gotta have.
Let's see, both of you give a name and like.
I like the name Indie because it's an indie robot, right? It's an indie dog. Not bad, eh?
Anyone in the audience has a suggestion? I'm going to come to you very quickly. If you do, maybe that's the nomenclature. Anyone? Put your hands up. All right, right here. We're going to come to you. A quick name for the robot.
Maybe an extension of Indie Row.
Indie Row. Okay.
Okay, does any...
You've got another?
Indie Bot.
So if you can give a name which is more like us, then only we'll be able to connect better.
He's going to feel better. He or she is going to feel a lot better.
You need to make them, it has to be collaborative. We call this kind of robots collaborative robots because it can work along with human beings. If you again give them a name which is sounding like a machine, how you'll connect with them? Give him or her a name which is more connecting.
Give us a nice option and then we'll do a quick dipstick with the audience very quickly.
So any name which you can connect better, maybe like your family member, maybe the way we give name to our dogs and all these things.
Yeah. Okay. I was connected to my German Shepherd for the longest time. Tila. She's a warrior princess.
Yeah, Tila. That's cool.
Tila's a good one?
Yeah, it's good.
I like Rocky.
Okay, who wants
Indie? I like Indie.
No, okay, who wants Rocky? Put your hands up. Okay.
I get one. Okay, cool.
Who wants Indie or Indie Row?
Indie.
Who wants Tila? I got quite a few.
I think Indie Row one. Indie Row
one. Okay, we got it.
Okay,
cool.
We've
We've got this. We've got the naming sorted now. Namkaran is done. Okay. Now tell us a little bit more when, this is obviously one of the robots you have at Adverb, but I have seen humanoids as well when we've been doing our tech coverage. Humanoids are being made in full swing. Are they being operated from the Adverb facilities? Are they being sold outside in the rest of the world?
So humanoids, so there are various form factors in which we are building humanoid. One is biped, another one is top torso is like humanoid and the bottom portion is like a vehicle. So that we have launched this month itself, in the beginning of this month. The biped, we are training it. So all these machines, it's not like this, you program and it will start running. This has to be trained in a way so that when it comes into our environment, it's safe to us, right? So the first rule of any robotics, it cannot harm human being. So for that, we need to train them. We need to make sure that when it comes to the shop floors or the normal floors, it has to be safe.
I'm pretty sure that your developers and you both had some ideas about where you want to reach with this. How far, on a scale of 1 to 10, have you reached?
So for me, beginning is the important step. So before the session was happening, how far behind we are? You are always behind if you don't start.
Right.
But once you start, it all depends upon how fast you move. So I can say we are moving quite fast, and maybe in near future, you can see not us, companies like us will be leading robotics in the world. Because the kind of data which we use to train this kind of robots, we have capabilities to generate it at a faster pace than anywhere else in the world. Because this robot doesn't work on a data which is available on internet, websites and all. This robot works on a real-time data. Means, suppose if you fold your t-shirt and if you want to teach this to a robot, you cannot teach it through LLMs and all these things. You need to actually show it, do it. So this is the data we are building, and we are building at a faster pace. So sooner our robots will be more like us, and we are pretty sure that will be
robots that do martial arts and stuff.
Yeah. So that's like, that's an entertainment thing that, like, you can do it, but the real work, because what we do here, if something fails, it's okay, it's tolerable. Even if our mic, I'm not able to, like, hold my mic properly, it's okay. But in shop floor, during war, or during anything like this, the tolerance is
room for error.
Almost zero, right? So this is what we are doing.
Cool.
Beer, I cover tech for a living, and it's a proud moment that, of course, Adverb is doing this. But a robot I spent a day with all over Las Vegas was the Boston Dynamics a dog named Spot. They're using him for surveillance. Police is using him in the Middle East as well. He's used all over the US. He does some crazy things. How far are we from building a Spot competitor? Or better?
So I said not far, we're there. So you see, like, so if you see the Spot journey, it's almost 25 years.
Yeah.
The journey of Tracker is only, like, so the real training started 6 months back. We built the hardware, it took us 1 year. But now, after that, we start teaching it, we're building our own models, data set, and within 6 months, we are able to do this. So maybe, like, another 6 months will be better with minimum hardware. Right? And the second thing is, like, technology will become, will come into day-to-day use when it is affordable. Right? You build something which is not affordable, then it is good in videos, like, in showcase, etc. But if it is affordable, it's a real use case. So what we are doing, like, we will be more affordable than our competitors soon.
Okay,
Alex, he has better form in his push-ups than you do. But
certainly.
Also, before we wrap up, very quickly, the tech geek in me has to ask you, you said minimum hardware? So what are we expecting here? LiDAR sensors, cameras? What's maximum hardware and what's minimum hardware?
So minimum hardware in the
on
sense,
this particular robot.
So the sensors which we are using right now, so these sensors come from X price to 10X price.
Okay.
How you are able to do it with the X price is the important thing, right? Then the actuators, again, the actuators are basically motors, etc. Is again come from it's a big range, right? With minimum range, how you are able to make it more stable, more safe, and, like, good. So this is what we are doing.
Okay,
brilliant.
Exciting times. Big round of applause for Indiro and Beer. Thanks
Indiro,
so much,
you want to
Beer.
do one jump and just say goodbye? Maybe. I think he's in mood to do it. All right, he's prepping. There you go.
There you go.
That's
All
good
right.
form. A lot of smiles in the audience. Thank you so much, Beer, and more power to you and the team at Adverb. Come, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like my name, Ayush. Indy, but Indiro one. So.
I liked a variation of Indiro, I think.
Yeah.
It was quite fascinating that everyone actually was probably just hanging out with Indiro now.
Yeah.
Now that you come to think of it, more than anything, coffee breaks were Indiro breaks at the NDTV summit, huh?
Yeah, in all probability. I actually took Indiro for a run.
Really?
It's quite easy.
Really?
Yeah, very intuitive.
Because you're good with the PlayStation controllers.
You know it. And that's how I beat you every time we play. But so in 2026, the intersection of culture and technology has reached a tipping point. As seen in the recent union budget, the creative sector is no longer peripheral. It is being described as a high-growth engine for employment.
India, and indeed governments worldwide, are formalizing the orange economy as a core pillar of GDP. So artificial intelligence has shifted from a disruptive tool to a creative collaborator, as we just saw in the film we screened earlier this evening, Alex.
Absolutely. In fact, before we call upon our next panel, here is another one of the films from the In Video Film Festival organized by local host. The film was called Anhad. It is by Bharat, and it won the award for Best Storytelling last evening. Take a look.
क्या देखा तुमने? I'll ask again. क्या देखा तुमने? तुम शायद समझ नहीं रहे. Okay, let's do this your way. क्या दिखा तुझे? 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 क्या दिखा तुझे?
क्या दिखा तुझे? अरे भाई 8 पैर वाले सुअर.
टार्डिग्रेड्स बोलते हैं उन्हें.
टैजियस होते नहीं. सुअर ही है भाई वो, बस 8 पैर वाले.
इस बार तू जाएगा.
पर रिपोर्ट तो बनाएगा.
मैं ही बनाता हूँ हर बार. तू जा यार.
डियर ऑडियंस, आज हम आपको चांद पर ले जा रहे हैं.
आ गए अपनी फेवरेट जगह पे.
शानदार.
I am sensing a different life form.
हाँ सुअर.
No, it's something else.
Something else?
I don't know.
वो रहा 8 पैर वाला सुअर. मैंने बोला था ना यार, मैं अकेले न रख जाऊंगा या फिर उनकी शक्ल कुछ.
It's here. Follow me.
Guys, meet it in T-1 minute. जल्दी निकलो.
It's alive, but ज़्यादा देर नहीं.
But I want to help it.
अबे तू पागल है क्या? मैनुअल में लिखा था not to make contact with unknown life forms.
Saru, tell me.
Not sure, but a shock might help.
अरे यार, T-20 सेकेंड. भागो. T-5 सेकेंड. निकलो वहाँ से.
I guess मैनुअल में गलत लिखा था.
कभी पढ़ा है तुमने मैनुअल?
Come in guys. What's happening? Dave, can you hear me? Dave, can you hear me?
एक बार भी नहीं लगा ना मुझे जगा देना चाहिए था.
मैं जल्दी काम फिनिश करना चाहती थी.
और मैं मर जाता तो रोती मुझे याद करके.
हो गरीबों के गोविंदा, तुम यहाँ नहीं मर सकते. The atmosphere is same here as Earth.
एक सेकंड, मतलब मैं सांस ले सकता हूँ.
तुम सांस ले रहे हो.
अरे मेरी सरोवती, मतलब बिना हेलमेट के.
According to my calculations, yes.
Feels like home.
But right now we need to get back.
ज्योतिरूपा गौरी माँ करुणा करो करुणा करो
Dave, it's okay. No hostility detected.
ये मैं कहाँ गया?
कहीं बहुत दूर।
मैं यहाँ कैसे?
तुमने जो जान बचाई है उसकी वजह से तुम में करुणा है, बाकी इंसानों से अलग।
मैंने?
हाँ, मेरे बच्चे की। तो ऐसा कुछ है जो तुम चाहते हो?
मैं क्या चाहता हूँ? ऐसा कुछ है नहीं जो मैं मांग सकता हूँ।
कुछ भी नहीं?
शायद मैं फिर से वो 3 हाथ पकड़ना चाहता हूँ।
3 हाथ?
पहला हाथ जिसने मुझे कहानी लिखना सिखाया, दूसरा जिसके साथ मैंने अपनी कहानी लिखी, और तीसरा जिसको मैंने अपनी कहानी लिखना सिखाया।
कभी कभी सोचता हूँ तेरी आंखों से सच्चा कुछ देखा ही नहीं। कितने फूल देखे मैंने तेरे जैसा कोई महका ही नहीं। मैंने सिक्के फेंके थे नदियों में, टूटते तारों से तुझे मांगा था। मैंने सपने देखे थे बस तेरे पक्के दिल से तुझे पुकारा था। हो कभी कभी सोचता हूँ वादों का इतना पक्का कोई देखा ही नहीं। कितने फूल देखे मैंने तेरे जैसा कोई महका ही नहीं। मैं कांटों का आंगन था, बेमौसम सावन था, फिर तू आ गया। हो कभी कभी सोचता हूँ तू ना आता तो कोई आता ही नहीं। मैंने सिक्के फेंके थे नदियों में, टूटते तारों से तुझे मांगा था। कभी कभी सोचता हूँ देखा ही नहीं।
Alex, this has been an action-packed summit. I think we were missing the popcorn with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I found it amazing. You didn't have to ask the audience to give applause. That's the best kind of applause, I must say. And so take a bow, right? You did already. Maybe you want to do another one. And they'll give you another big round of applause, yeah, because it's well deserved.
If you had to come up with some of those fantastic pieces of art, how many prompts do you think it would take you?
I don't know. I would need to know how many prompts that took.
We're gonna have NDTV's very own.
Because then you need a frame of reference,
who's
right?
going to dissect all of that.
Yeah, you need a frame of reference.
In the newsroom, we call Shivarur the algorithm because he pretty much dictates it.
I can totally believe that. I walked into the newsroom yesterday, and he had his hands behind his back, and he was standing in front of this wall of monitors, and everybody else was moving around, but this man, you could actually see everything passing through his eyes. And I had to say hi, and then he's like, Yeah, so I can totally believe the algorithm.
The algorithm. That's going to be the nickname for now. Of course, we've already let that one out. This panel will be moderated by my colleague Shivarur. And now let's call the stellar panel on stage.
In fact, let's invite on stage Vivek Anchalya, who is the founder of Amazing Indian Stories and director of Naisha, India's first AI-powered Bollywood film. We've got Hardeep Gambhir, who's a co-founder of Local Host as well. And we also have in the audience Chandan Perla, who's a co-founder of Local Host. Hardeep and Chandan were the organizers of the AI Film Festival last night. And in the audience, we've got Bharat, whose film we just watched. And you all know him by now. You've clapped for him at least 3 times.
And now we can clap for the panel on stage. A huge round of applause, please. Over to you, Shiv.
Thanks very much to all of you for being with us all day today. We're nearing the end of this summit, and I can't think of a better way to do it than to be in the presence of people who've used AI to create. We've talked about policy, we've talked about the dilemmas, now we're talking about creativity. And may I first acknowledge Nandita Das and Prasoon Joshi. A big round of applause. They've joined us in the room. So we are in the presence of true greatness, and you're going to hear from them in just a short while. But Nandita and Prasoon, with your permission, I'm going to sort of set the foundation for the conversation that's coming up in just a few minutes. From 2 people here, who've been part of something very special here in the national capital yesterday. And I was so happy to hear about this. There was an AI film festival in the national capital yesterday. I can't wait to go and see what some of them made. What you saw on your screen right now, Anhad and Chandan and Bharat, what an amazing film. Congratulations to you guys. Truly, truly amazing to see something like that. And the truth is, we are only going to see more of that. Vivek, you're like neck deep in this now, because you're credited, as I've just read, with making a full Bollywood film entirely using AI. And Hardeep is the man behind the film festival that happened, in Delhi. And he's been trying very hard. He's faced challenges. Bollywood first sneered at him, and now they're breaking down his door, trying to be part of the festival. I'm going to start with you, Vivek. How difficult is it to make a film with AI right now?
So I'll correct you a little bit. The entire film is not made on AI. I am a traditional filmmaker. I've been doing this for 20 years. So the attempt also was to see where the AI can fill the gaps, which is where we did most of the visuals, where the film has multiple songs which are sung by singers. Then the music was done the traditional way and everything. In fact, now also we are doing another version of the film because the technology changes very, very fast. But there are human voices, which has done the dubbing, and there are actors. So we are using AI as a layer, because we feel like the film that we just saw also is a very deep personal voice, right? Films work when the voices are deep, when the voices are personal. And what we are doing with Naisha, in fact, another film which has just come out a couple of days ago is a film that Saregama and we are co-producing called Shiv Sati, where we are telling the story of Shiv and Sati, which also we are building. AI is being built as a layer on top of traditional filmmaking, where you have actors and directors, DOPs. So that's the way we are working around it. So I would say as difficult as the traditional filmmaking was, but what AI does is aid us. Like how when digital cameras came, they made our work a little easier. When lights came, like LED lights came, then you wouldn't have to carry those bigger lights. Now today, yesterday, if I wanted 10,000 people in my frame, it was not possible, right? Money was a problem for me. But today, if I want 10,000 people, I can get it through AI. I can get it very fast also. Like traditionally, if you wanted to do it in CG, you could get it, but it'll take time. So now it saves time and it saves money also. And that's the process we've been following, that how can we build on top of our traditional filmmaking and do this.
No, it's one of the most exciting spaces to be in because there's the creativity aspect, there's the cost aspect like you mentioned, but also there was a huge bridge to cross. Hardeep, I want you to tell us about that a little bit because it was not easy getting here for you, to get the industry that pulls all the strings as far as film are concerned, to buy into the idea that AI is here to stay as far as the creative process of filmmaking. How difficult was it to convince the people that matter?
I don't think we had to convince anyone per se. I think we just had to tell a story. And the people who were open enough, people who wanted to actually adapt to the new technologies, people who wanted the film industry to progress, they were able to, I think they just got convinced automatically. And I think that's the beauty of doing something novel, that I think that people, when they see the right intentions behind what you're doing, they'll always come by and support you because they know you're doing it for a good cause. I think a common misconception is that AI is only going to kill jobs. Yeah, video gen, but I think the best people know that it's going to create a bunch of new jobs. There's so many fields that are already starting to open, like creative technologist, creative director of AI films, and I'm sure Vivek knows that as well. He's been in the industry, and yeah, I think it's been very inspiring to see. So not that hard. I think we just had to do what we really were passionate about, and the right doors were opened.
One of the amazing things about the film that you just saw, Anhad, is that I can bet that every single person in this room, every single person in this hall right now has used generative AI to create an image. Everyone here in this room has done it at some point in the last year or so. Maybe a smaller number of you have made a video using, or a video clip using generative AI. Just as a tiny experiment, because what you saw was mind-blowing. That's like a short film that was made. Purely as an experiment, I asked my team, I gave them literally 15 minutes. And I said, take some pictures of me that you find on the internet and just create like a small little clip. And let's see what you can throw together in 15, 20 minutes. I just want to play that out for you. I want to warn you guys, this was made in like 10 minutes with a few prompts. And I said nothing else to my team. This is what they came up with.
NDTV.
I really wanted to remove that last frame, but my team said, no, that's the best part. You've got to keep it in there. That was done in 10 minutes, guys. Okay, so I'm not surprised by the quality of what is being put out there. So my question to you now, Vivek, is when one watches AI-created video or a film, at the back of your mind, you can sort of tell that AI has been used. Is there going to be a point very soon where nobody will be able to differentiate between what's been made in AI and what is real?
Yeah, I think
with pictures, that's already the case. With video?
Yes, I think we are very close. In fact, I think we are there already. The technology does exist. There are, we are working on some projects where while we are working on it, we can't tell that it is AI anymore. And it's about physics. It's about a lot of things that the machines have been learning over time, have been fine-tuned and everything. The data sets are getting better and better. And now we are at a point, the film that we are trying to do is a mix of traditional AI and CG. So if you're watching it as an audience, you would not be able to tell that this was made on AI or this was made on CG or this was made, doing the live shoot. So that I think we are already there. What happens is, but you do need, like I said, if you need to get to that quality, then you need people who understand the craft that much, so that they can take away that layer of fakeness that you get to see in AI videos. But it is possible to take that layer off.
Because that layer of fakeness, Hardeep, has already evaporated in images. One cannot tell the difference, literally, unless you have a very, very trained eye. You look at this very closely. You were watching the films that came up at your film festival as well. At what point, how soon do you think we will be at that point where we're not going to be able to tell the difference?
I think it's really hard to put a timeline to it, but I do think this year is going to be one of the most transformative years for AI video gen. Like, we hosted the Mumbai AI Film Festival as our first iteration in November, and right now we just hosted the India AI Film Festival in Delhi yesterday. So that's about, I'd say 4 months, three and a half months. And I think in that time, you can just see the amount of models that have come out, how advanced they've gotten. 2 weeks ago, Seed Dance 2, it's a model from China that just got released, and it's just impeccable. And I feel like they keep getting better and better. So I think it's going to be very soon we come to a point where you can distinguish AI films from actual films. And that's sort of our goal, actually, with the AI film festivals. I think our success is done well when, in 1.5 year, we don't need to host AI film festivals anymore, because the real film festivals that exist in the world already incorporate AI films in there.
One of the most daunting aspects of AI created films and the creative economy using AI so much is that one part is what we just discussed, which was this. The other is that the creative process becomes not so much about creativity as we understand it, but about prompts and how we deploy different models to affect that creativity. There was a recent very, very viral example which some of you may be familiar about, and I just wanted to show you a small bit of that. This was Seed Dance, the Chinese model, where someone spent apparently 3 minutes asking them to put together a fight sequence involving Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, fighting over Epstein being killed. How did that look? 3 minutes. This is what they did. Take a look at this.
You killed Jeffrey Epstein, you animal! He was a good man!
He knew too much about our Russia operations. He had to die, and now you die too. Epstein was the key to our evil Russian operations, but no one will ever know, because the truth dies here.
And the crazy thing about this clip is that there were no prompts for the script. It was a single prompt saying a fight sequence between Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt over one of them having killed Epstein. The dialogue was generated, the voice was masked, the expressions, every aspect of it, the fight choreography, the whole thing was thrown up by this model in a few minutes. That's a great scene, right? That's a great scene. Again, one can tell, of course, that it's a little bit of AI, because when you zoom in at the tight shots, you can tell it is. But there's going to be a point where this doesn't happen. How do the creative people feel about all of this?
As far as
to you first.
Yeah, so I think I've seen it. I think the ones that I'm mostly surrounded by AI filmmakers, and I feel like they definitely feel good. We can probably even take the chat a little bit.
Oh, I'm going to ask them for sure. Yeah.
And I feel like the AI filmmakers, especially who I'm surrounded by, I feel really good about it. There's definitely been some friction, especially by I feel like some of the traditional artists and filmmakers. And I really hope I think folks start adapting in a good way to actually empower their craft, because I think the common misconception again is I think AI is just going to kill the craft and the beauty of art, but I think in my opinion I think it's going to raise the standard of what good art looks like, because the best people will benefit from it.
Okay, so I'm going to thank the both of you now, because that flows into the next part of this conversation that I'm going to have with two stalwarts who whose lives have been devoted to that kind of creativity, and they are going to offer us a very unique perspective of what this intersection actually looks like. So thank you very much, Vivek and Hardeep. A huge round of applause for the both of them. They are going to be sitting in the front row because I need them involved in this conversation as well. Yeah, very quickly for a picture. May I invite Prasoon Joshi, please, and Ms. Nandita Das up on stage. Oh, you wanted to sit there? Fine. Sorry. So we're going to start now. Thank you very much and welcome Prasoon and Nandita. So amazing and a privilege and an honor to share a stage with the both of you. Can't wait to hear what you think about the AI inflection point in the creative economy. But before that, since you just walked in, I did want to play a very small bit of Anhad, which is a movie that won an award. Made by Bharat sitting over there, the filmmaker. He's an award-winning filmmaker who's just done this. I want to play that out for you because it's going to get your wheels turning, and then we're going to have this conversation. Can we just play out that operative bit of this amazing film?
क्या देखा तुमने? I'll ask again. क्या देखा तुमने? तुम शायद समझ नहीं रहे. Okay, let's do this your way. क्या दिखा तुझे? 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 क्या दिखा तुझे?
अरे भाई 8 पैर वाले सुअर।
टार्डिग्रेड्स बोलते हैं उन्हें।
टर्जियस होते हैं। सुअर ही है भाई वो, बस 8 पैर वाले।
इस बार तू जाएगा।
पर रिपोर्ट तो बनाएगा।
मैं ही बनाता हूँ हर बार, तू जा यार।
तो ये ज़बरदस्त ट्रेलर आपने फिर से देखा है। यहाँ पर फिल्म का ज़रा ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ ज़रा समा बांधिए, इसलिए क्योंकि फिल्म, सिनेमा, आर्ट, कल्चर जो कि शुद्ध रूप से विचारों पर आधारित है, शुद्ध रूप से क्रिएटिविटी जिसकी हम बात करते हैं उस पर आधारित है। और वहाँ पर जब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का रोल आता है तो इस पर बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ आज एक बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त पैनल है और एक आज की शाम का ये ग्रैंड फिनाले सेशन होने वाला है। तो फिर से मैं चाहूँगी ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ प्रसून जी का, नंदिता जी का एक बार स्वागत करेंगे। अवार्ड मिल चुका है प्रसून जी इस फिल्म के लिए। क्या कभी एक वक्त में ये सोचा था कि ये दौर ऐसा भी आएगा जब कलम चलती है सफ़ेद कागज़ पर और विचार उस कागज़ पर निकल कर आते हैं? मैं तो जब भी आपके लिखा हुआ पढ़ती हूँ, सुनती हूँ, तो दूर उस आकाश की गहराइयों में एक नदी से बह रहे हैं आदि योगी। वो विचार जहाँ से जनरेट हो रहा है, और आज की तारीख में जब यहाँ बैठकर हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात कर रहे हैं, लगा था कि कभी ये होगा जो आज हो गया है।
ये देखिए, बहुत सी चीज़ें इन द ह्यूमन हिस्ट्री, देयर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स विच वी डिडंट इमेजिन विल हैपन, होती हैं। ये लगातार होने की प्रक्रिया है, ये एक माया है, ये होती रहती है, इसमें बुलबुले उठते रहते हैं। एंड तो मुझे आश्चर्य नहीं होता, बिकॉज मुझे तो पूरी रोज़ जब मैं पूरी सृष्टि को देखता हूँ तो तभी मुझे आश्चर्य होता है कि ये जब बनी होगी, ये सृष्टि जब बन रही है लगातार, ये एक चमत्कार नहीं लगता आपको? एक फूल का खिलना चमत्कार नहीं लगता आपको? मुझे तो लगता है चमत्कार ही हो रहे हमारे चारों ओर। और मुझे तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में आर्टिफिशियल जैसा कुछ नहीं लगता, बिकॉज ऑल द we call artificial intelligence, it's all based on human data, which is a real human experience. So there is nothing artificial about it, because when we say artificial, we mean like perfume होगी, कोई फूल की खुशबू नहीं है, परफ्यूम है। But artificial intelligence में actually artificial कुछ भी नहीं है। Everything which is there is being produced by human minds. उन्होंने human minds ने जो produce किया है, वही आपको किसी और फॉर्म में मिलता है। तो उसकी एक तो ये डेफिनेशन। दूसरा देखिए, जब हम लोग, मैं कविता लिखता हुआ सुनाता हूँ, तो मुझे अक्सर ये एक्सपीरियंस होता है नमिता जी, कि लोग जब मेरे पास आ रहे हैं, मुझे कई बार लगता था कि मेरी कविता की तारीफ करने आ रहे हैं, बट सो मेनी टाइम्स वो मेरे पास इसलिए आते हैं कि मेरी कविता सुनकर उन्हें अपनी कविता सुनाने का मन हो रहा है। नाउ दिस इज वेरी नेचुरल, एंड समवेयर there is artistic condescension which comes in, a hierarchy that I am an artist and this person is not an artist. I think what artificial intelligence has done is that democratized it. Now, if I want to produce, if I want to tell my story, I have tools to tell my story. And I can also tell my story. It is not necessarily that I have to be coming, कोई कहीं और ग्रह से आया हुआ व्यक्ति है. So that speciality has gone. In fact, if you see, it's very, very Advait Vedanta for me. Oneness. There is no localized intelligence. It is intelligence as a whole. Intelligence एक है, पूरी intelligence. उसमें intelligence का हिस्सा सबके पास है. Everybody has access to it, portal into it. Hence, everybody in that sense is equal. Everybody can create. Now there, I feel artificial intelligence has done wonderful job, and it is going to grow. What is going to be a question mark is the process, the product. The time has become very, very important when you talk about artificial intelligence. आपने भी जब अपनी फिल्म की बात की कि मैंने लोगों को ब्रीफ दिया, ये 15 मिनट में हुआ, ये 15 मिनट में हुआ, आपने कोई 3-4 बार बोला। ये मिनट इतने इंपॉर्टेंट क्यों होते जा रहे हैं? आर्ट के लिए तो वक्त को रुक जाना चाहिए, समय को ठहर जाना चाहिए। उस समय जो ये मुझे थोड़ा वरी करता है कि बटन दबाते क्रिएटिविटी, द प्रोसेस विच इज अ ग्रेट प्रोसेस, बहुत अपने आप में महत्वपूर्ण है, लेकिन प्रोसेस आर्टिस्ट के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। जो आर्ट है वो फिर भी प्रोड्यूस होगा, लेकिन मुझे लगता है आर्टिस्ट विल सफर समवेयर, बिकॉज आर्टिस्ट विल हैव अ डिग्री ऑफ सेपरेशन फ्रॉम आर्ट दैट डजंट फील दैट ग्रेट, बट as far as we are collaborative with AI, as far as AI is our collaboration, I'm fine with it, because it will give more opportunities to more people.
You use the word suffer, which is an important one, because I think the dilemma is, where does suffering end and collaboration begin, which we'll explore a little bit more. But Nandita, if I could ask you, as an artist, what is your instinctive response when you see AI generated art, like, a small glimpse of what you've just seen?
I mean, frankly, it's pure awe. You feel, really? ये सब machines ने किया है, ये some prompt has been given, and oh my God, it's like a child looking at the miracles of life. But like everything, there is a duality. I mean, I have to be frank, when in the beginning when we had these conversations about AI, it felt like it's going to take over and everything is going to be terrible and it's going to wipe out people and all of that. It felt very daunting, and also the dangers of it. They were also being talked a lot, right? We were all talking about it's going to have a mind of its own. That it, कभी-कभी तो लोग इतने prejudiced होते हैं in the sense कि हमारी patriarchal उसमें उसको बहुत लोग ही बोलते हैं, which is a very interesting thing कि उसने ऐसे बोला था, कि वो आदमी है तुमको कैसे पता भाई? तो एक ये जो AI है in a country that's largely uneducated, traditional, patriarchal, feudalistic, you know, ये सारी चीज़ें भी हैं और एक सडन ये एक टेक्नोलॉजी भी है. तो ये कौन बना रहा है? जो डेटा डालने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो इसके देखिए जो फ़ायदे हैं, लाइक प्रसून राइटली सेड, इज गोइंग टू डेमोक्रेटाइज. You know, everybody can do it. It's not going to be in the hands of a few, which is what mobile has done, right? Earlier you needed a big camera. The cameras became smaller and smaller to an extent that, you know, there is a phone. You all are journalists. You must be thinking sometimes कि यार हम इतने सालों से एक जर्नलिज्म कर रहे हैं, कोई भी आके कुछ भी बोल देता है कि मैं यहाँ झुमरी तलैया से ये कह रहा हूँ. तो वो सवाल तो हर प्रोफेशन में आ रहा है कि डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन के फ़ायदे हैं, बट उसके बाद फिर आप एक स्टैंडर्ड कैसे मेंटेन करते हैं. उसके गैर फ़ायदे भी, मतलब AI के डरावने भी हो सकते हैं फ्रॉम एन आर्टिस्टिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, बिकॉज आई फील दैट देयर माइट बी अ होमोजेनाइजेशन of art, because we are going to give the same prompts, you know, make this character, make Shiv in 5 most popular Hindi film characters. Popular नहीं, 5 best Hindi films. अब वो best क्या है? कौन define करेगा वो best क्या है? अब वो ही 5 जो फिल्मों जिनसे लिया गया है उसी को best माना जाएगा. तो जो इंडिपेंडेंट माइंडेड लोग हैं, जो शायद हम जैसे लोग हैं, जो शायद बेस्ट कुछ और 5 फिल्मों को कहना चाहेंगे, हमारी बात नहीं आएगी उसमें. तो यू नो, और जो प्रोसेस की बात की प्रसून ने, तो जर्नी की बात की, हम लोग एज आर्टिस्ट वी ऑफन टॉक अबाउट दैट द जर्नी इज़ मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट देन द एंड. मैंने खुद ये 1000 बार ये सेंटेंस कहा होगा, यू नो, दैट फॉर मी द जर्नी इज़ मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट देन द एंड. अब वो जर्नी की कोई अहमियत ही नहीं है, बिकॉज you know, it is about time, and I think that also is amazing. The fact that time bachega, experimentations hum kar sakte hain. So I guess there is that duality. I would imagine in a conference like this, we of course you all must be talking about the technology and seeing the potential of it, but we maybe also need to talk about the conscience. Who are the people who are going to drive it? Who are going to be the decision makers? How do we use this amazing tool for the good of the world, you know, because like everything, it can do good and it can do bad, it can destroy and it can create. So I think that's also a conversation where we need to sort of deeply talk about.
I'm very happy that you mentioned that, Nandita, and I'm happy to tell you also that just before the both of you arrived, the 2 sessions that preceded the both of you were precisely on that.
Wonderful.
And
yeah, I'm sure.
We will share those with you.
Absolutely.
The guardrails, the safety, the conscience, and I'm glad you used that word because that is very important to this. Prasoon, same question to you. You know, from the specific area of you being a poet and a lyricist, what are your concerns when you look at AI? Because AI is churning out poetry and lyrics and, you know, it can get anything to rhyme on any topic in a matter of seconds. What concerns you as someone, you know, who is a poet and a lyricist?
See, Nandita touched upon that. And what happens is, and this is could be limited to my experience, but there is a lowest common denominator of the exceptional. There is the lowest common denominator of what you call exceptional. The majority view of exceptional. For example, आपने कहा कि भाई मुझे डेस्टिनेशन और जर्नी की बात करनी है. And I give the prompt. And it would sound very profound that the answer would be रास्ते ही मंजिल हैं. Journey is the destination. Very profound. But I might not write that. I might write, जब मंजिल मुझ ही में रहती है तो सफर ही क्यों करूं?
क्या बात है?
डुबकी क्यों ना लगाऊं खुद में? So what happens is the definition of exceptional suddenly gets, a lowest common denominator of that. So you might not be that exceptional as you think you are. What artificial intelligence does is that gives you a lot of options, numerous options in front of you. तो आर्टिस्ट का क्या रोल है? एक्चुअली हमको ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि आने वाले दिनों में आर्टिस्ट या क्रिएटर का क्या रोल है. जब उसके सामने चीज़, वो इमेज, वो पिक्चर, वो पोइट्री, वो लिखा हुआ, आई बिलीव दैट एज वी स्पीक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बेहतर से बेहतर होती जा रही. तो रोल क्या होगा हमारा? शायद चॉइस विल बिकम योर रोल, कि मैं इन 5 में से खुद को क्या समझता हूं, मेरा विचार कहां सबसे अच्छी तरह से व्यक्त हुआ है, ये है. सो उस पर जब आप मोहर लगाएंगे, द चॉइस, द क्यूरेशन इज गोइंग टू बिकम व्हाट आर्टिस्टिक चॉइस इज, एंड दैट्स व्हाट वी डिसाइड ये किसका है. क्योंकि मैं ये तो नहीं मानता कि एक डिस्टोपियन और यूटोपियन बोथ व्यूज, देयर इज गोइंग टू बी समवेयर इन बिटवीन. I feel that AI created image will also survive, and a painter's painting will also be there. There'll be a place for it. There'll be a demand for it. कि मुझे, as far as we are transparent कि ये किसने बनाया है, I'm fine, because eventually you only have a vantage point. देखिए एक नदी बह रही है, आपने नदी नहीं बनाई. नदी के साथ तैरने वाले के लिए नदी बड़ी एग्रेसिव है, आक्रामक है. The one who's swimming against the tide would call the river aggressive. The one on the river shore, river bank, looking at the river might say it's very calm. The vantage point decides what artist, because नदी ना ये बना रहा है, नदी ना वो बना रहा है. वो बनी हुई नदी को किस दृष्टिकोण से आप देख रहे हैं, that decides आपका क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन है. आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन यही है कि आप उसमें साक्षी भाव देख रहे हैं, और आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन यही है कि आप उसमें संघर्ष देख रहे हैं. सो दैट विल, द इंटेंट ऑफ द आर्टिस्ट will very much be present there. All the films you saw and you heard them there, they talked about how they collaborated. I'm very fine with this collaboration. But आलसी ना हो जाए क्रिएटिव लोग, आलसी हो जाएंगे तो we will have art which उबासियां लेगा वो आर्ट, आप देख लेना.
मेरा सवाल अगला इसी से जुड़ा हुआ है. ये पूरी जर्नी कैसी रही, इसका प्रोसेस क्या है और इसके चैलेंजेस क्या है, उस पर हमने बात की. लेकिन आपका पर्सनल अनुभव क्या है? डेली लाइफ में आप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस यूज कर रहे हैं?
देखिए,
मुझे ये जानना है कि आपके मोबाइल से क्या प्रॉम्प्ट्स जा रहे हैं, या जा भी रहे हैं, नहीं जा रहे हैं.
With all the hats that you wear, Prasoon, all the different hats.
Yes, all the hats. I wear advertising, I wear poet, screenwriter. जिस फॉर्म में भी मैं बड़ा ही कौतूहल जिसे कहते हैं ना, मेरे अंदर बहुत क्यूरियोसिटी है. So my use of AI has been curious use of AI, not a dependable use, depending on AI, but curious use of AI is there. मुझे जो एक चीज़ बहुत, जब AI और ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी की बात आती है, देखिए AI के पास डेटा है, बहुत डेटा है, लेकिन ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी आती है अव्यक्त से, जो अभी तक न कहा गया है न सुना गया है. सबसे सुंदर गीत लिखा नहीं गया अभी तक, सबसे सुंदर ख्वाब देखा नहीं गया अभी तक, तो वो डेटा में है ही नहीं, वो अव्यक्त है. और वो अव्यक्त है, द वंस हु बिलीव हैव स्पिरिचुअल बोर्न विल अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई मीन इज दैट व्हेन यू गो डीपर इनटू योरसेल्फ एंड समवेयर यू फील आई एम फीलिंग लाइक दिस, माय इंस्टिंक्ट इज टेलिंग मी टू डू दिस, वो अव्यक्त है. वो ह्यूमन के पास जो अव्यक्त की, अनएक्सप्रेस्ड की वेल्थ है, दैट एआई डज नॉट हैव. उसके पास सिर्फ व्यक्त है, उसके पास सिर्फ एक्सप्रेस्ड है.
I want to explore that a little bit more, but I'll come to Nandita first because I want to counter you a little bit, with your permission, Prasoonji, by saying that the models will learn even the stuff that you're talking about. you know, the example that you took about the poem, how you would write it differently, the model will learn from that contradiction and do it better next time and maybe write exactly like you.
नहीं साहब, हमारे यूपी में कहावत है कि जब कोई खूबसूरत चीज़ देखते हैं तो हम बोलते हैं यार इसको बनाने से पहले सांचा तोड़ दिया होगा। कहते हैं सांचा तोड़ दिया होगा भाई। सांचा तोड़ना इस बात की परिभाषा है कि ये चीज़ कितनी अच्छी है। तो आप जो कह रहे हैं वो सांचे में शामिल हो गया। जैसे ही वो सांचे में शामिल हो गया वो एक्सेप्शनल नहीं रहा। जब वो सांचा तोड़ेगा तब वो एक्सेप्शनल होगा, और सांचा तोड़कर फिर से सांचे में शामिल हो जाएगा तो फिर उसको तोड़ने के लिए दोबारा कुछ और नया करना पड़ेगा। दैट इज वेयर आई सेड द अनएक्सप्रेस्ड ऑफ द ह्यूमन इज व्हाट ह्यूमन पोटेंशियल लाइज इन, एंड दैट्स द रीजन दैट वुड ऑलवेज एग्जिस्ट, बिकॉज वो जो उसकी जो समृद्धि है, उसकी जो विरासत है, उसकी जो ह्यूमन के अंदर वो खूबसूरती है, वो उसको एक यूनिक बनाती है। But it doesn't mean that everyday creativity will not be, you know, replaced, or you won't see AI there. In professions, I'm seeing that, and I'm in creative profession, I can see already the everyday work is getting definitely handed over to AI. So, वो जो monetized काम है, लेकिन जहाँ पर आप wealth की बात कर रहे हैं, but जहाँ investment is soul is your investment, वो आर्ट की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, जिसे हम हिंदी में स्वांतः सुखाए कहते हैं, उस आर्ट की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। वो जो है वो फिर भी बचेगा और उसके लिए शायद ज़्यादा समय मिलेगा और ज़्यादा खूबसूरत हो जाएगा।
सेम क्वेश्चन फॉर यू नंदिता, एज अ
बड़े ऑप्टिमिस्ट हैं आप।
As a creative powerhouse, how do you use AI? Is it part of your life, everyday life? How do you use it?
It is. It's basically to shorten emails and you know, to find the right word sometime for something.
Prompts के लिए struggle करना पड़ता है?
नहीं, prompts के लिए नहीं। prompt वो भी एक कला है ना, वो भी मैं सीख रही हूँ कि क्या लिखने से क्या होगा। क्रिस्पर चाहिए, वो भी आपको बार बार कहता भी रहता है ना कि भाई क्रिस्पर चाहिए, वार्मर टोन चाहिए। Like it's a little game that you're constantly playing with AI. But like some of the memes say, right? The AI, I want the AI to wash my dishes and do all of that, and you know, iron my clothes and do all the menial work. Leave the artist, leave the art to the artist. But I think Prasun, I think you're very optimistic कि आप जो कह रहे हैं अव्यक्त चीज़ जो नहीं, AI सब करेगा। AI का अपना एक दिमाग है which is beyond. Like everything that we put in, it's a quantum leap from what I understand. It's not our traditional. I think people like us who are in our 50s, we have to also expand our imagination क्योंकि हम सोच भी नहीं सकते। हमको लगता है ये एक चीज़ है, उसको हम बता रहे हैं तो वो वही करेगा। वो तो अव्यक्त चीज़ को और 10 गुना आपको 50 प्रॉम्प्ट्स देगा। आपको ये अच्छा नहीं लगता, चलिए आप वो दे देते हैं।
2 और 2 का जोड़ हमेशा 4 कहाँ होता है? सोच समझ वालों को थोड़ी नादानी दे मौला। सो ये जो नादानी है ना, वो नादानी की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं कि इट्स नॉट मैथमेटिकल, बियॉन्ड मैथमेटिक्स,
फॉर श्योर,
बियॉन्ड ब्रेन, beyond calculation and permutation combination.
No, I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm saying that is going to be marginalized from what I understand it. Like पहले ज़माने में monitor नहीं होता था, जब आप shoot करते हैं, only the cinematographer knew what was being shot. Some of the greatest films have been made in an era where there were no monitors. There was, you know, you had the sound of the thing. I mean, technology was not developed. And we thought, okay, now with all the technology, can we say the films are getting better? So I think we will go over this cycle. There'll be a lot of work that will come out. There's going to be quantity over quality. And then when we will have a saturation, and then people will start respecting and admiring those little things that human beings bring. Because human beings are all very unpredictable. Like I was just coming and I have this big bag and there's a little thread, you know, एक woolen thread जैसा है, उसमें एक छोटा सा एक बैग है जिसके अंदर मैं अपना एयरपॉड रखती हूँ। तो फ्लाइट के एयरपोर्ट में किसी एक लेडी ने मेरे साथ बात करना शुरू किया। She was like, oh, this is a really nice bag, but what's that thread? She looked at it like with some disdain. कि वो स्टाइलिश नहीं था, एक गंदा सा पीच का कुछ एक थ्रेड था। तो मैंने कहा मेरा बेटा ना क्रोशे करता है, उसने मेरे लिए एयरपोर्ट के लिए क्रोशे का एक छोटा सा बैग बनाया। नाउ इफ़ यू आर गोइंग टू डू a bag of a working woman coming to an AI conference, you will have her carry a bag, but it's unlikely that you will add a little crochet pouch that the mother, who is also an AI speaker, is carrying. So I think the particularity of things that human beings will bring, that will also continue. And you know, आजकल सब जगह वाईफाई, हमें होटल में जाते हैं हम वाईफाई चलाते हैं. आजकल ऐसी भी जगह है जहाँ पर लोग जाते हैं जहाँ वाईफाई नहीं है. They are seeking out places, but that's always going to be a minority. So I think we have to become collaborators, क्योंकि अगर हम जंग लड़ेंगे between AI and us, you know, it's a losing battle.
Professor Ji, I want to, sorry Meenakshi, sorry for interrupting. Bharat is the man who made the movie you just saw.
I know, amazing.
Is that, you know, because you said that many of the things that you, the way you look at AI is out of curiosity. Is there anything you want to ask him? Young filmmaker, just won an award, it's put together this incredible film that's playing still on the screen behind us. Anything that you would like to ask him, Prasoon or Nandita? Anything you're curious about?
I was curious that, you know, you are also in the film, right? So there is, it's sort of live action and AI.
So it's mostly AI, but some of the scenes are, we shot it and then we stylized it. So basically motion capture. The acting at some part with the dialogue is done. So I acted with the dialogues, then we used AI to stylize it, put it in the movie.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, that there was some parts that were real. You know, and in the film after that, there were these scenes with children and mother and, you know, those things. Was that also, that also...
that was purely AI.
That was purely AI?
Purely AI.
The one with the children and the mother?
Yeah.
That's interesting, because the production design of that was quite interesting.
We'll just play a bit of that.
Yeah. Very realistic.
Let's tell everyone what we're talking about. Can we just play a bit of that second film?
Seeing is going to be no more believing, that's for sure. That saying is going to be out of the window.
Your uncle's strange. He's always mad. He never smiles. You know, he never left Varanasi. And he takes photos of dead.
Incredible, actually.
Seeing isn't believing. You're right.
Yeah.
It's...
No, but also the story is very interesting. Did you make these as well? Who did that? I'm curious to know whether the story was...
Yeah.
So this film that you see is made by a filmmaker called Daryl. Daryl is one of those finest people who look at culture and also look at the approachability. So if I have to summarize what happens in this film is, this is a film called Portrait Number 72. What the premise is, there's an old man who takes the picture, who decorates himself as that it's his deathbed picture, and he takes one picture a day for 72 days. Wow. Because the doctors say that 72nd or the 73rd day is the day when he's going to pass away. His philosophy and ideology is that nobody has a great death photo. We all agree? I mean, we don't know yet. So that's exactly the point where he just sits, decorates himself and then takes a picture. So those visuals on screen are exactly that. What happens is that in the quest of getting that best picture, the child, one day while getting the flowers, there happens to be a small overflow of the river, Varanasi, river in Varanasi. And that's when he happens to drown in river Ganga, and the kid passes away. Now, the irony is that the child, before passing away, plays around with the camera and basically takes a bunch of pictures of the old man. And in them, he happens to find that one picture which he realizes that, you know what, I don't need a picture like that. I finally found a picture of me smiling. So,
no,
it's a loop.
It's amazing because to listen to someone feel so passionately about a film that's been made completely on AI. Meenakshi, you were going to ask a question.
I just wanted to ask one quick question, if you don't mind. Is it the images, of course, are all AI generated,
that is
right?
correct, completely. By Darryl.
What about the story? I'm curious to know because it's an interesting story as well. Was the story also? Was it his story, this person who made it?
So Darryl was supposed to join us today, but it happens to be that...
But do you know, I mean, do you know whether the story was also AI generated with prompts, or was it his own story that he implemented through AI?
It's 100% written by him. It's
written
his
by
own story.
him, right?
Yeah, it's
the
not
person.
AI. Yeah.
So I think what's really, of course, once you know that AI can do everything, after a point, I think our fascination for it will decrease. Right now, we are sort of climbing that place. Now we're like, wow, this can also be done with AI. And then everything will be done with AI.
One of the interesting things...
But the story, I found that sort of really interesting. And that was done by a human being.
I was looking at a use case, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, and Meenakshi can jump in on this as well, is that creators and writers are putting together plot points or just basic sequences, the tent poles of a story or a poem or a script, and asking the model to suggest whether this is the most exciting way to tell it. And, getting suggestions from them. Which actually brings me to my next question. Meenakshi, you want to go first, then I'll come in. No? Okay, because this comes back to what Prasoon was talking about. I am wondering whether with a lot of AI, the one thing we can all agree on is that much more AI is going to be used in the creative process. Does this just increase the premium on stuff that's made completely by humans? Is that premium factor going to increase? Will there be a time when we will say, no AI in this film?
Yeah, I think I've heard this a lot, and I think anything which becomes part of the museum, we have to worry about. Yeah. Okay, so if human art becomes part of the museum, and it is like a novelty, we'll have to worry about, because human expression, and I do not actually worry in that sense. I feel AI is an extension, it's not an expression. When it's an extension of me, then see, any creative person will tell you, while I'm doing a song, I can talk about doing a song. The creation reveals itself in the process. You have a mota idea that this is what I want to do. You don't have the clear, absolute clear image of what final product I want. So you gradually write something, you hear it, you go back and forth. In the entire process, the art reveals itself. Art reveals itself. एक कृति जो है स्वयं को उद्घाटित करती है, अपने को दिखाती है, आपको प्रकट करती है. आप जानते नहीं हैं अभी तक कहाँ जा रहे हैं आप थोड़ा बहुत समझते हैं कि मुझे उधर विली नीली पहुँचना है. आई थिंक एआई के साथ दैट पॉसिबिलिटी स्टिल इज देयर. यू गोइंग टू एक्सपेरिमेंट. एज फार एज इट्स कोलैबोरेटिव, I think it's great, because it's going to give you more options, more collaboration. Acha, what if there is no instrument in this entire song, just human voice? Or what if there is, no rhythm, and immediately you are getting those things and you're making. Also, what it allows, I think AI does is, a lot of idea infanticide happens in India. Idea infanticide by the एक आइडिया की भ्रूण हत्या होती है. जन्म लेने से पहले वो आइडिया दम तोड़ देता है, बिकॉज पीपल डू नॉट समहाउ डोंट प्रेजेंट इट वेल, और उनको लेके सामने नहीं, और जिसको पिच कर रहे हैं उसको समझा नहीं पाते कि हम क्या कहने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. आई थिंक AI कैन बी अ ग्रेट अलाई इन दैट, एंड आइडिया इन्फेंटिसाइड, आइडियाज की भ्रूण हत्या, वो रोक सकता है AI. So there are lot of things there, but as far as it's consciously done, देखिए ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम ये डिस्कस करें कि AI anchored कहाँ पे है. Where is AI anchored? There is a Chekhov story called Misfortune. In that, he talks about these two friends and one friend's wife. One friend is attracted to the friend's wife and does not meet her, but keep telling the friend things because he knows that he is very close to his wife and he'll tell her what I am. He tells beautiful things which he knows is going to be supplied to this woman. And gradually this woman is falling in love with him without actually meeting. And there is one day when she decides to meet him. And that's what he has been waiting for. And which Chekhov has intended, and I am elaborating the end, that she meets him and tells him that you are amazing, you're great. But you know what? I have to decide. And my decision is to be with someone who is very transparent and childlike. I think he has more integrity. You have been very manipulative. You could never come to me. You enticed me. But this guy has been very trusting to you and me both. In my value system, I would go for this. Now, you can say whatever you want to say about our decision, but every decision comes from a certain value system and certain anchoring. Now we need to debate, where is AI going to be anchored in? Which value system? Every society has a certain value system. It could be from your family, it could be from your religion, it could be from your books you've read. But you know willy-nilly when a child is talking to you how to respond to a child's question which might be age inappropriate. But you know how to handle it. You know how to give what to talk and what to tell this child. That comes from a certain filter. Now, it's important at this juncture where we are unleashing AI and celebrating it, and we must, that where is this anchoring going to be?
इसी बात को मैं
maybe
आगे
that's
नंता
why
जी
it's so
आपके पास लेकर
dangerous,
आऊंगी।
actually.
हाँ। जब आपने इस एंकर और आधार की बात की, नंता जी कुछ देर पहले मेरी बात विवेक अंचलिया से हो रही थी और शिव सतीश टाइटल के साथ वो फिल्म बना रहे हैं आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के ज़रिए, कुछ ही समय बाद रिलीज़ होगी। लेकिन आज के वक्त में जब आप किसी भी ऐसे सब्जेक्ट पर फिल्म बनाने के लिए जाते हैं, जब नॉर्मल फिल्म भी बन रही है, तो लोगों की भावनाएं आज बड़ी जल्दी जल्दी आहत हो जाती हैं। समाज में एक परिस्थिति ऐसी खड़ी हो गई है और ख़ासकर अगर विषय इस तरह के हैं तो उसमें और ज़्यादा है। ऐसे में आपका आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस उसके लिए कितना तैयार है? हम तो ये देख रहे हैं नॉर्मल फिल्म मेकर्स भी अगर फिल्म बना रहे हैं तो उन्हें भी कई बार कितनी तरह की आलोचनाओं का कितने सीमित दायरे में और किस तरह से काम करना पड़ता है। तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पर कितना भरोसा किया जा सकता है और कितना उसे उसका आधार कितना मजबूत माना जा सकता है?
ये देखिए, जो ह्यूमन बायसेस और प्रेजुडिसेस हैं, हम ही लोग वो डेटा डाल रहे हैं उसमें, तो जो हमारे बायसेस होंगे वही चीज़ें उसी को वो एक क्वांटम लीप लेके 10 गुना उसको शायद बढ़ा देगा। अभी जैसे आपकी फिल्म थी, एंड डू नॉट प्लीज टेक इट एज अ क्रिटिसिज्म, बट यू नो देयर इज़ वन शॉट वेयर दिस वुमन्स हैंड कम्स आउट, राइट, एंड इट वाज अ लाइट स्किन्ड हैंड, because our notion of a beautiful woman is somebody who's fair and lovely. And so if our bias is that beauty equates to somebody who's fair, then that bias is going to come and you are going to put in these beautiful white, you know, peachish hands, and your color or my color is not going to be represented, right? So I think beyond a point, it is जो हम उसमें डालेंगे, जो हमारी खुद की जो चीज़ें होंगी वही वो निकालेगा। जैसे अभी प्रसून बोल रहे थे कि वैल्यू सिस्टम क्या है, हमारी वैल्यूज़, मुझे तो इसीलिए बल्कि AI से डर लगता है क्योंकि हमारे खुद की मॉरल कंपस एज अ सोसाइटी, एज अ कंट्री, एज अ कम्युनिटी, इंडिविजुअली क्या है। आप किसे कहेंगे कि क्या हमारे वैल्यूज़ इतने सही में हाई स्टैंडर्ड के हैं कि हम सच को झूठ से परख पा रहे हैं या क्या सही है क्या गलत है किसके लिए है, वो सारी चीज़ें जो सच्ची में अंडर प्रिविलेज्ड हैं, मार्जिनलाइज्ड हैं, उनके बारे में हम सोचकर ट्रूली डेमोक्रेटाइज करना चाह रहे हैं, क्या ये सारी चीज़ें हैं? और अगर नहीं हैं तो फिर उसका इस्तेमाल कितनी ज़्यादा जिम्मेदारी से करना पड़ेगा. And you know, this fascination with images is amazing, but is it going to in fact increase that prejudice and bias? Because you know that's what we are going to feed it.
No, that's an incredible theme that you've pulled up, and I want to get more into that. I want to quickly welcome Nishant Tahil Ramani, who's the head of production of InVideo. He's with us here. Thanks for finally joining us. I know you were stuck in Delhi traffic. Nishant, welcome. Nishant is the head of production of InVideo. It's an AI-powered video generation platform that is wildly popular. Prasun and Nandita, it's used by creators to make AI-generated video. Some of the things that you've seen have been made on InVideo as well. Nishant, you want to add to this? This is a fascinating conversation. You know, you've got two creative powerhouses talking about the concerns, the need for anchors. You've got two maverick filmmakers in the audience, you know, who use some of your products and others to create this.
Yeah.
Where do you stand? You know, what is your perspective on this?
I feel like what we try to do is provide a platform for anyone to tell the stories that they want to tell. Storytelling for us, like, humans have always been storytellers. Like ever since we were cavemen, we inscribed things on walls. What has happened is that the medium has changed over the years, the way we've told our stories. And people who are telling these stories, filmmakers, it's where we come from an industry that has always had change. We've gone from film to digital when we've shot. We've changed from live action, we introduced we introduced animation. Right? We now have new tools that are telling the stories, but at the end of the day, it's if you are coming from a point where you want to tell a story that is true to you, we now have a new tool to do that.
Nandita, would you get behind
I'd love you to train me
of a product,
and
use it? No, because you've made films, you've been in front of the camera, you've been behind the camera. You know, would you ever step into that kind of a place where you're deploying AI to unleash your creativity?
Absolutely.
For a film?
I mean, absolutely. And you know, I would love to explore it. I'd love to learn, and I'd love to see how it can enable, collaborate, enhance the work we are doing.
Right.
But without sort of losing, like I say, the social conscience of it, without the creativity of it, you know, without making films a science. You know, already, I mean, before AI came in, when abhi hamare paas bhi hain, like we mainstream, I don't want to name anybody, but everybody, like mostly when you make a mainstream film, you go to these agencies, they do, you know, they show it to a bunch of people, you have to fill in forms, ye iska ending sahi nahi tha, this character needs to be a man, you know, they suggest certain changes, and then they incorporate it, they do a little, so it's like a science, right? You kind of tweak it, it's not really your vision then. You tweak it and you tailor it. Now you will just give it to an AI and say, hey, tell me, is this going to make money? Is this, you know, is this not hurting anybody's sentiments? Whatever the prompt may be. You know, is this going to be, is the ending right? And it's going to give you 5 options. So it's slowly, if art is going to become science, then that's going to be sad. Because art is all about alchemy. Art is about not knowing what's going to emerge. You know, we shoot, I write a script, we shoot it, the actors bring something different, the cinematographer, some magic happens on set suddenly that day, you change it, then on the editing table. So there is that journey, that process is what people like us, I'm assuming, enjoy.
Absolutely.
You know, but if you can hasten certain aspects of it, if you can help us experiment more, if you can widen our creative thought process, you know, all of that is amazing. But I'm not sure, you know, if all of art should...
You're getting live product inputs, by the way.
Yeah.
From
Loving
someone
it.
who wants to make a film using
Oh,
AI.
absolutely. I'll connect with you after this, and there are enough witnesses that, you know, now you will have to commit.
Absolutely.
निशांत, आपको टाइम कितना लगा इस फिल्म के प्रोडक्शन में?
So the film that we had premiered is not this one. There's another film that we introduced. It was an idea called Vedic Odysseys.
What? Sorry, can you-
Vedic Odysseys.
Okay.
It's an idea that we've had for almost half a decade at this point, and we've taken it several times to studios and creators and producers to be like, this is something that we want to create. To us, it was a beautiful story about the future of civilization. But if India went back to the knowledge that it had in the Vedas to then explore the galaxies. Yes, it's sci-fi. Yes, it's one of those things. But it's something that just never got greenlit because you needed immense amounts of money to make that kind of a concept. And it kind of saddened us that the whole script sat in a laptop somewhere gathering dust. The moment these tools emerged, we were like, okay, what can a bunch of people, if they're truly determined, come in a room and create? And my partners who've been directors and DPs, we all came together and we were like, okay, we now have a tool that allows us to do this. And we said, okay, let's go about creating it. It took us a week. It was an 8-minute film. It was day and night. We were absolutely sleepless. But then now we can present this story to the world because we have a tool like this, and we don't have to wait for the people to give us a green light to go ahead and create it. This is a story we want to tell, and now we can do it with these tools.
And Prasun, you did touch upon the cost aspect of it. Filmmaking, the creative process is a wonderful thing, but it's also hugely expensive. And the cost.
इसमें बस एक पॉइंट ऐड करूंगी, जस्ट एक पॉइंट, क्योंकि जो बात मेरा दरअसल निशांत से सवाल पूछने का उद्देश्य था कि सिनेमा के इतिहास में जब भी बात होती है, मुग़ल आज़म हमें एक कालजयी रचना के रूप में वहाँ पर दिखाई देती है, और मुग़ल आज़म को बनने में कितना समय लगा वो अपने आप में एक रिकॉर्ड है. उसके लिए कितना काम हुआ, सेट्स से लेकर, कॉस्ट्यूम्स से लेकर, प्रेजेंटेशन से लेकर. और आज जब निशांत हमें वही बात बता रहे हैं आज के दौर के हिसाब से, तो ये तो क्रांति है फिर. लेकिन उस क्रांति के लिए भारत कितना तैयार है, हमारी ऑडियंस कितना तैयार है, हम जब इन कहानियों को पर्दे पर उतार रहे हैं, क्या वो उस तरह से रिसीव की जाएंगी. मतलब मुझे याद है कि मधुबाला को अगर हम आज भी उस किरदार के आईने में जब देखते हैं तो हम उसके बियॉन्ड नहीं सोच पाते मधुबाला को. वो वहाँ पर चस्पा हो गई है उनकी वो छवि. तो जब आप आज के दौर के क्रिएशन को, रचनाओं को देख रहे हैं, आपको लगता है कि फिर हम उस गहराई को छू पाएंगे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के प्रयोग से?
देखिए, ये जो उन्होंने फिर से समय की बहुत बात हो रही है, एंड दैट हाउ फास्ट हाउ यू कैन कोलैप्स. ऐसा लगता है कि क्रिएटिव प्रोसेस से सबको प्यार नहीं है और क्रिएटिव प्रोडक्ट की जल्दी है. तो अगर क्रिएटिव प्रोडक्ट की जल्दी है और प्रोसेस से प्यार नहीं है, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं क्रिएटिव के पूरे जो उसका जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, उसका कारण जो है, कोई क्यों क्रिएट करता है, वो कारण को ही अलग कर देता है. क्योंकि मैं किस कारण उसमें मुब्तला होना, उसमें डूब जाना, उसका हिस्सा बन जाना, मैं और वो एक हो जाए, और ये जो पूरी प्रक्रिया है इसको कोलैप्स कर देना. देखिए, कन्फ्यूजन जो है ना, एक कन्फ्यूजन का दौर आर्टिस्ट गुजरता है. कन्फ्यूजन के दौर से वो बहुत डिस्कम्फर्ट होता है उसमें, बट इट्स द लिमिनल स्पेस. वो जगह है, लिमिनल स्पेस है, विच इज़ द मोस्ट कन्फ्यूजन का टाइम जो होता है मोस्ट फर्टाइल होता है. इट्स अ लिमिनल स्पेस. इट्स लाइक ना वो समुद्र है ना वो धरती है, उसके बीच का हिस्सा है वो बीच. उस बीच में जो उस कन्फ्यूजन से जो उसको आप एकदम से हटा दें, वो आर्ट कैन नॉट बी सो डेफिनेटिव. एज आई सेड, वो धीरे धीरे स्वयं को प्रकट करता है. ये प्रक्रिया अगर ख़त्म हो जाएगी तो आप जिस तरह की इमेजेस देख रहे हैं, और दूसरा देखिए, अभी तो ये अपनी किशोरावस्था में जो आपके सामने AI है, वो इट्स एडोलेसेंट एज में है, और उसके अंदर किशोर के जितने भी खूबसूरतियाँ हैं और जितनी भी व्यग्रता है, वो सारी एक साथ है. वो उसके बाद उसके अंदर एक मैच्योरिटी आएगी. मुझे लगता है कि AI अभी उस दौर से गुजर रहा है जहाँ AI का प्रयोग ही अपने आप में क्रिएटिविटी माना जाता है. जहाँ पर क्या कहा जा रहा है उस पर अभी ध्यान कम जा रहा है. AI ने ऐसा कर दिया, इसका अम्यूजमेंट वैल्यू, उसकी चमत्कार की स्थिति है. जब चमत्कार से वो संसार में उतरेगा और उसमें एक मैच्योरिटी और गंभीरता आने शुरू होगी, तो आप देखेंगे कि हम AI, अभी किसी ने, इन्होंने कहा कि AI फेस्टिवल अलग से होंगे ही नहीं, आपको AI की अलग फेस्टिवल करने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी। आज ये तो नहीं कहते ये कलर फिल्म फेस्टिवल है, ये ब्लैक एंड वाइट फिल्म फेस्टिवल है, तो ऐसे ही होगा धीरे धीरे। सो जब टेक्नोलॉजी आत्मसात हो जाती है, जब वो आपकी धमनियों में तिरने लगती है, तब वो आपके जीवन का हिस्सा बनती है। लेकिन अगेन आई वुड से, हमको इस AI के पूरे रेवोल्यूशन में तिनका नहीं बनना है जो लहरों के साथ बह रहा है, तैराक बनना है जो अपनी दिशा में तैर रहा है।
प्रसून जी कुछ लिखा है अभी इस पर, कुछ कोई रचना?
How can we not end without your poetry on AI?
आपको हिंदी कविता का शौक है?
By popular demand, please, yes.
कोई बहुत ऐसे मतलब राइम वाली पोएम नहीं, AI से मैं नहीं लिखता। AI को मैं अपना समझता हूँ, मेरा श्रोता रहेगा AI आने वाले दिनों में। एल्गोरिदम, अब आप देखिए एल्गोरिदम में मैं उनको मोतियों से कंपेयर कर रहा हूँ, तरह तरह के मोती हैं। एल्गोरिदम, छोटी माला, बड़ी माला, अंगूठी में मोती। एल्गोरिदम, छोटी माला, बड़ी माला, अंगूठी में मोती, या टप से टिप्पे खाता एकाकी मोती, या टप से टिप्पे खाता एकाकी मोती। मोतियों की हाट है, मोतियों की हाट है, डेटा की मोतियों की हाट है। ढेर लगे हैं मोतियों के, लोग मुट्ठी भर भर के ले जा रहे हैं मोती, लुढ़का रहे हैं, उछाल रहे हैं, एक दूसरे पर फेंक रहे हैं, मोती ही मोती। इधर आकाश की ओर मुख किए मौन होकर देख रही एक सीपी, इधर आकाश की ओर मुख किए मौन होकर देख रही एक सीपी, उसकी तपस्या भंग नहीं होती।
क्या बात है, बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब। सर अब तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि आप बस सुनाते चले जाएं, हम रुके ना, लेकिन अंतिम 2 पंक्तियां तो अद्भुत।
एक और सुना देते हैं। वो कहते हैं, वो कहते हैं कलम मौन हो जाएगी। वो कहते हैं कलम मौन हो जाएगी, कूचियां और रंग एक दूसरे से नहीं मिलेंगे, कूचियां और रंग एक दूसरे से नहीं मिलेंगे। द ब्रश एंड द कलर विल नॉट मीट। वो कहते हैं कलम मौन हो जाएगी, कूचियां और रंग एक दूसरे से नहीं मिलेंगे, स्वर कंठ की गुफाओं से निकलकर आभासी दुनिया में बस जाएंगे। कंठ की गुफाओं से स्वर निकल के आभासी दुनिया में बस जाएंगे। कृतियां स्वयंभू हो जाएंगी, कृतियां स्वयंभू हो जाएंगी, रचनाएं स्वयं ही गर्भ धारण करेंगी, रचनाएं स्वयं ही गर्भ धारण करेंगी। वो कहते हैं सृजन स्वतः ही होगा, वो कहते हैं सृजन स्वतः ही होगा, दृश्य और दर्शन का अंतर मिट जाएगा, ध्वनि स्वयं को उत्पन्न कर स्वयं को ही सुनेगी। When they say AI will become the audience and AI will become the creator, वो कहते हैं सृजन स्वतः ही होगा, दृश्य और दर्शन का अंतर मिट जाएगा, ध्वनि स्वयं को उत्पन्न कर स्वयं को ही सुनेगी। तब हम तुम क्या कर रहे होंगे, तब हम तुम क्या कर रहे होंगे? हम तुम साक्षी बन जाएंगे, हम तुम साक्षी बन जाएंगे जो किसी स्रोत से फूटी धारा को कल कल छल छल बहते देख रहे होंगे। देखेंगे नदी का बहना, देखेंगे लहरों का नृत्य निर्लिप्त। AI ध्यान का आरंभ है, एक अभूतपूर्व ध्यान यात्रा की तैयारी कर लो।
माय गॉड, AI ध्यान का आरंभ है,
बिकॉज वो आपको साक्ष्य बना देगा। अगर AI ही क्रिएट करे और AI कल के दुनिया में AI ऑडियंस हो जाए, AI से आज कहते हैं ना एजेंट्स आर टॉकिंग टू एजेंट्स, सो व्हेन दे विल स्टार्ट क्रिएटिंग, हम क्या कर रहे होंगे? हम साक्षी भाव से ध्यान मग्न होंगे और ये होता हुआ देख रहे होंगे, एक नदी को बहते हुए देख रहे होंगे।
Nandita, any reactions to that AI poetry about AI?
My brain is sort of, I'm having a parallel conversation with myself, frankly. No, I want to actually address something that Prasoon said earlier about creative product and creative process. कि हम वो process को, but वो तो हमारी journey है ना as artist. देखने वाले को तो कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता है कि वो के आसिफ ने 10 साल लगाए और उनकी जो सारी behind the scenes की जो stories हैं कि पैसे लेकर वो बोरी में साइकिल पे जाते थे और फिर 2 सीन करके फिर आते थे, फिर पैसा नहीं होता था. Who cares about it? I mean, sorry to sound cynical. People want quantum, right? अभी Netflix, Amazon, आप किसी पे भी इतना सारा है उस पे कि कई बार समझ नहीं आता कि क्या देखें. So I think, you know, the creative product is where, unfortunately, that is what we are wanting. Independent filmmakers, what we call artists, जो कूची और रंग वाले भी जो artists हैं, आजकल, my father is an artist, so I'm a little bit exposed to that world, that's also become an industry. People are doing photo transfers. If they can do a photo transfer and then fill colors, why bother actually painting? So that's why I feel it's really a moral question. That we are all saying that AI needs to be a collaborator, we need to embrace it. I agree with all of that. But for that, we ourselves need to be far more conscientious. We need to truly value creativity. We need to know how that collaboration, where the human intervention will be and how much the AI will, you know, ये जो दोनों को साथ मिलाने वाली बात है, क्योंकि मुझे साक्षी नहीं बनना है. मुझे ये नहीं चाहिए कि मैं बैठ के विटनेस कर रही हूँ और वो क्रिएटिविटी चला रहा है, उसमें क्या मजा है?
No, I think final word to you, Prasoon. I saw you reaching for your mic. You seem like you're ruminating about final word. I wanted to end on your poetry, but this can go on forever now.
I think what she said, I completely agree with. कि ये कॉन्शियस डिसीजन है हमारा, हमारा निर्णय है. देखिए, ढोल का शोर होगा तो बांसुरी नहीं सुनाई देती. ये हमारा निर्णय होगा कि हम बांसुरी बजाने वाले को दूर पहाड़ी पे लेके कहें, यार तुम बांसुरी बजाओ, ये ढोल से मैं तुम्हें शोर से दूर लेके आया हूँ, मुझे बांसुरी सुननी है, मुझे बांसुरी की परवाह है, मैं बांसुरी को जिंदा रखूँगा, इसलिए उसको वो पहाड़ी पर ले जाऊँगा और उसकी पहाड़ी पर उसकी वो बांसुरी ज़रूर सुनूंगा.
Thank you very much, Nandita ji, Prasoon ji, for...
ढोल ही बज रहा है, लेकिन प्रसून जी बांसुरी वैसे ही जो बजा रहे हैं वो वैसे ही सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है. तो ऐसा मत करिएगा दुनिया को कि सिर्फ ढोल और तेजी से बजने लग जाए और बांसुरी वाले चले जाएं.
Prasoon ji is going to be a gentleman and not carry this on, because if we have a poetry off now, we'll be here all night. But thank you so much to the both of you. First of all, for being at least part of the conscience. And I love the fact that both of you use that word, because it's not a word we see very often in the context of AI. But speaking with the kind of moral authority, curiosity, hunger, creativity that the both of you bring to this conversation, I think even those who are sort of immersed in the policy and the technology of it will return today with a lot to think about. Thank you very much to the both of you. A huge round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you so much.
Hardeep. Yeah.
This has been an action-packed event, Alex. It's been long, arduous, and a little tiring, but I've enjoyed hosting this show with you and with this lovely audience.
Every
There to
minute
listen.
of it, every minute of it, Ayush, and it's been the cutting edge of everything that's happening on artificial intelligence, and it's been right here at the NDTV IND.AI Summit.
No AI used right here. Thank you so much. We're going to be viral in 5 minutes from now.
5 minutes from now, all it takes is for Mr.
Shivarur
to post it. All right, but on that note, thank you so much to everybody sitting in the audience and everybody tuning in from home for being part of this event. It wouldn't have been possible without you.
Absolutely, and we must now thank our partners and sponsors as well for helping us put this magnificent event together.
Knowledge partner, Dayanand Sagar University.
Co-powered by DP World.
State partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh.
Handset partner, Motorola.
Insurance partner, Axis Max Life Insurance.
Associate partners, Rocket, Union Bank of India, and Tata Power Solar Roof and Zoho.
Impact partner, Adani Solar and Adani Ports and Logistics.
Special partner, Lokpriya Gopinath Bardolai International Airport, Guwahati.
Real estate partner, Eldeco.
And Alex Matthew, thank you so much for being a great co-host.
Ayush Alavadi, always a pleasure.
Until next time, adios.
Good night and good luck.